Hola, peeps. Alright. I am here, obviously. Um, it's kind of a weird night. Brain's definitely on fire. I thought we'd do some Dora the Exploring together. Everything tonight's probably gonna be a little scattered, but hey, what's new? Um, well, anyway. Um, nah. Um, but not. There are these nights like right now or days, whenever, I just get exceptionally, like, meh, with bullshit. You know, some of which has been going on a wee bit too long. Just, just what it is around here. But randomly, I feel like touching on it, whatever. And giving her enough space to go, and a length of period to go, man, what garbage. Although some of it, within minutes, hours, one video, a tone, whatever, you can tell it's bullshit from the get. Doesn't take a rocket. Now, but the more you watch certain garbage, pull people in and suck them like in, and then just fuck them all up. You just like, man, people are not catching on. And then I just, I don't know. Either way, there's come points though where I'm like, we're gonna point it out a time or two again. We'll see, or we'll finally touch on it. Whatever. Um, Others around here, even the quote best of the creators out here and shit, they're terrified to screw with certain channels and people, and let's be real, a whole lot of the tragedy pimps build up some of the others that seem like they're all legit and shit, right? And that's why even those that seem most legit around here are not. You know why? Because they have a whole lot of tragedy pimp inserted in them, and they use this realm in order to build up to the next. It's just symbiotic, parasitic horseshit. And eventually get rid of this group, you know, uh, make everybody here think they're not all tied. This group, it just, they use one another, they send back and forth. It's just whatever. Alright. It's like the main provocateur is always making y'all think they ain't tied with these little specks of shit on the salad bar. Hell or not. Same shit, different day. I'll start with the question I've asked many times for y'all to think about. Many times throughout these several years. I want you to think logically and with some common sense here. Use your brains. Do you really think, really think that any real honest to God super cops or any real profession, lawyers, doctors, all these, you really think that with all these degrees and all this other shit they proclaim to have and the reputations they proclaim to have, do you really think they're going to be on here on YouTube? willing to risk bullshit or being threatened, blackmailed, screwed with, their kids screwed with, to possibly taint, tarnish, harm their relation, like their reputations in real life, any of that. Or, I mean, even if they retire and things, right? And they're no longer in those sectors, do you really think they're going to come over here and risk a lifetime worth of that to play on YouTube? No, they're not. Hate to tell you that. They're just not. They're just not going to do it. Are there some that are very close to experts that, like, they are here and a little bit worth their salt and they don't really play much with tragedy pimps? Yes. I will agree there are some. Very, very, very few. Right? But there are some. I've watched a couple of those get wise to tragedy pimps, and they're merry band of mind fucks heathens that go around believing gullible stupid shit. I watched them cut them completely out to where they can't chat, there's no horse shit. They caught on pretty quick. But they too have probably issues in their professional lives, and backgrounds, but whatever. Look, it just is what it is. I want you to think about the ages of some of these experts on here, okay? They should still be in their primes. They should still be practicing in offices, on police forces, FBI, whatever, right? Why are they not? Do you not think that if they had degrees where the fuck and they're worth a fuck at their careers, that they would not be making more going in even once a week for a couple sessions with, like, say, clients and hour-long thing, whatever, or in a doctor's clinic even twice a week and billing insurance and shit, whatever it is? Do you not think they would be making far more than YouTube? Why are they on here selling fucking merch? Why are they on here looking for clicks, likes, and views and dog biscuits to P.O. boxes, bitches? I understand this realm can make some of these motherfuckers millions. I get it. Think about it real hard. Common sense and logic tell you it doesn't make sense. I don't think any real that's the thing. I just not only do I not think, I mean, like, I know real detectives, real FBI, things like that I grew up with. My whole life I've known them. And they really are very good at what they do. And not in any way would they ever touch someplace like this. They wouldn't dare risk their reputations. They could easily see what the hell these tragedy pimps are. This and there's no way in hell you would catch them over in this room. No way in hell. No way in hell. Why is it every ex-law enforcement that they're running some sort of damn security firm? They're like, oh, we protect people if you need our services, blah, blah, blah. They all got like, hey, we'll hook up cameras in your house. Like, man, miss me that shit. It's been a few years somewhere. then they go off on their own. They try to create a business from being accepted and maybe working a few years for the feds or LA. That right there is like, yeah, they just wanted, clout one round, clout another, use a job title for this, that, I just ain't got time for it. It's like some of these over here, especially around political based things, you know, in my lifetime, I've watched, say, like the LAPD and New York City police departments go from some of the most horrifying, like everybody in the world is like, oh hell, these are tainted, corrupt, and some of the most tainted and corrupt you can find. To and now, what I mean, because we've all lived through like Rodney King and all these things, and then you have the Blasey, you have all these. Yeah, even when Giuliani was doing, you have stop and frisk, you have all this crap, Then 9/11 happens, and then NYPD is like on merch, and everybody's like, "Hey, NYPD," and we got it. As first-hand sources for these events we've witnessed their life, all of us can attest to that. NYPD went from one of the most hated um to one of the most beloved police forces on earth. Okay, overnight, that quick. Okay, and I get that, I do. Um, and I hold respect for men and women out here who lived through those events and did their best, and um, you know all these things. Okay, I will not disparage them in any way like that. And to say otherwise. However, there are quite a few that use the reputations of these larger police forces, especially here on YouTube. And the way in which we now view these police departments, especially the NYPD, the LAPD, etc., to make themselves and what is in people's minds and hearts now go, oh, then these are the best of the best, right? But actually, if you stop the logical common sense brain, tells you that they're like, do you know how many men and women, especially, are part of the police force where it concerns like NYPD, this, oh wow, you know, pick one out of like a billion, you know? Do you know how many people are employed by the NYPD? This is not small police force. This is not your hometown police force. So of course you're gonna have some that can say, yeah, they're former NYPD, LAPD, this, that, and the other, right? Big police forces, but they're one out of whatever, and just because they can say they were part of that does not mean they are the best at or the best at their jobs or the whatever. It doesn't mean anything other than what it speaks to you as, right? Oh, they're NYPD or whatever. Oh my gosh, they must know they're. That's not what it is. But it's a good sales tactic, isn't it? Anyway, it's just like the puppies in this realm. One of the first I seen doing this was obviously Michelle Wilkes, who is obviously supposed to have a background in certain things, but for some reason finds herself on YouTube instead of using her degrees, but that's fine too. This one time she's part of a think tank thing, and there's studies she's been part of. Wow, anybody can do that shit. Whoop de fucking do. That does not mean it's untainted. I mean, give me a break. I can't. For somebody like me who, and others, in the world, you know how easy it is to have articles, reviewed studies, all this other shit. it's pretty damn easy. And then to use that in this realm, go, but look, this one time, and you know what? No, and it's something as I've just done, like learning for fun throughout my life, especially with the advent of tech. When I would be researching or I look for information, so I am very careful about what research studies is there, where information comes from, who's behind money trains, and who funds those research group studies. The um, yeah, I'm very careful about where, who, what, when is tied to all these things, and to make sure they're not tainted, bought, paid for, whatever. Um, but anyway, so whatever. But anyway, and it's easy to hell anybody can really do it. And they can be like, look, it's peer review. Fuck off that. Anyway, so here's the thing. The dog and puppy crap around here, barks for bones over across the pond with her degrees, and she's well aware of how that manipulates people. Same thing does not apply for cats. I learned this along the way here. Um, yeah, cats not the same pull. Puppies and dogs, however, keep y'all coming back. It's for manipulation, pull in. You want to, it's a thing. Then you have Bones over there that eventually catch, and you see how that goes. And now you've got Ryan doing it, right? I seen the post a few weeks ago. You know, I just, and then that got deleted, I think, and then it happened the other night, and then of course the dog's got to be named something to do with summer. I'm disgusted by it. I was also people are trying to bait me into that bullshit drama. I don't give a fuck about Ryan or Jen. They're too easy to pick apart. There's something. They're after something. We've been there, done that. Y'all eating by the shit if you want to. I'm not. There's something up with those. There has been. They're very well a Summer's case. They've been around here the entire time under one name or the other. They're up to shit, okay? But anyway, so the dog thing, it's a thing. It very much does make people come back. It manipulates. People get invested in. Um, those wear those tactics use it, and like Barks Bones Cross the Pond, she damn well knew. She does anyway. It's fine. Um, but you have several versions that are in there, right? And then there was another one. Who was it? In between Barks for Bones and then Bones that did that shit and tried to copy that with the Walking the Dogs. Was it that one that Barks for Bones was associated with? They went walking their damn dogs too. They tried that shit. I don't know. There's been so many. Either way, you have these people that make no sense. A whole lot that do maybe have bullshit degrees or whatever else somewhere. Something's probably went wrong somewhere. Or they suck at what they do, but they know just enough to use those degrees or careers to come over here and use them to fuck with you all with. I can't really use those things out in the real. I just is what people don't think of it. But it's one I've posed many times. Do you think anybody really super extra, extraordinarily legit or good at their jobs be using all of their degrees or untarnished? Yeah, all this. No, no, nope, nope. They would not be. Okay. Now, some after that, maybe they didn't know what they were getting into. I don't know. but I've not really been able to find any around here yet. I found a couple that have cut off tragedy pimp avenues, stopped people and all the nut jobs and whatever around them from terrorizing shit out of them and willing to take hits on their channels and otherwise to do so, but I don't know, man. Even them, they have a flavor. But here's my thing. There's another one for quite a few months. It's been bothering me. At first, I thought, well, okay. Well, it's always my downfall. And at first, I mentioned people. I see them pop up wildly enough from somebody else I barely watch, but that I caught at a certain place. And I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe this person's something. And then I say a word, and then all of a sudden, it's like, ah, fuck. I gotta stop doing that. Really do. But anyway, because I always know better. Always ends really the same. The regret I hold for seeing Ryan's first vid, thinking it was a good human. I'm like, yeah, whatever. You know, and then not paying attention for months, and then the second shit out is that garbage, and now the fucking monsters on. I'm like, oh god, you know. I hold the same sort of with the Pat Brown and Deception, because I mention it, and it's goddamn, you know, damn near instant. So in that way, I've steered clear really of that one. People have tried to turn my attention to it like they did Ryan for a long time. I was like, fuck it. I didn't pay attention. Now this one, because of how they showed up sort of in the same time, I've kept more of an eye, especially after this reported expert of deception immediately was like, hey Ziggy, I'm like, hold the fuck up, hold the phone, hold up, whoa, what the hell just happened? You, 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 you tarot card, I don't know, like, deception deck fellow, you couldn't tell what a bones was? Seriously? You didn't do enough research? Like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, that's your first. That's it. That's a giant red flag right there. Second is the willingness to, um, well, it doesn't communicate or have dialogue with anybody unless they tag it and do whole videos about it, and then that's the only way in which communication can take place. So that, and how nonsensical that shit is. I'm like, man, you know, red flag. Yeah, fuck off. You know, okay, bro. And then I just sort of ignore it and watch all of y'all tout it around. I watch the Hive go over there and so I'm like, ah, hell. Ah, hell. But I don't watch it. I don't keep up with it. Other than that. But I keep having people try to bait me with it. Like, I'm gonna give it a while. And then I might touch back on it. Somewhere in November, I mentioned it, and then towards the end of November, I was like, ah, yeah, it's bullshit. And then I left it be. Ryan come full tilt with Monster at that point in the Hive in place, and then did what he's done and all that bullshit for a few weeks. And I did it. It's all thing. nonsense behind. I wear my glasses so people can identify. Bitch, please. And he takes the glasses off at certain points. You know, when he even says that, I believe, really, dude, like, even a cursory Google search of the dude's face could tell you. Others here known him to be in the community for years, and at least around the internet in different ways. But he's like that way. I can't be dogs away from her. Man, it no. Pair of sunglasses. You say they're Clark Kent that you take. Come on. Anyway, you know, okay. Nope, I don't think so. Um. Also, I think I touched on this in November. Uh, as I recall, somewhere in one of its videos, um, it said it was like oblivious to Summer's case, you know, where we heard it from, oh, I don't know, Moselle and all these people and all this shit. And here they're working right with all the motherfuckers that, and they're watching clearly true crime community. There's no way you're oblivious to Summer's case. Didn't even know where she was until me fucking break. And then after that, caught him saying that he had indeed for a year watched Summerwell's case on YouTube, but then he had to leave and take a hiatus for a year. Um, so that right there was, which is it, bro? You're new to it. Suddenly, you had never paid attention, didn't know shit. Or is it the statement that came before, which is that for a year you followed, you were here amongst the Summerwells community and are not oblivious to it because you were here during peak and height. Then you took a hiatus and you came back. Right? But if you see that fella, it's much like when Dolly first had his show. Um, most of the stuff was celebrity, all this oriented, build up, you know, throughout. Most of its life at certain points, it was celebrity or YouTube stuff or whatever, short bit, you know, just goofy shit. And then it comes back on suddenly into the true crime realm. Dolly's is much the same. It was, you know, celebrity, sports related, and YouTube versus YouTube content and whatever. Um, and then suddenly they start doing true crime. Anyway, no. But that one at a certain point, I think I've got it over here. Heard it say that it had indeed for the first year been watching, partaking of the Summer Wells stuff around here, but then it took a hiatus. And then it came back on the scene as Deception.Ketchup, and suddenly new to everything. So, which is it? Right, homie? Alright, so, um, yeah, I'm just like, whatever. Same shit, different day, ain't it? Also, a couple other points I just want to throw in here tonight. Because as I was walking through gathering things tonight, things I've said in the past. Touched on many a time. Um, in different ways. Um, things that have stood out for me from June 15th forward, especially June 15th. Those include the fact that Dawn, at a certain point that night, in talking to us this year, um, in the roadway, that struck me sideways was that during other moments, you know, um, well before Summer vanished, that his main thing was like, and it was being mad, upset, this and other, yeah, but not really. The night Summer vanished. But he said the same thing to me he had said in the past when Summer was gone. Prior, he latched on to she slept in my arms every night. Now the night of June 15th, that had a different tone to it. And the reason it even stuck was because of the tone change, I guess. But also at that point, it was like, well, what the fuck do you mean in my own head? And say out loud, I'm like, well, we all know, like, that ain't true because obviously Utah, and then also, well, you remember that other stuffed on where she was gone and you were pissed because, she was gone. And, yes, so not necessarily true, but it's like, well, he's upset, Summer's gone. And now this is June 15th, and so he's just saying out of a dad thing, of, child, what, what I mean? So I just sort of let it go, but then in comparison to when Summer had been gone before, um, and Candace had left with all the children, and Grandis and stuff, he was fucking irate, pissed. I mean, absolutely enraged. And first words out of his mouth, much like, I mean, because that was kind of it at certain moments, throughout uh, late evening and throughout the night of June 15th, you know, that was one of the first things, she's slept in my arms every night, blah, blah. But when she'd been taken, you know, by Candace Sr., um, along with, the boys, obviously. Um, and because of his own badass behavior and such and whatnot, at that time, he was pissed, enraged, irate, words out of his mouth, were, you know, not good towards Candace, Grandis especially, and, you know, and it was that they had his daughter, and that she had slept every night of her life in his arms. And it was the same exact phrasing, sort of, as on June 15th. That's the first place he sort of went to was, you know, my daughter slept every night in my arms. That's like a construct. That's what he's pissed about. I'm like, what the fuck? And then, um, when he was pissed because Grandis and Candace Sr. had the children and were gone this dinner, all of his comes around instantly was that they had Summer. And then is like a caveat he had there. He's like, oh, and the boys, the boys too. Secondary did not mean as much to as Summer did. Okay. Um, much like here, even Dudley at points, though. Mm, but Colin, Summer Dawn's prize. I'll agree with that assessment. And her placements in the family once she reached a certain age, she did that. Dawn swapped out the quote favorites. Okay. Um, for sure. Yeah. But two absolutely different tones from when Summer was, by his estimation, taken by Candace and Candace Sr. with the voice versus the tone that exact same thing and almost the exact wording had been said the night of June 15th. On June 15th, it was calm, it was even, no rage, no this and the other. Yet extreme rage and anger and shit towards Candace and Candace Sr. when they, by his estimation, had taken some, despite having been over his fucking bullshit behavior and abuse and so. And so he was pissed. So I guess to me, it's like, well, then why don't you show that same sort of rage or anger towards anything or anyone on June 15th? And it's part of why I thought to, as he was walking back to his row, it's like, Don, man, don't hurt her. And don't kill her, man. Like, I don't know that shit had anything to do with this. Please don't hurt her. And he's like, oh, I'm not. And his head tilted in a strange way. He was like, I know she didn't. It was like, that's weird. That struck me as weird. Just the head tilt, certainties. I don't know. Still does. I go over a million times a day. But, yeah, of course, for so many things. I don't know the why. know there are distinct differences somehow. For whatever they were thinking, feeling, I don't know, you know, June 15th versus other periods that could be that, I don't know. It's up to the real profilers, card teams, law enforcement, whatever, experts. Not on YouTube to figure out. Now, June 15th, though, it's like, man, he's aiming dead on at Fred, though, right? Like, dead on Fred. Like, just. But even before he gets there, he's certain that somebody's got her. She's already gone or deceased. Like, he didn't. Like, I'm like, dude, it's been a few hours. Give her a chance, man. You know? But then in that same way, here he is going up to Fred's, I guess, to see if he's fucking sus. He's aimed dead towards him, you know? Then why wouldn't you hold that same level of rage? If you thought Fred had something to do with Summer missing, then why then do you not hold the same level of rage and it come out when you said the same thing that you'd said in the past about, you know, Summer sleeping in your arms every night, etc., and being absolutely fucking furious at Candace Senior? Then why in the fuck didn't that come out? Going, whatever motherfuckers got my daughter, you know, la la, she slept in my arms like he was Candace and Candace Senior prior. No, why wouldn't he have said the same thing or been like XYZ towards him? He's like, she's dead, she's gone. Yeah, but then I can't make sense of it. Maybe someday somebody will. A real expert out there, not on YouTube. They're all the little things, right? That make my brain burn constant. But I'm not an expert, nor do I play one on YouTube. I just know these things. May mean something to somebody that are experts. And not on YouTube. In that same realm, other things I find odd, I've touched on, is the fact that at a certain point you have Candace Senior coming out finally and speaking, right? Swearing up and down they thought Summer had already been taken, kidnapped, whatever. Yeah? And sending the boys down, going, oh God, I hope nobody would take them too. And we searched everywhere, all sort of bullshit. Excuse me? I'll forever find it on. Because you know there are lies in that. Shit that doesn't add up. The moment she described, you're down there in the roadway for hearing. You're hearing the boys, I guess, be sent, according to them, to the left and down. They don't have time to search and come back up, which tells you all the property had not been for Summer. So how in the hell would you even come up with the idea at that point that Summer had been taken or abducted? And that the boys might be too. Make that make sense. Then if that's the case, right? If before the boys were even, quote, sent down that hill and they thought that was the case, then why, when Candace and I collide in the road after 6:09, why is it that's not what comes out of Candace's mouth? Candace didn't go, oh my God, Summer's being kidnapped, taken. No, 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 no. That's not what is said to me. Mm-mm. Not even remotely close. Me, I'm standing there thinking Summer has been hurt. She's injured. She's been left behind. But I'm like, oh shit, that scream earlier, the noise, all these things. I'm thinking, holy shit, Summer's around here and it's been a while. This is bad. Candace is not saying Summer's been taken. She's like, will you please help me find, I'm like, I'm looking, I'm on it, whatever, you know. And then here's Dawn popping up on the damn phone in this calm ass, freaky tone that makes me immediately go, what the fuck? To a degree you can't imagine. But that's when I realized, oh, there's the whole ass other person I thought was in the vehicle with Candace as she was coming down the hill. No, it was Dawn. Fucking cell phone the whole time. And well, somebody had to tell him to shut up, didn't they? They were getting ready to, and they seen me in the road. So, it's odd. I find that real odd. How can you go from this moment of where they're both talking to each other so loud, more emotion than I'd heard or seen from them since? I mean, they were just whatever, super fucking loud to SLB going, and they had to. There had to be a moment there in a second where Candace seen me and told Dawn to shut the fuck up. Had to be. Because Dawn was extremely quiet and stayed that way until. Why do that? Why tell him to shut up? Why tell him to be quiet? Why was he quiet? I don't know. Can't say that's somebody better than I to figure out. To me, you'd continue talking, you'd pull up to this part, all this shit, and it wouldn't be a thing, right? Unless you don't want people to hear what you're saying or the conversation to continue that was extraordinarily loud. You don't want anybody else to hear that. You didn't expect anybody else to hear that, right? It's an oopsies moment of some variety. Something, right? So then, you know, I know what Candace says to me is not, oh, Summer's taken, Summer's whatever. None of that is what she says. No, nothing like that. Dawn, in this weird ass tone. Because you're telling me somebody took my baby girl? No, bitch. It's not what I said. Said I heard a scream. There you go. Instantly using it as a jumping off platform and kick of a pebble and punt. Which makes my brain go, what the fuck? The weird tone alarmed me. And then as Candace drove away and pulled away from me, went that motherfucker. Motherfucker, maybe Kevin got her, had somebody else. I mean, those are, but I still, yeah, I'm the other witness, a neighbor, get in, we're looking and search for Summer. Still thinking, she's hurt, she's around here, she's been left behind, we'll find her in just a minute. And then she was not. She was not. And then shit just gets wilder from there, And it continues. It's been years worth of it now. You know, and so many other things. You know that. I mean, y'all can hear the scanner traffic, right? It's not reported that. Like, why in the hell would you call police and just be like, oh, well, went on a walk or went next door to my mom's to fix her new brush, whatever fuck, I don't know. Who knows what's actually all in the. I don't know. I just. have a lot of thoughts about a lot of things. It's like recently coming up on certain pieces I hadn't heard before because I steered clear of the others. Um, Still do. I don't go listen to every word they say. Um, Whether that be detrimental or otherwise, I guess. But for the longest time, I did so that we stayed clear of one another, and I didn't taint my own brain with bullshit, especially knowing most are full of bullshit, always have been, always will be, and definitely were the 15th forward. Jello, mud, chaos, you know. And then as days, weeks, months progress, you see these same people playing hoaxes and false shit. And one thing to real media versus YouTube and masks and all kinds of shit. I just, you know, fairy tale up shit, butterflied shit, manipulated shit, those like prayer garden, skulls, and shares and everybody else helping along the way. From very earliest days until still are. Fuck with shit on purpose and right for and do for, and I just, you just get these levels of tampering that you can see relate to things you experience, especially in real time as you're really living there, and that were having, you didn't know at the time, you'd wonder, where in the fuck did this come from? Or what? And there'd be moments where even you, law enforcement, neighbors, you don't laugh because you're like, what the fuck kind of shit is this and where did it come from? And they'd be like, I know, but. And then you can piece it together later on, knowing that it was these players involved from the very first. Um, that were pumping this shit into certain ears or through law enforcement or doing all this shit that were having very real effects on Summer's actual case and even filtering down to what we were all being asked and there and time taken off of what could have been real questions and real this and that instead of horseshit. Um, it's infuriating, man. But until time passed, you had no way of really piecing all of it together to a bunch of different degrees. Um, and knowing how everything changed. Well, I can't say everything yet. Yeah. How things were not okay and this realm was having an effect. How certain locals were playing in as well, even in the first minutes and hours before this place got its hooks in real good after midnight. Started to really insert and track and hunt and try to acquire all of us. Um, how certain locals here instantly with YouTubes and associations with AV and others here in this realm had little channels already feeding them info, and they were trying to get as close as they could to command posts, the searchers, the agents, the cops, everywhere. First night, all the days, something really fucking wrong with it all. Something very wrong with it all. Anyway, so I thought we'd do I don't know, a Dora the Explorer mission. A scattered one, but one nonetheless. On hmm, actually, to go back a bit to the bit, because I think I skipped over that squirrel stuff. Got a little lost there, scattered. But recently, I hear a piece I hadn't heard before because I tried to keep myself separate. Now, by the time it's said, I know that that person, because, well, they had a habit of staying out of that roadway. And eyeballs deep in social media and studying it from that way, but we're terrified to come on the road. They, much like Jose and a few of the pretenders, were in there also. They had ways to add in shit they heard online while studying all this. I don't know why in the fuck you did it or whatever, right? If you really want to know what was happening, why in the fuck wouldn't you stay on the road? Be where you were actually needed and the most help to Ellie and otherwise. Instead, why are you out there and on social media studying it to seemingly hear? And I don't know. And at that point, the only ones really on social media were, well, C and D. And after a few days, obviously, comes, you know, Hunter, Ellie, Marlena, blah, 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 you know. But, yeah, you spend a little bit of time, you keep coming to people's driveways and shit, and places you ought not really be. And even we knew, and you're coming up freaking out. It's like, oh, here it comes to try to suck information. Yeah, you knew what it was up to. But either way, because of that, you don't know if it's things that it's woven in and fed back out as bullshit and all this other, as it comes into contact with tragedy pimps and interviews and all this other garbage, you know, fades out. Quite a few months after someone vanishes. Or if it's legit. But the piece you catch recently within the past few days is question being asked of them were the kids left alone a lot. The response to that is an abuse. And it was, I think, at the same time being asked, but it was, yeah, witnessed kids being abused is what the response was, blah, blah. Then it was, the kids left alone a whole lot, this and the other. On that, it gets a response of, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. And as an example, it goes in to a story about how, I've been up there, um, and at first it says, looks through the windows, right? But it changes that before it can finish it to the door. It says the boys are whatever naked. There's a mattress. There's a blanket. No stair. I don't know. Then changes that. Goes no. Well, I tried knocking on their doors, but Candace was there, but didn't answer the door. Why had that in there after the questions asked? You're like, oh yeah, they were left alone all the time. You were going to give an example of that. And that example is going to be being up there, seeing the boys naked, etc., through the windows. The only windows that you could really see through at the time were the basement ones. Right? Then probably realized that probably didn't look so hot. So then you start changing mid thing at windows to door, then to, oh, Candace home. She just was refusing to answer the door. Wait, what? And how would you know she was home? She didn't answer the door. Were you watching prior to that? How would you know whether she was or wasn't if she didn't answer the damn door? Weird, huh? And then, yeah, I think, I wonder if it wasn't added in because they started realizing, oh, this kind of looks bad. Thought. So I didn't, yeah, suddenly came to some, but that's, why do you do that? When you were starting to give a story about how you'd witnessed the children, And then it's just the voice, which would put that at certain years and times now, wouldn't it? Then the addition of, oh, I was up there because I was angry about this tree and a fence and all this. But I know that that's bullshit. That's bullshit. The tree and fence stuff also has nothing to do with Candace. Then you add in the shed. And then it's Andy Paul. Well, yeah, and damn good and well, I had nothing to do with it either. And you got the receipts on it even that way back. Yeah. And then you go, what the fuck? So it goes from what's going to be given as an example of how the children were left alone to, and then realizing probably before, yeah, yeah. your mouth spoke, but that probably didn't look too good that you viewed children in the basement through a window. Um, if they were young, la la, which would put it at certain years. Um, and boy, that tree fence thing, it sure does put it at certain years. Anyway, but either way, to know whether, even if the example from the beginning is meant to be, the kids are there alone all the time. Okay? You start out with one story and you're like, uh-oh, that don't look good. You know, A, how do you know they're there alone? And then you cover that by going, well, Candace was there, but wouldn't answer the door. Well, how the fuck would you know that if she didn't answer the door and you couldn't see her? You wouldn't. You either watched it before or whatever, to even know that the boys were there alone is the first example you're going to get, but then it didn't sound good. And you're like, oh, well, Candace is there, one answer the door. So how the fuck would you know unless you're watching? Either way you go, you'd have to be watching, wouldn't you? Exactly. And then it's but no, C&D weren't responsible. I went down to the shed because, well, that guy was responsible. Then why in the fuck were you up on C&D's looking through the windows with the kids? I'm gonna blame him because she had shit to talk about. What the fuck? No. But then you go, oh, well, here's this guy and he's got a record and he's staying in the shed and he's a predator, but he's the one responsible for it. That's not true either. With that, then puts those people in there, right? And maybe makes people go, okay, pay attention to all this other bullshit instead of breaking this down for what the fuck that it is. Right. Anyway, that would put shit at certain years. All that. It would put it at the same years we were experiencing the highest amount of peep and tom activity over on 125 as well, which slowed after Summer's birth, but definitely after she reached a certain age, it uh, almost went into a not happening any longer state, right? Because we went through this not just like once or twice, but for years. So people don't seem to understand this peep and tom thing was not just once or twice. This was continual for years. This was happening, especially during certain seasons. And it had to be somebody close enough to watch, access properties, know enough about animals, dogs, traverse those properties, even with matters where it could barely be percepted, if at all, but could damn sure be seen and knew how to stand right up against the damn window to where I couldn't see their face, but they definitely wanted it to cause terror and to be known. Also, like Monsters told you and backed me up on it, was happening. It was real. Other neighbors knew about it for years. Um, and there were indeed weird ass gifts showing up. So, anyway, power moves. Fucking terrifying. But only so many are going to be close enough to watch our patterns and cycles. No, aren't they? To degrees to where they'd know even when Monster was leaving in and out for unplanned last minute work trips, banging bitches, old ones on boats, pretending to be working cycles. You know, So, and then to fuck with our dogs in the way in which was occurring, all these other things, you know. I just, there's only gonna be so many that are capable of that. Now, I've got to go back and find the dates. I thought it was because of something I'd said that Don had potentially then added in shit. When he said it, still could be that. But I need to know when that moment took place and line it up with dates to see if certain other things line up. Very good Lord, it's a digging problem. But I think I know I've got to. Because, you know, I remember at the time being like, man, did that happen because of what I said? They heard it and they had it in. But it would put, and it's John talking about peeping Toms over there, right? At their windows. But by that point, had the other one over here already set up. And just Dawn and them hearing that one say he was looking through windows, but changing it before he could fully finish the word to door. Um, or was it because Dawn had heard, you know, that's just said it? I don't know what to correct. And when you know all of them to be weaving and bobbing and doing weird shit and just being them. Dates when others set it around here for it to be studied or intaken or woven from are going to matter. But it would very much. You know, when that conversation included the words, well, something about all the children in their whole lives, and that person being around them since they really moved there. In this year, which also dates jail sentence, all these things don't really add up technically, but whatever. Anyway, and much like cow and critters or whatever, they do the whole rose bullshit too, and it's not possible. It's just, you know, some people are just some people around this realm. But, and it includes all that. And they go back to earliest examples of children being left alone. And then looking in at the boys when they're smaller, that really does indeed put that in the same years that the years around us would have been, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know how to take it. But it concerns me. It does. I just, there's a few other things that I don't like. Anyway, so, to finish that note off that I got scrolled on a bit ago, I find a little something in there amongst the bullshittery, even if half of it's woven, seen, studied. There's something in there. Between crazy like foxes and faking and people just being whatever and mud and jello and bullshit. There's something in there. And because I know these fuckers well enough and I've known some almost my entire damn life, tone changes apply, things matter, you can smell scents on stuff others would have a harder time doing. So, anyway, now, as the rest of the store, the Explorer thing, I find things around here with certain folks. I sure do. And by that I mean the goofball bullshit that is YouTube tragedy pimps, true crime, same shit, different day around. And since I'm not around here to win um, popularity contests, or have ever been, and I don't really care who I piss off, how many videos they want to do, whatever, I just, and because I'm not around here for the subs, clicks, likes, views, shares, any of that shit, well, I tend to speak, uh, come hell or high water, just how it is. The rest are just what they are. Alright, so, that's, mm, I don't know where to begin, because I've been a little bit everywhere today.
You ever just look at them and think, they like it when another statement analyst agrees with my opinion, whether it's, forensics or we no living.
I think this was today's. And I've listened to it fully. I don't think I've ever listened to a full length in this dude, but whatever.
Being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life. I think they probably are aware of who's around them that is dangerous. And the fact that they're not telling us that, the fact that the Wells have displayed zero curiosity about.
Now here's the thing. You know what? No, I'm just gonna do this thing for me.
The workers who are on the property. Zero curiosity about the. I think they probably are aware of who's around them that is dangerous. And the fact that they're not telling us that, the fact that the Wells have displayed zero curiosity about the workers who are on the property, zero curiosity about their friends, zero curiosity about the grandma who lived on the property, or each other.
Now we all know that's not really true. They have touched on those. Hell, Candace and Dawn have even blamed each other. Even recently, your statements like that. When the whole Morlock Herbert thing come out, that much bullshit. Um, Candace saying, yeah, I wanted to go ask, but I was afraid, and blah, blah, that they would tell Dawn and whatever. No, I don't think Dawn's responsible, but I think somebody knows is. I mean, look, those two have, when they, whatever cycle they're in, it's like Dawn is placed on Candace's list of people she has problems with. Um, Dawn said the same. Look, so it's not true. Then they have been like, well, hell, the tree brush cutters have been like, whatever. So,
other. Right.
But also you've got to think, well, half of the stuff is all aimed by everybody, but right now it's literally been everybody that's been blamed, except for that freaking horse, and even the poor horse down there got loose behind the press conference. I think it's been blamed at points.
Right, Don.
And they've accused even YouTubers, you know, which whatever, right? Whatever. Okay, on.
Allegedly wasn't there when Summer was kidnapped. He doesn't have any questions about what Candace and the grandma might have done. What actually happened to Summer Wells? I'm Deception Detective. I'm an attorney trained in statement analysis, and this channel exists to expose.
He's an attorney. Fairly young. He should be able to make more offline with that. Don't you think? But okay, let's carry.
Lies and manipulation. In today's video, we'll analyze the finale of.
He's been trained. By who? Where? What degree? What people trained him? Who taught him? Oh no.
Of Dr. Phil's interview with Summer's parents, the property. Zero curiosity about their friends. Zero curiosity about the grandma who lived on the property or each other. Right? Dawn allegedly wasn't there when Summer was kidnapped. He doesn't have any questions about what Candace and the grandma might have done. What actually happened to Summer Wells? I'm Deception Detective. I'm an attorney trained in statement analysis, and this channel exists to expose lies and manipulation. In today's video, we'll analyze the finale of Dr. Phil's interview.
Yeah, now I think about it, I'm kind of curious. Hold on. What remains here? Let's see what remains. It can be seen. Because I'll tell you, not everything remains. Oh, Liver King. Oh, yeah. Popular and popular. Blah, blah. Alright. Let's see. No, Joe, can't get popular. Oh, Sliver do this. Blah, blah. Okay.
Detective here teaching how to detect lies. I'm a new channel, so please like and subscribe if you find this content valuable and want more statement analysis videos like this. Today we are covering the question, is Liver King lying about being natural? So without, hey YouTube, it's the Deception Detective here teaching how to detect lies. I'm a new channel, so please like and subscribe if you find this content valuable and want more statement analysis videos like this.
So it was a year ago? But that's when he had to take his hiatus. Remember. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he was fully aware, so it's okay. At this point, he was doing Liver King. Um, so he says he's a what?
It's the Deception Detective here teaching how to detect lies. I'm a new channel, so please like and subscribe if you find this content.
So he doesn't introduce himself as a lawyer trained in. Okay. And these. Alright.
Valuable and want more statement analysis videos like this. Today we are covering the question, is Liver King lying about being natural? So without further ado, let's begin. Oh, what the?
Okay. Hmm.
Hey YouTube, it's a Deception Detective here teaching you how to detect lies. I'm a new channel, so please like and subscribe if you find this content valuable and want more statement analysis videos like this. Today we are covering the question, is Hans Niemann lying about cheating? Without further ado, let's begin.
No mention of law you're trained in. Okay. All right.
Hey YouTube, it's a Deception Detective here teaching you how to detect lies. I'm a new channel, so please like and subscribe if you find this content valuable and want more statement analysis videos like this. Today we are covering the question, did Steve from the Milk Boys act?
No mention of being a lawyer you're trained in. Okay.
Hey YouTube, it's the Deception Detective here teaching you how to detect lies. I am a new channel, so please like and subscribe if you find this content valuable and want more statement analysis videos like this.
No mention of. All right.
A year ago, offered from the age of 22 to 26, you were picked down to build the foundation, and now you're not. So it's annoying. I wish that universal test.
Okay. Now the video intro is changed. He plays a little clip of whatever's coming up first, and it says statement analysis expert on the screen. No mention of being a lawyer. Okay.
Hey YouTube, it's a Deception Detective here teaching you how to detect lies. I am a new channel, so please like and subscribe if you want more statement analysis like this. Today we are covering the question, is Mike Thurston natty or not? We'll be looking at a clip from Chris Williamson's podcast. So without further ado, let's see.
Okay. So now he starts introducing himself as a statement analyst. All right. But not a lawyer. Oh, Liver King and Logan Paul. Look at that.
I brought in one of our first. Hey, everyone. Our
Social media hot topic.
research department tells me that this is the best performing mid ad ever.
Algorithm shit.
Is Liver King natty? That's what he said.
Yeah.
I think he was like TikTok age. They say natty.
Yeah, well, first thing I'm now you're giving me a sidetrack, but I'll say this. Do you think if I was on steroids, I would have these fucking appendages down here, these legs?
Alright, once again on the screen is statement analysis expert. Okay.
Hey YouTube, it's the Deception Detective here teaching you how to detect lies. I'm a new channel, so please subscribe if you want more statement analysis videos like this. Today we are covering the question, is the Liver King natty or not? We'll be looking at an interesting clip from his appearance on Logan Paul's Impulse. So without further ado, let's listen. That are convinced.
No introduction as a lawyer. Alright. Alright. Oh. Look at this.
I have nothing to hide. I will show my controller. I will do a Monty cam, but I'm not going to do this forever. I don't owe this to anybody. Nobody owes anybody anything in life. And I'm doing this just so it could calm down the harassment. But I know that in doing this, this is not going to stop. I know that at the end of the day, the people that want to see me fail are only there to see me fail. They don't really care if I am quote unquote cheating or not.
Once again, screen says statement analysis expert. No mention of a lawyer.
Hello detectives. In today's video, I'm going to show you how Nadia Amine admitted to cheating on Warzone and didn't even realize it. If this is your first time here, I'm the Deception Detective. I'm an attorney who has been trained in statement analysis, and this channel is all about teaching you how to spot liars.
No, he's an attorney. And he's been trained. Interesting. But that's not in the title or the intro. That grew to eventually say it, now is it? Now, like I said, it's rather strange that somewhere in this, I heard this dude say that he was here for the initial everything about Summer Wells. Then he had to take a break for a year. Then he comes back. Looks like when he came back, he was still, or whatever. He was doing mostly pop culture, celebrity oriented, algorithm, hot topic stuff. Cause, yeah, okay. Alright. Sure. And then you have, and despite his proclamation at one point that he was watching true crime, aware of it, where summer he was still concentrating on celebrity, hot topic, algorithm based bullshit when he comes back in here. Alright, so then a year, blah blah blah, year. Not much is left behind from the year until, most of these are a minute long, 2 minute, 15, 16 minute videos. Then it vanishes. No content for 7 months. And then all of a sudden, it's, true crime vids. Right? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, okay. I don't know how to take that one, but either way. Wow, suddenly swapped to true crime. Holy shit. Okay. Alright, let's see what this intro is. It's from whatever left.
The time is right. Let him have it, fellas. We need your help. We'd like you to.
Hello, detectives. Welcome to the first episode of the Deception Detective podcast. In today's video, I'm going to teach you how to. Hello, detectives. Welcome to the first episode of the Deception Detective podcast. In today's video, I'm going.
How is it the first episode? He'd already 8 months. Look, he was already calling us. You know what? Whatever. Whatever. It's fine.
To teach you how to spot a sadist. Specifically, we're going to look at a compilation video made by Tesmosis of Ruby Frank's worst moments. If you're not familiar with Ruby Frank, she's a YouTuber.
Okay. Few says. And then about let's 2 months ago. No longer than that. He in November starts on the cans, whatever, catches Pat Brown's attention, which is weird. I'd mentioned Butch Harper. So anyway, here we go.
So unless I make substantial money in Australia, I can't actually sue. Who knew? I thought that's the craziest thing I've ever heard, but that's their law. So in spite of the fact I did have an attorney and was going after them, it crashed and burned because I couldn't leak.
This hmm. 3 months ago, he's still on. And 3 months ago. And then he starts with that whole, the only way to communicate is by tagging folks in the title, and that way everything's out in the open. And stuff begins, looks like around the time he does that with Pat Brown, he catches her attention. Then after that, really begins his community posts. He's clearly aware of Summer because he puts her as an option to vote on in there. uh, and then really, if you notice, this guy, most of his, well, thumbnails are created and come from the interview and Dr. Phil, behavior panel, right? Segments, etc. First interviews, all this. Very heavily concentrated on you know, behavior panel moments and stuff. And it seems to be, at least from the few, and yeah, even the first few minutes of each live, he talks about the behavior panel, or one of the guys on it, this here, proclaims though that the only way he knows about any of this is, lies. Oh, just comments from his subscribers and yada yada, but he doesn't even like what they do with behaviorals, and body language and blah blah. But he seems awful damn determined to get them to pay attention to him, or to tag them, or to whatever, add them until they pay attention, or in titles, every thumbnail's got to do with their stuff, and proclaims ignorance of and new to, but he's clearly from the thumbnails saying these things. He's like, oh no, we're going over this interview for the first time. I've never heard of it. Yet the thumbnails are from it. Yeah, you can't make good damn sense of it, honestly. So whatever. Anyway, except for somebody seems to be wanting the attention. Somebody far larger than Pat Brown, eh? Why? How do they not spot a bones for a bones strip? But they're a lawyer. I guess they started, instead of referring to themselves as an attorney when they eventually came into play out of their mouth, but not written on their screen, they swapped from the word attorney to lawyer. You'd think, like most I know, they pick one or the other. It's not really interchangeable in the language. This one went from attorney to then lawyer. Whatever. So, anyway, words communicate. The description of oneself. What you do for a living, I guess you can change words with it. But it becomes pretty consistent with lawyer, it looks like, and all the newer bits. Not attorney. As was first description out of the gate. Looks like, anyway. And then why was it not saying it was either of those? Like, a year ago. I'd like to know who and where and what and everything around who trained it. Taught it. Anybody heard anything? Does it ever say in any of the videos? Does it ever say where its law degrees from? What college, anything like that either? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Dora the Explorer stuff. I'm curious. Alright. Let's see. Is how important are inconsistencies the supposed first bit on summer? You know what? No, I think the suspects project their guilt was the first. I don't know. Allegedly supposed. Oh, no. We're on today's, right? Okay. We'll carry on. We're going to go today's.
You ever just look at them and think, yeah.
Told many times that their views don't quite align with.
Now look, I know inflation has been.
I still can't make it make sense that some guy trained in and a lawyer would float over to Old Bones and be communicating with that in tags and not be able to see that for what it was, but okay. You're going to work with that. Okay. Seems like something a well-seasoned professional would do, doesn't it? It'd head right over to that for all it's worth. No, I don't. I mean, I wouldn't. I wouldn't taint or tarnish myself. I'd just. It's whatever, man.
Everyone's wallet's hard recently. If you're a little strict.
But if you want to, I don't know, if you can catch the attention of Pat Brown, then, well, didn't Ryan do the same thing, though? Ain't that how that worked, too, at the same exact time Deception was coming in? They both made a beeline to Zig? That's weird, isn't it? I guess if you want to toehold into the summer comedian eyes, as you're getting ready to start doing Summer Wells content, I guess that's a jumping stone, isn't it? Like, and where some of the most gullible reside to follow it over for clicks, likes, and views. I'd say it is. Alright. And then for the rest of these jackasses to build up. Much like Ryan, it looks like this one wholly dumped it off after it was done with it, though. But I don't find the platform jump a coincidence. And by whom and where.
Strapped on the Georges? We've got your back. There's a
Weird deal that one keeps building the worst shit amongst this community. PGs, the Ryans, the whatever, false GCS shit. All these things. That doesn't seem strange to anybody. Anybody? For years now.
an easy, affordable payment plan at the bottom of the page.
Property. Zero curiosity about their friends. Zero curiosity about the grandma who lived on the property or each other. Right? Don allegedly wasn't there when Summer was kidnapped. He doesn't have any questions about what Candace and the grandma might have done. What actually happened to Summer Wells? I'm Deception Detective. I'm an attorney trained in statement analysis, and this channel exists to expose.
I always went back to them. Is it interchangeable? Okay, fine.
Lies and manipulation. In today's video, we'll analyze the finale of Dr. Phil's interview with Summer's parents, Don and Candace Wells, which also includes two of the guys from the behavior panel. This is the fourth video I've made analyzing their appearance on Dr. Phil, as well as the 9th video in my Summer Wells series. You can find the link to this playlist in the description. Without further ado, let's listen.
That there's trafficking that goes on.
Yeah.
People take children, and I hate to even say this because it's such a horrible thing to think about, but they take children and they sell them. They sell them into all different kinds of different lives, whether it's sex trade, slave trade, different things. That happens here in LA, it happens there.
What Dr. Phil is saying here is one of the theories we have in this case. So if you've followed this series since my first video, we've come to a few theories of what could have happened to Summer, and they are among the most extreme and bizarre theories on the channel, just because this whole situation is extremely bizarre. And it's bizarre based on nothing but the parents' own words. So be mindful when I say that what Dr. Phil says about...
Nah, but that's the thing. If you're looking for the truth, you realize not all of those words belong to the parents. They belong to YouTubers and weavers, storytellers and ass kissers and manipulators and cons and criminals, speech writers and weirdos surrounding them. Now, don't you? Which makes it damn near impossible to break down anything for you, Iron. Even maybe real experts. Maybe that's the purpose. Hell, I don't know. Maybe it's always been the purpose. Now, I have caught little bits of this fellow today, and he says he's not into behavior analysis and body movements and all that. He doesn't believe in it. He's there to break down statements. Right. Because he's an attorney or a lawyer trained in. Well, why then would he not go back to some of the cleanest or first actual interviews with Don and otherwise? They're audio only. Or, well, I mean, but then you also have a couple of interviews with Don early on the first few days that he's obviously visible in front of cameras. Why are all the thumbnails not taken from them? no behavior panel, which this guy doesn't really believe in. They're not there or involved. Why wouldn't you go back to the original statements and start breaking down those, or visual representations of behaviors? Why wouldn't you do that? If you're all about the statement analysis aspect, why would you only be concentrating on, I don't know, Dr. Phil, behavior panel? Which you don't even really like, according to this dude. If you're there to find the truth, why wouldn't you go back to the origin points? The first thing said, if you're there for a statement, and the cleanest and first things, why wouldn't you do that? Is it because the name Jeff Bobo is not as algorithm oriented as Atten the behavior panel or Dr. Phil thumbnails? Maybe. That maybe doesn't sell decks of cards for almost $100 pop. DD merch? I'm not sure really. Bobo and Ansley and the rest, they aren't worth tagging. They wouldn't. I'm not sure really. But it's an interesting question to pose. One you all should probably think about. Carrying on.
Then potentially selling Summer or allowing someone to take her, someone they know to take her in order to sell her. I don't come to that conclusion lightly. It is a possibility simply because the parents themselves have spoken in a way that allows it to be a possibility, and have even said themselves in other interviews that it is a possibility.
And they ask you about organized crime.
Mm-hmm.
When Scott asked you about the cornbread mafia, you got very upset when he asked you about that. Why did that upset you so much? Scott asked you about the cornbread mafia. You got very upset when he asked you about that. Why did that upset you so much?
Because I don't even know what that is.
Sorry?
I've never even heard of it. I don't even know what it is.
And why would it upset you so much?
Because it sounds horrible.
Just thinking her in her mind, feeling like she's being interrogated, bothers her because she loves her daughter with all her heart. She spent a lot of quality time with her every day, thank God. She took a lot of pictures.
Well, why don't you let her in?
Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah, no shit.
Whether you like Dr. Phil or not, in this interview here, he did a great job. So in the other three parts, he speaks as if he believes their story, and I think that's because the entire time he knew he had to keep them in the green room. He had to make sure they didn't storm out, and he needed them to stay on stage in order to complete the interview. That's the only way you can get information from someone.
Now, as a lawyer, Vinny Variety, you can't think of a better reason that might have been done, bro. You're not thinking in justice system, cogs of wheels, tools term. You're thinking in TV and whatever. Okay.
Someone. You have to butter them up a little bit. And you even have to act like you're believing their story. So do I believe that Dr. Phil thinks these parents are innocent? No. Do I think they're innocent? No. The other interesting detail with this series is, if you followed my channel for a while, you know that I discount body language. I think it's a distraction. I think it's unreliable.
Now, you just heard him say he discounts body language and everything's distraction, etc. But yet, there is with us saying, okay, the reason we think our response to this is whatever is based on. And then he is like, okay, well, you know, which is it, bro?
For detecting deception. And two of the guys on this episode are on the behavior panel, which is why I say featuring the behavior panel in this video. Because I want to give them credit for being on the show, and I've actually been surprised how much I agree with lots of their analysis in this series. However, from my comments, ever since I started doing this series, my subscribers, you guys have told me that the behavior panel has a different opinion on this case than I do. And
it's always that, isn't it? You ever hear these creators talking? I've mentioned this a million times. Almost every creator you see. It'll be, well, my comment, my subs, my chatter saying la 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 la. It'll be one person. It'll be whatever, you know? Or it'll be them putting it that way it sounds better. Or it puts it off on. I just, I have
in this
flavor for
finale,
that.
I want to see what their actual opinion is. And if we don't see it in this finale, I'm going to have to analyze one of their videos analyzing someone else's actual opinion is. And if we don't see it in this finale, my subscribers, you series is, if you followed my channel for a while, you know that I discount body language. I think it's a distraction. I think it's unreliable for detecting deception. And two of the guys on this episode are on the behavior panel, which is why I say featuring the behavior panel in this video. Because I want to give them credit for being on the show, and I've actually been surprised how much I agree with lots of their analysis in this series. However, from my comments, ever since I started doing this series, my subscribers, you guys have told me that the behavior panel has a different opinion on this case than I do. And in this finale, I want to see what their actual opinion is. And if we don't see it in this finale, I'm going to have to analyze one of their videos analyzing someone else's interview about Summer Wells. Because I've been told many times that they're...
And that right there means he's fully aware of the behavior pattern. And that they have done many things on their own channel separate of Dr. Phil, breaking down and analyzing all the interviews, statements, etc. of C&D. From the very first days before they ever even met Candace and Dawn on Dr. Phil, or did their things right before them going to Dr. Phil, until after. And, well, that would mean he is aware that they do not, I don't think, believe the same things they said they did on Dr. Phil. Okay? You can see that Peter Hyatt, who is a statement analyst, before ever even meeting Candace, does not bite. You can see after that, the behavior panel does their own pieces, what are still available, many times going over, well, guess what? Just like he said, he's never watched from whatever, but, law. But for some reason is where they have done breakdowns of other people's interviews that were conducted with C. That's weird, isn't it? But no, it's the commenters, it's the subs, it's the members who are pulling all the things, isn't it? But yet, the dude said he was around the first, I don't know, year and a half of summer case up here on YouTube, and then he's poofed, and then he came back for a bit, and then there's like a 7-month hiatus again. And whatever. 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 It's cool.
Their views don't quite align with mine, and I want to know how they got to that viewpoint. And one reason I want to know how they got to that viewpoint is, like any
What viewpoint? You're saying you're going to need to finish the finale to see what their viewpoint and final one is. Like it's a surprise to you. I'm confused. It's almost as if you know what their viewpoint is. Probably not by subsequent. But even if it is, it means you're aware that their viewpoint already is not going to align with yours. So then you're going to have to go make your way over to what you know exists, which is their breakdowns unit of other people's interviews. So, too bad your subs members and such haven't told you that those are vastly different from what occurred on Dr. Phil. Too bad they've not informed you of that, huh? Otherwise, you could just skip the whole process and stop whatever this is and thumbnails. I mean, you could have jumped right to that. And then why? You don't believe in half of what the guys are doing on the behavior panel. You don't believe in what they're trained in. Sounds like you should probably just be listening to Peter Hyatt. Not the whole behavior panel, but the behavior panel has far more subs and likes and stuff, doesn't it? Than just Peter alone. I don't know, man. Has a feel to it. All this could have been skipped. And hey, get this. No shit. No shit. They're real profilers. Body language experts, behavioral analysts, all the things involved in Summer's case. Behind the scenes and not on YouTube. They've been involved for quite a few years now. I'm perplexed. Now, for me, I think I'd go to Peter Hyatt before I'd. Yeah. And I do. Randomly, but I don't like the fact that he associates with folks around here, but whatever. But it is what it is, I guess. But not as often as rest, and he didn't feel the need to go around every day being on places like Bones or anywhere. So there's that. Although that soft girl thing, man. Yikes. But at least they can say they were, or were trained by or around the realms of the best in the world. There's that. I've still yet to figure out where this fellow's trained at by degrees held on. I have a question. Do the behavior panel, I don't know that I'm aware or not, but, you know what, let's go take a gander. I'm curious. Okay.
Did you make Kate?
Okay. They have merch. It's mostly t-shirts, mugs, and a sticker. Nothing astronomically priced. No decks of cards to help people out here solve crimes. No tarot decks of stupidity needed either. Alright, so there's that. Good luck. Mm-hmm. Well, you got a hat and a deck of cards. Okay. Almost $100 for those cards. Wow. Freaking hats. Oh, it makes my eyes hurt. It's like a stroke of it. Let's see what else we got. Okay. Video collab with, blah, blah. Copy, shout outs. Okay. Alright. Whatever, you know.
Sort of science, any sort of methodology, whether it's forensics or what we do here, which is a combination of statement analysis, logic, critical thinking, formal logic.
Mathematical. Yeah, break that shit down. When you know something includes a description, things like syllogisms can apply. Sure. You say that. Okay.
Just statistical Bayesian thinking. is you want to be able to replicate the
Oh dear. I just
analysis. So I like it when another statement analyst agrees with my opinion. So once I
he likes it when another statement agrees with his opinion. Okay, of course he does. But what if the statement analysts have already done all this shit and then you just do whatever and then make it sound like you're coming to the same conclusion among whatever people think that you're new to this and that you're on a new walk and path forward that meets with one of your little idols who happens to be on the behavior panel. I'm not sure. It's like I tell a great movie ago, like we were talking about earlier, the studying and the ability to do that with a great deal. I mean, like, look how much info. I mean, we're not on day one, folks. Anybody can come along at this point and be like, oh, I'm new, but yet they're not. And then walk it backwards and pretend that it's all new news to them. It ain't. But then make you think they're like, I just don't understand. Oh my God, they reached the same conclusion. 3.5 years in, people are trying to clearly get attention. Oh, what? How did they come to that same conclusion? Are they just parroting the words of little heroes or people they're trying to get the attention of? No, people would never do that around here. Never.
form an opinion on something, I'm happy to go check what other statement analysts say to see if we agree, right? I don't like to check beforehand because that could bias my analysis. So it's nice to see that it can be replicated.
But yeah, you have comments and stuff on and clearly read them from your sub members, whatever. And that you, at least, even if that is the bare minimum, you then know what is being said by those people. Clearly, if you're on a mission, so therefore you know what those analysts have determined. What you're gearing for, gearing against, or whatever. See, you're already tainted. So all this is real unnecessary, isn't it?
Also, that it can be reproduced. So if we...
What do you mean reproduced? It's already been done. And you can clearly see it and go down. And I mean, you mean reproduce. You're not reproducing. It's not what this is. Well, I mean, it's okay.
Analyze another case like the McCanns, which is also still an open investigation, or the Ramseys, which is still an open investigation. If what we apply here leads us to a similar conclusion, looking for the same things.
Because that's not in.
None of these people go on at this point and go, oh, well, if we're all led to the same conclusion 3 years ago. No. This has that Moselle feel to it, doesn't it? I just...
Interrogating you, it's we're trying to help you find your daughter. I started this out by saying I don't think you hurt your daughter. I'm standing up for you. I'm saying I don't think you hurt your daughter, but I'm going to look under every rock. I'm going to go down every trail. I'm going to investigate everything. And if you want to find her, you would be right there beside me saying, right, Doc, let's turn this rock over. Let's ask this person. Let's consider this. It doesn't make sense to me that, I mean, you got up and left the interview when he asked you about that, and I didn't understand that.
So Dr. Phil, once again, is correct here. And I know that my subscribers and members are about 50-50 on Dr. Phil. And I think that's because he performs about 50-50. Here, I think he's doing a great job of...
Dr. Phil's shit. Let's be real. He's a fucking deviant. With a, at best, checkered past. People around the country can watch this dude all they want for all the decades they want. Like, nah. But as tools go, and with people who do what they do, and are maybe starstruck by shit like that, or by somebody like that clearing one way or the other, doing whatever, then sure, whatever it takes. But if that's what it takes to pull certain stuff into realms, so be it.
Leaking his true opinion and displaying his true opinion to people who are smart enough to recognize that he's duping the Wells, while convincing the Wells he believes them, or that he's a big softy and he's going to let them get away with everything. Whereas, if you followed my other series about the Ramseys, he threw a ton of softballs at Burke Ramsey. And I think he did not do nearly as good a job in that situation. In that one, he did not press back on anything. So I understand that people are 50-50 on him, at least in the comments from what I've seen. And there's a reason for that. He performs about 50-50 from what we've seen.
You want to find...
Performs, you say? But also, why are some of the interviews with similar parents and others different?
Marcus is a connoisseur.
I wonder who he performs for sometimes. Mine, maybe. I actually don't wonder, because
Of anything that's free. So he was happy to read the disclaimer on...
You want to find your daughter, obviously. And it puzzles me that you get so upset about that. And, one theory is guilty knowledge, that you may know something you don't even know you know. You may be afraid of something that is so horrible you don't even want to think about it. And so you push it down and don't even want to think about it. But I want you to think about it. I want you to be willing to consider every possibility.
So look how he looks at the camera when he's saying that. I think he's trying to telegraph to the audience that's intelligent enough to realize it, what he's doing here. He's buttering them up and he's gently probing them. And this is an elicitation technique. They are not on trial here, so they're not in a witness stand where someone like me can cross-examine them and go hard at them.
nah. Hold up.
something you don't even know you know. You may be afraid of something that is so horrible you don't even want to think about it. And so you push it down and don't even want to think about it. But I want you to think about it. I want you to be willing to consider every possibility.
So how he looks at the camera when he's saying that. I think he's trying to telegraph to the audience that's intelligent enough to realize it. What he's doing here, he's buttering them up and he's gently probing them. And this is an elicitation technique. They are not on trial here, so they're not in a witness stand where someone like me can cross-examine them and go hard at them. They have every right to leave the stage here. And Dr. Phil is clearly aware of that. So any information he elicits from them has to be with their own consent. They have to cough it up to him. Now, why did Candace storm out of the interview with the behavior panel guys? We analyzed that in my last episode. What does a psychopath sound like? Personally, I think she stormed out because she has some of the traits of a psychopath, in particular.
Is he unaware of Mullins' hand in that, or Mullins' statement online about that, or others being pissed like PG that Dawn wouldn't tell the behavior panel what she told him to say the behavior, any of that? Is he unaware? What, his subs members, all them, the Hive didn't tell him? Nobody told him? Nobody told him about how Candace was also upset today because of, supposed sightings of Summer as well. Nobody's told him? Okay. So then how can you it's, I mean, I can't say I was initially aware, but became aware, and now you'd think it'd be pretty common knowledge, but these tragedy pimps don't want to talk about all that. Alright, they want to keep breaking down the same shit while leaving out all the facts around it. And their own tampering.
Kind of psychopath that is very manipulative. And they're very good at evasion and deflection. So when the behavior panel guys were asking her questions that were circling the truth or getting close to the truth, and I don't think it's any coincidence that the questions they were asking,
or that maybe, at the base of it all was a bunch of people fucking around, manipulating others, telling them to walk off or do this and everything became over, whatever, knowing they might or probably would, in order to sort of make them look guiltier on a world stage as a goddamn raging scamathon took place. And his chair and J4 and the rest fucked around with PG and the others. I just don't know, man. Just then swap out between PG and around the Dr. Phil. Just don't know, man.
were if an organized crime ring or someone they knew or someone they might have owed money to.
But I guess half the Hive in his chat that was involved in all that fuckery and had been involved in it from June 15th and for the last several years probably want him to be aware of any of that. Right? But you'd think he would be, since, at least for a year and a half he was around here watching the same Hive and players and Bones and all them put out fake shit and fuckery and whatnot. And he is very aware of, what it is.
Or had power over them, took Summer. I don't think it's any coincidence that that's where she decided to storm out and cry and make a big spectacle to get out of the interview. So if you want to see what does a psychopath sound like and how we broke down Candace, watch that episode. If you want to see how we broke down Don, because I think he's a different sort of psychopath. And I'm not a clinician, so
Psychopath's not really a word they use these days, pal. But, okay.
I can't diagnose them. The things I look for are based on the clinical definitions, but they're also criteria that I look for because I find them to be predictive. So they've worked in my analysis, and those are things I go on. If I see those things, I don't necessarily have to determine, hey, this person's a psychopath or not. I can see it and say, hey, this person has these traits, so I can expect them to act this way.
So you're unaware of the scales and where people have to fall and how many criteria they have to meet in order to be. I mean, that works before you go about calling people certain things and, yeah. Oh, okay. Got it. But you're a lawyer, an attorney? In criminal court settings for clients who, or others who may face polygraphs, interrogations, may score certain levels on these things, and you need to know as a lawyer what you might face as the person representing them. What might be brought up by prosecutors and others, and who do have knowledge of these things, would know where your clients or otherwise sit possibly in that, or could bring about experts who would. You're unaware of all this? That's weird for a fucking lawyer or an attorney who goes to court, criminal settings, to know what. You know what? Never mind. Fuck it.
So, how to catch a psychopath is the one where we break down Don. And now Dr. Phil has his own theories, which are similar to mine. She stormed out. She did it in a...
And he likes people who have opinions similar to his. And if they agree with him, doesn't he? Not big on the debates to other people who disagree. Mark says, yeah, I'm leaving that alone.
Particularly evasive way, a very manipulative, psychopathic way. And it might be because she had guilty knowledge. And that's what Dr. Phil is getting at here.
Because it's only when you think about the darkest possibilities that we can find answers. And the cornbread mafia, Scott defined that for us.
Sort of an organized crime syndicate in the South. It runs from Tennessee to Georgia. It's widespread.
Yeah, they've also went a little high tech there, Scott Rouse. But far bigger than it used to be and whatnot, but I always found it so many centered around this, especially YouTube creators, and those have been the worst parts of all this through these past several years. They're all from these same zones, the hotbeds, online or otherwise. Because, let's be real, all criminal orgs and stuff have moved online. If you think they haven't, I don't know what to tell you, but and the use of tech, especially because it contains certain buffers and laws haven't quite met tech and but I always found it a little odd A whole bunch of these little creeper YouTuber weirdos. And their biggest helpers and such come from a certain select few states. And not just the states themselves, but certain counties in very specific areas that are known to be absolute hot zones. Like, I mean, yeah. It's always been alive.
Spread. And some parts are thicker than others, but overall it's there.
And it's kind of a homegrown. This isn't out of New York or Miami or Chicago. This is a local syndicated mafia. There's a lot of meth trafficking in it. There's a lot of all sorts of things.
Yes.
And there are a lot of meth labs in that area. And this.
It just don't stay local. Nowhere it does.
This is all organized. These aren't independent.
Correct.
It's even harder to penetrate because everybody knows everybody.
Right.
That's another good point. Everybody, whether or not the cornbread mafia is a real thing, the theories we have on the table are that the parents could have sold Summer to someone, whether it's a local drug dealer that they owed money to, or someone who is in their neighborhood and can scare them and intimidate them, or can put them into his debt. That's all it takes.
His? What does he mean, his? Why this guy? He didn't say there. Now, did he? He said his. Narrowed down the neighborhood. Said his. That's strange, isn't it?
Right? It doesn't have to be some big organized crime syndicate that spans the country. It can be as simple as a local pervert to someone who has a local sex ring or is a waypoint on some sort of trafficking ring. The point is that it is very possible that they sold their daughter. I'm aware how crazy that sounds. I say it every time I mention it. Because I constantly get comments of people saying, "Hey, DD, how can you possibly say that? How can you come to that conclusion?"
Make friends at fun AARP events today. Stay connected forever. Help make sure your happiness lives as long as you do.
I come to that conclusion not lightly. Right. This is the 9th video in this series. If you want to see how we've,
well, non-videos heavily concentrated on the behavior pattern, Dr. Phil. He didn't come to this conclusion lightly, folks. All the effort. My God. He's done such wonderful work. Where the fuck is this fellow's handy dandy notebook?
first got the kernel, the first seed of that idea, watch my first video in this series. Can suspects project their guilt? And I think that will bring you up to the same speed, the same wavelength as me on this case.
once again, his opinion is, and if you watch his videos, it'll bring you up to the same speed and bring you to the same wavelength and conclusion and see to where he is. So it'll bring you to agree with him and his opinion. Make you think what he wants to. Man, he really does like it when people think exactly what he thinks. And once you come to that exact conclusion, damn, how many times does he do this?
And there is trafficking involved in that part of the country, like every other part of the country. And so one of the theories is that someone abducted her in that regard. And I don't know that. I'm just saying you have to consider that. Somebody took her for some reason.
That's been one of my theories because there's been a lot of people coming up to our house and just taking whatever at night. They come up, they knew where we were one day and they took all the tools out of my shed.
Yeah, one day during broad daylight, and wasn't just one day, was it? But then right first he goes, he's talking about all the nights, and he's like, nah, but this one day, when just when it was, it's just like was a piece I played where he was talking to Dolly a night or two ago. On the shooter seat.
And that's been one of my theories. It's someone local. There's been
on this case.
And there is trafficking involved in that part of the country, like every other part of the country. And so one of the theories is that someone abducted her in that regard. And I don't know that. I'm just saying you have to consider that. Somebody took her for some reason.
That's been one of my theories because there's been a lot of people coming up to our house and just taking whatever at night. They come up, they knew where we were one day and they took all the tools out of my shed. And that's been one of my theories. It's someone local that's been watching us.
The thing is, man, there's so much swirling during those years. But what he leaves out is him and Candace were really fucking with these people and robbing them and fucking around with them on all kinds of levels, more than once. And there's all kinds of fuck shit left out of all that. And I'm showing y'all the receipts where everybody involved in these things were robbing each other and jobs involved and Don refusing to pay people for work and people owing Candace money wildly enough and all sorts of shit, and these things suddenly get gone at a magical moment, a very short window during the daytime, and same damn spot, dog trail, everything else involved. Like, I'm just, and now I do not disagree with, and I hate to say this, but the thing is, there are obviously people around us for years. If they were capable of walking up to 125 and doing the peep and Tom shit for years, barely perceptible even to my ears at night. Having knowledge of when Monster was gone, though those were last minute things that were not announced, nobody knew he was coming or going, but to be able to watch and see him leaving, and the thing is, there's one that still strikes me sus as fuck, that even the public is unaware of, that absolutely had eyes, and I know the guy's name, I do not, anyway, but the point is that, and it's one that Fred was fucking with this dude to, pissing that off, who knows who else, stealing his cameras and doing all kinds of fuck shit and whatnot. But anyway, and it was probably mostly because he was in the path of other things weren't even gone now, but plus property shit that Fred says. But anyway, a whole lot of things in there. But the thing is that, and I mean, this guy was one of many Fred would do that too through the years. So, yeah. And I'm just saying that so that Bones doesn't go, hey, dear Fred, who's this person she's talking about? Because Fred would have to list so fucking many, so good luck with that. May the odds be ever in your favor. And, well, if he does that, then that's just gonna, all the reports and things made on that over years, he did not, I just let him do as he will, as he wants, whatever. Anyway, so the thing is, whoever had eyes on us to that degree could have absolutely had eyes on 110 to that same degree. Somebody knew those properties. If they knew 125, they'd know 110. They knew the woods, they knew the area. If they were keeping eyes on Monster and my children and I that well, chances are, just even if they weren't trying to actively keep an eye on one, you'd have to be aware of all to know when you could come and go and not be sick. You know what I'm saying? So, and there's only so many capable of that, and to be close enough. But there are others that didn't live there, and I know for a fact had eyes on us down to Monster's work schedules, what vehicles he was driving in and out, what time he should come home. Scary, terrifying degrees of new I and my children and Monster's movements, and their vantage point would have also enabled them to see 110, because, you know, if you can see 125 and you go down, I mean, you would be able to possibly see from their vantage point, even the children or Candace or Dawn over there, or them coming and going in the same way. You know, there's so many things that problem is certain ones are bringing certain people in and out. Don't know how many. How many might have come back on their own, seen us latched on, and by us I mean our households, our children, any of that, you know. Because their backgrounds, they would have been able to traverse woods, animals, know how to go about getting around. All these things. And they could have come back. In ways that even the people who initially brought them in would not be aware of or know. That they were latched on and coming back in and out from the place they introduced them to. You know. But then you also have shit like that. But there's so much fuck shit involved with those things. And Dawn is referring to on Dr. Phil and other panels here on YouTube. It's not quite what Dawn wants to make. And all separate things.
So notice how earlier when they asked if he had any theories, he said he has no idea. Now he's taking an opportunistic swing at this, right? Well, they think she might have been kidnapped by someone. So yeah, let's run with that. Let's provide more details. I would love to know if there's a police report filed by Don about someone coming onto his property and stealing his tools. And if this story...
And I remember those receipts I showed you that showcase. I'm going down to the Popo station. You know, to sort of get ahead of the people before they telling us we're going to make it look like it's them. We didn't do anything bad and whatever. But they had and they fucked around with. But they wanted to get ahead of. Remember that? Okay. And then that Fred, despite Dawn and Fred aimed at each other, they're both throwing out everybody else. But both think each other are guilty, but they're all throwing out and throwing under and all this other shit. It's fucking weird.
Story is true, it could indicate that he has a history of owing somebody something. If someone came and took his tools and he didn't file a police report, then that could be a pattern. Don owes you money, you come on his property, you take his stuff, he knows it's you, but he also knows he owes you, and he also knows that you could break his legs. Next time you take his daughter. So agreements in criminal organizations don't necessarily have a contract with two signatures on it, or even text messages back and forth. Lots of it can be implied. Well, Don, we supplied you with this much money, or we gave you this money, or we gave you this dope or this meth, or whatever favor we did for you. You owe us. You can pay us back, or we will come and take payment. And God forbid you tell the police it was us, because you still have two other children. And we can take your tool.
Excuse me? Two other children? Oh, dear. He's 9 interviews in. Suddenly he's like, two other children. Nobody tell him. Y'all, this is today's. This is the one that's dude ran today. He thinks there's only two other children.
We can take your daughter, and believe me, we can take everything else you have. Totally possible. In every other series on the channel, very unlikely. In this one, it's possible.
That's the thing, man. These people might come break kneecaps. They might do whatever. They might take tools of shit. Whatever, but kids? Nah. Slow level shit. They ain't that type of shit, man. And the thing is,
And then the other theory,
I heard these same tools that were supposedly stolen by these people. This is what fucking gets me. I heard them at some point around here talk about some of them. Right? In different ways, around certain moments of time, around Kathy and other things, throughout this. Um, which means that, guess what? They weren't all stolen like they even told us at the times years ago or throughout every year. Now, doesn't it? Can't have the same tools existing. They were supposedly all stolen. And they continue to be, and then you hear about them mentioned over here as being, I don't know what.
It's a more professional type mafia or whatever. I don't know, but that's always been one of my theories. But I didn't never heard about no cornbread mafia.
Let me ask. So notice how he also makes it. That's very telling. He makes a distinction between this cornbread mafia, which he's never heard of before, and a more professional mafia. So there's this local mafia.
The fuck is up with this word mafia? Fucking cornbread or otherwise. I get so sick of that term. And even I'm like, it's stupid as shit. Yeah. Mafia. Makes it sound good, the mainstream or Karens. It's a keyword for mafia. I don't know. It does.
That stole my tools, and another mafia, also a local mafia that stole my tools and also knows my wife and our daily schedule, or this other more professional mafia. It implies he may know who stole his tools, and that it was an amateurish gang, an amateurish little mafia.
A gang. An amateur. Oh. Absolutely.
Like I was getting at earlier. If they sold her, it doesn't have to be to some Sicario style across the country network of professional human traffickers and drug smugglers. It could be something as simple as some local drug dealers.
Ask you, Candace, if this is, if I understand correctly what you said, you took Summer in the front door.
Yes.
And you said to the three boys, keep an eye on Summer.
Yes.
Okay. Then you did what?
Then I went back outside to my mom's camper, which was right next to the house. And I had to fix her knee brace for her.
Okay. She had knee brace on?
Yeah.
And that took.
So notice how she tells the story. I told Summer to go inside. Then I had to go fix my mom's knee brace. Not I went and fixed my mom's knee brace. Anything besides the perfect past tense?
She never said she told Summer to go inside. She's always said Summer wanted to go inside, and so she walked over to the door. Sometimes it changes to she walked her in the door. It just depends, but she never said she told Summer to go inside. Okay. Whatever, fella. Let's see. Um, Where am I at? Oh, they're in. Okay. Mm, Enhanced. Can you keep a lookout on the room for about 15 minutes, please? Would you mind? I'd appreciate it very much. If anybody else happens to be in here and see something you can clearly see that Enhanced can't see, please let her know. Mm, I'll be right back. Alright, so change of plans. It'll be a few minutes before I have to do what I gotta do. Alright, so let's see. Oh dear. 27. Where are those take back to? Interesting. No. Well, this makes me curious. What's this?
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong. There's like a gazillion hours of me on the internet.
I do love it. These are my faves. Anyway, let's see. I'm just curious about this title here. That's all. Hold on.
This is a he said, she said situation, so it's natural to sit on the fence about it. But this next part will push us off the fence, so listen closely. Hello, detectives. A poll I did a few weeks ago showed that many of... So listen closely. Hello,
Whoa, bro. What is that? Hmm. Education. Fair use. Okay, buddy. Damn, I love how those initial glasses do not in the least hide your identity. Weird. Like you.
Detectives, a poll I did a few weeks ago showed that many of you want me to investigate Andrew Tate, specifically to see if he's guilty of and physically.
Okay. So, attorney training state. So it started out this way, and that was listed as
abusing women. So today we're going to analyze a statement one of his alleged victims made to Vice News a few weeks ago. Because YouTube recently demonetized one of my videos about Amber Heard, I want to be very clear right off the bat. I know that multiple women have accused Andrew Tate of...
That's his worry, that YouTube demonetized one of his videos because he did what
assaulting them. Since I don't have statements from all of them, I will only analyze the one who appeared on this Vice documentary about Andrew Tate. At the end of this video, when I tell you whether I think Andrew Tate is guilty or not, that will only apply to this one accuser. In other words, if I end up saying that I think she's telling the truth, that does not mean the other accusers are also telling the truth. If I end up saying I think she's lying, that does not...
I gotta tell you, This video, these sunglasses are doing nothing to hide his identity like he proclaims they're used for now. Wow.
I mean that the
Those are
other
entirely transparent. Um, not clean shaven, not maintained well. To go into court settings, that means no longer is very young.
accusers are also lying. I hope that's clear. Also, since this is an ongoing case, let me give one final caveat before we get started. Legally speaking, everyone is innocent until proven guilty. If I end up saying that I think Andrew Tate did what he is being accused of, that is just my opinion.
Huh.
I'm just one guy. So without further ado, I hope all that's clear. Let's listen.
Sally was approached by Andrew when she was 20. Due to fears of harassment from his fan base, she's with.
He does love breaking down women, but female accusers, Jada Pinkett, wondering if people like her on. He seems to sit on it. Eventually, you do hear him in one of these things, but and others talking about what the reason supposedly to that is. And yeah.
Withholding her real name.
First night that I worked for him, Andrew bought me like 5 bottles.
I don't want to listen to this shit.
Completely drunk because I'd never done webcam work. So I was very, very nervous. Then that night, we were just sitting on the bed and Andrew punched me in my arm. I went to the bathroom and cried. It really, really hurt to have someone just hit me in the arm for no reason. I was very confused.
And he does at some point in his video, when he talks about that, he says, you know, the reason basically why he's picking crimes that center around women who are easily picked by other women to be unlikable. Not necessarily guilty, but the majority of those who watch true crime are female. People like him are well of it, just like most of these YouTubers are. And, well, you know, they do love a good other female to kick ass, as we've been taught to do. It's pretty easy to lead them and to create that German mob mentality. Yeah, but, you know, this realm's good at, and the internet and the world as a whole, a woman's not really likable or seen as XYZ, especially by other females. And boy, it ain't hard to get them to do that either, but, you know, it, definitely then creates this firestorm around a case and things too, you know. So, it does appear that he's picking things to do based on that criteria as well. Now, that's just my opinion. Fair use, copyright, entertainment, educational purposes. I don't know. It's just my opinion. I'm just one woman. But also, he said it. Ish. Some of it, I mean, you can ascertain, analyze, take away, so do whatever the fuck you want, I guess. For entertainment purposes only and fair use, and I don't fucking know. I don't care either. let's see. It's interesting how he takes. Who's in now? But the title of this one was Lawyer Reacts to Andrew Tate Accusers. So, I was wondering if he was.
Simplify your closet, not your style. This is the
Meaning himself for another one.
We acknowledge that there were some delays in the investigation. This was addressed at the time and apologies were made. The case was only closed in late 2019 after a case file had been sent to the Crown Prosecution Service and they took a decision not to prosecute. All those involved in the investigation were further updated at the time. The Crown Prosecution Service said, in this case, we carefully reviewed all the evidence provided by the police regarding each complainant and concluded it did not meet our legal test and there was no realistic prospect of a conviction. We sent a letter to each complainant explaining our decision not to charge.
I've already said that I believe Sally saw what looked like, but that does not mean that's what she saw. For example, it wouldn't be if the other girl had agreed to some form of violence before Sally walked into the room. And that's why I say it's too bad we do not have a statement from the girl.
Prospect of a conviction. We sent a letter to each complainant explaining our decision not to charge.
I've already said that I believe Sally saw what looked like, but that does not mean that's what she saw. For example, it wouldn't be
and concluded it did not meet our legal test and there was no realistic prospect of a conviction.
Crown prosecution, blah blah. Squidward. Alright. Better bread it. Anyway. Why'd I hit that one? Oh, I need that. Alright. Here we go. Alright. Alright, this is supposedly the first one. He did bounce.
things that he says here, some very strange things he says, and I'm going to point out how they are projection and what we can learn about Don Wells himself from what he says.
The beginning, and I felt.
Oh, sweetback.
Hello there. I've been following some.
And just a quick note, if you haven't subscribed to Criminal, I suggest you subscribe to her. I'm going to link this original video in the description so that she gets credit for her hard work. Also, the audio, I'm only hearing it in my left headphone part of it. So just be sure that if you don't hear the video, you're using both speakers or both headphones. This one seems to have been recorded in mono.
Summerwell's case since the beginning, and I felt like going over some of the disturbing things which have been said by Summerwell's father, Don Wells. As heartbreaking as they may be, I do believe they are important when it comes to understanding the brain of one of the main suspects. Number one, giving props to his now adult daughter for not complaining about getting raped on her 18th birthday.
As soon as she turned 18, he raped her on her 18th birthday. Yeah, because he knew once she turned 18, or the whole lot she would move out or whatever.
Already, this gives us an insight into Don Wells. We can see from his tone discussing something as terrible as sexual assault that he doesn't take it that her for a little bit of crack cocaine.
I'm gonna go back. Because I started like a minute and something, man. I'm just gonna go back.
And statements like this right here, where he's talking about someone trying to sell her for a little bit.
Now I understand it. Okay. This is his preview.
Crack cocaine is the reason I think the possibility that he sold her to someone or pimped her out to someone is not nil.
How far in is that part of the... Hold on. It's interesting, isn't it?
I think it's an actual possibility in this case. And I can't believe I'm saying that. As you guys know, I tried to explain everything without having to resort to the totally bizarre.
This is his supposed first video about Summer. Looks like within this somewhere, in an hour and 11 minutes, he came to this conclusion that he is telling us today that we just listened to. He is, over the course of his 9 videos, come to the conclusion to, because of Dr. Phil and the behavior panel. And his hard work as a lawyer and statement analyst. But it looks like at some point, with just criminality, came to that conclusion. What? Okay. This is his preview.
Conspiracy theories. But in this case, it's a non-nil possibility. There is an actual possibility just based on the projection we're seeing here.
I know where she's at. She's in a motel room somewhere with some weirdo.
What is projection and how can you use it to understand people and uncover their lies? I'm Deception Detective. I'm an attorney trained in statement analysis, and this channel exists to expose lies and manipulation. Before we proceed, please hit the like, subscribe, and notification bell. In today's video, we're going to look at a compilation made by YouTuber Criminal of the top 10 most disturbing things Dawn Wells has said in interviews about Summer Wells. And if you're not familiar with this case, Summer Wells came up second on my...
So he's going to base all this on Criminal's video about top 10 things that Dawn said that are disturbing in Summer. Within an hour and 11 minutes, Summer is going to come to the conclusion Summer has been sold, la la. But yet today's video and that, and compare, I don't know, man. Okay. Today he says he came to this over the course of 9, but it looks like he already had this idea in an hour and 11 minutes based on Criminal's video titled Top 10 Most Disturbing Things Dawn Wells has said in the case. Alright.
My most recent community poll after Nicola Bully. So I'm going to look at both of them, but I think that this Summer Wells case right now presents a great opportunity to get into the psychological phenomenon of projection and how you can use it in your own life to catch manipulators in the act and also detect what it reveals.
And he shows the poll he put up voting on Summer and Nicola and Chris Watts. Oh, I wonder if he was around during the Chris Watts era. I mean, you know, that'd be strange if he were, wouldn't it?
About the manipulator who's trying to use it on you. And just to bring everyone to the table, Summer Wells is a little girl who went missing back in 2021. She has not been found yet. And her parents have been doing...
So we got a News Nation article here.
A bunch of interviews
Looks
lately.
like.
Or ever since she went missing. I'm not sure how.
He says her parents been doing a whole bunch of interviews lately. Well, I'm not sure. No, you know.
Projection and how you can use it in your own life to catch manipulators in the act and also detect what it reveals about the manipulator who's trying to use it on you. And just to bring everyone to the table,
you don't say, buddy.
Summer Wells is a little girl who went missing back in 2021. She has not been found yet. And her parents have been doing a bunch of interviews lately, or ever since she went missing. I'm not sure how.
Ever since she went missing. However long that. Yeah, you're well aware. Stop this. Stop that.
When their most recent one is, I only started looking into this case after she came up so high in the community poll. So without further ado, let's start listening to this compilation by.
But you're aware of it somewhere because you put her in the community poll, huh? Why'd you put her in a community poll? So you didn't become aware of her because she started coming up so high in the community poll. You're aware of her. Prior, you wouldn't have put her in a community poll at all, huh, buddy? Well, see, that's nonsensical as fuck. I don't know. You explain it. I can't explain what you just said.
Criminal, and these are some
you clearly were going around before the community poll and like watching criminal pieces on Summer, weren't you? But what, you bypassed all the behavior panel, the giant pieces that would come up in the algorithms way before criminal would. The Tiffany Marie's, the BKs, the Ryans, the whatevers, the shares, everybody, just criminal was the first one that popped out to you, and then you what? Put Summer in a poll, and you weren't aware of her though, even then, until she started coming that high up in your poll. Give me a break. See, you can't make sense of the nonsensical. It just
disturbing things that he says here, some very strange things he says, and I'm going to point out how they are projection and what we can learn about Don Wells himself from what he says.
It's the beginning, and I felt
I'm starting to think I need to.
Hello there. I've been following some.
And just a quick note, if you haven't subscribed to Criminal, I suggest you subscribe to her. I'm going to link this original video in the description so that she gets credit for her hard work. Also, the audio, I'm only hearing it in my left headphone part of it. So just be.
I know. Alright, let me see real quick. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, dear God Almighty. Do you know how many pieces Criminal has done on Summer and all of us? Oh, dear. The weird part is the one he's starting his first video on. Top 10 most disturbing things Don Wells, blah blah. It was a year ago. Top 10 on Criminal a year ago. Oh, now 2 years ago. Now all the material for Criminal on Summer, it starts 2 years ago, but there's only 2 videos that remain from 2 years ago. One of those, the first one that remains on their channel, is This Is Why Dr. Phil Treated Dawn and Candace Wills Differently. Wait, wasn't he just talking about that in today's? That's interesting. And then there's one about Cher. And and then there's like this huge gap. Like I said, there's 2 pieces that remain from 2 years ago. And then there's this giant gap. And then a year ago, it begins with cracking cases. Cam gives Candace love advice / Jack script ? Oh, Jesus, this person was phone the FBI was at Feet Fables, the Glitches home, which means there's a little Carl fuckery in here. A whole lot of tragedy, man. Candace, it would jeopardize my life. She wants, but can't say what. Dawn made a deal, ? Oh, and then the one that is the first video that reportedly Deception takes off with his one leftover from here, and it is top 10 most disturbing things. Here. Oh, pieces are about Fred. Me, of course. Piece in there that Criminal identified as weird about how I had said that Candace said, I can tell by the title about what it's about, which is, where I'd said that Candace at one point was like, hey, there's a kid down here for trade or seller for meth. So there's that. Who's Don Wells, blah, 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 blah. Strange, isn't it? 2 years, 2 pieces left. Big giant ass break. It starts back a year ago. Let's see. Here we go. Kind of leaves off. Goes for others, including Quentin Simons, few scattered bits, Debbie Collier, Haversham, all that's mentioned. A year ago in a giant hiatus to 5 months. Doesn't the Deception Detective also have pieces missing for around a 7 or 8 month period? It start a year ago and then 7 or 8 month hiatus and then it picks back up. And then that, of course, is with Summers, and then you have 4 months ago, etc. And then looks like nothing else after that, really, and that would be about the time that Deception.Ketchup starts. Oh, right. Wouldn't it be? 4 or 5 months ago. Oh dear. Okay. All right. Enhanced over everybody. Alright. And no, it wasn't anything nefarious or little, wanted late night wanting snacks. So, yeah, she wanted, grilled chicken breast and grilled cheese. And not, heavy bougie, so it was like Japanese mayonnaise and 16 different cheeses involved, and then it looked pretty tasty, and then I decided I didn't want grilled chicken breast on mine, and honestly, it wasn't that bad of a snack. I felt kind of nice on the belly, with how cold it's dropping tonight, so, a little often is the best idea, so, I, call the little man, when little calls. Right. So, yeah. Anyway, I have some type of snack as well, but yeah. So, and she's very capable of fixing those, etc. But it's one of those moms taste better than. So it's man, can you fix something? So yeah. And then it was and she hates maneuvering about cast iron, and she likes them cooked in cast iron versus so. Um, man, the cast iron skillets, please. I was like, fine. So anyway, yeah. These Appalachian babies, they want their fucking cast iron midnight snacks, damn it. Anyway, so there's that. Yeah. Hey, at least I wasn't back here all I was just eating damn grilled cheese. Maybe more of these assholes that here behind these icons try that instead of the other. That's all I'm saying. Okay, so starting sort of where we left off a few minutes ago, or however long that's been. I don't know. Thanks, enhanced. It doesn't make sense to me. Obviously, the time in here, year, 5, 7 months, all these things between both channels. As a lawyer and a statement analyst, why would the first content you come upon online about somebody on Criminal who, weirdly enough, has the same year and pauses and similarities, right? And then instead of anything, like, even if you watch the, I don't know, the selected video of 10 weirdest things Dawn has ever said or whatever it is, though it looks like because of your language and parroting, you've very much seen the other ones, right? Anyway, so that's what you choose to do your first vid off of. Somehow you come to Criminal, who only has 1.72 subscribers, 1,700 UOTs. That's who you pick up in your algorithms about summer. The guy who's worried about subs, the Pat Browns, the getting the attention of behavior panel, that type of thing. This is, and all your algorithms, this is it. And then instead of, I don't know, doing some more research, whatever, I don't know, immediately going for, say, behavior panel pieces or the legit, interviews or anything else that's on Candace, you then do your first vid ever on summer based on this video on this very little known channel, and you form your opinion within an hour and 11 minutes that today now in your ninth video, you want us to believe it took you all those parts to come to the conclusion of. But it looks like you came to that conclusion already in the first video you ever did, based off Criminal and Tier 10 Weird Statements from Don Wells. Alright, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? And, I mean, honestly, as a lawyer slash attorney and a statement analyst, you'd think, especially if you're going to build your channel and try to get the attention of other experts, right? And swirl around them, the big boys, right? The YouTube and the real world and whatever. You would think you'd then go from Criminal, this itty bitty tiny channel, or probably even smaller, before you gave them a shout out and such in your series, in your first video. You think you go to experts, their opinions, you'd be doing whatever, just like you did Pat, maybe, or something. I'm not sure. But you'd think you'd do anything, really, other than a video. 10 strange things Don Wells has said. Off an itty bitty tiny channel. That's what shows up in your algorithms. Algorithms built for big boys, by the way, because it shows you're watching Liver King, you're watching all the drama, you're watching the big things and around the internet. Andrew Tate's, the whatever's, you know, it's Jada, blah, 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 you know. High profile shit seems to be what you circle. But yeah, you start off with a criminal piece. Okay. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? But as a discerning mind, one would hope as a lawyer and a statement analyst, you would start with real pieces, real interviews yourself, real anything, not somebody else's video of 10 odd statements. My itty bitty known channel with similarities in a year and 5 and 6 month marks, you know, it just strikes me as strange in and of itself. Weather rain style. So, the even weirder thing is to me is this. I want to know, does this guy still practice law? Is he used anywhere for statement analysis by anyone in his daily life? If so, wouldn't judges and courts then have a problem with him coming into their courtrooms or in front of them or working cases or having access to, you know, systems, all these other things, you know. But he's online talking about open and active investigations. Couldn't any other prosecutor, anybody who's coming face to face with in any case, it doesn't matter what, even in his hometown or area, be like, Your Honor, this fella is on YouTube. I know he thinks he's invisible and he's taking super sunglasses and all, not identifiable, but he's been on YouTube for a long time and high publicity YouTube shenanigans between celebrities and like, but now he's swapped over to true crime genre. Clearly visible. Like, Your Honor, how do we know he's not gonna use that platform to tamper up, mess with, you know, like, Your Honor, I don't know. And would clients be okay with that? And I mean, easy to pretty much argue that your lawyer's ineffective counsel, that way they did something wrong online, etc. Get your whole shit tossed out. You know, all these different things that would open the window for you not to be practicing or to even have your, oh dear, I just don't know, shit jerked by boards and such. a jury to hear one time you were on YouTube talking about true crime. A judge or anyone, prosecutor here, you were on YouTube running around talking about open and active investigations with your hot ass opinion under fair use and entertainment. Educational purposes. What lawyer's gonna risk their license? All their, or to each his own, I guess. I just, anyway, so there's all that. I just, and you know, there's all kinds of attorneys, lawyers, right, folks? Specialized. They're very specialized. Because it's not like you go to law school and, you know, you're taught everything from, like, say, divorce and custody up to constitutional, you know, law. Let's be real. All types of lawyers and attorneys out there. Some that don't even practice in courtrooms. They're just sort of doing other shit in places and rooms. Anyway. So, I don't know, man. Whatever. Logic and common sense and discernment and all these things, they sort of, you know, they make you question certain things. Don't they? Anyway, we're going to get back to this first vid. We're at 3 minutes in or so. God, hell, hold on. I gotta do a thing first. And I'd also like to put a little note here because of the baiting along the way with this one and shit and stuff I've seen by the tragedy pimp circuit here. And they're sort of like, no, just look at it. Look at it. Like some fucking full-on Doug shit, you know? That I'm like, but once I do, what's gonna happen? Oh, I'm gonna be shocked, much like Ryan when I finally pay attention to it and start to tear it down too. It'll be a fuck Jody Sue and Ryan's gonna put out bullshit about JSB, and then Monster's gonna appear and the Hive's gonna appear and they're all gonna build up this bullshit channel and they'll say bad heckin' things to mindfuck people about Jody Sue. Oh God, what's new? Right? I don't know. I don't know. So, I assume that could happen in this case. Right? Right. Do I care? No, not really. Oh my God. The eyes of Sauron, they may turn on me. With the Hive over there floating in its chat, behind its freaking deck or whatever. It'll make a video. Oh my God. Well, I'd bigger and better call me names and bad things. So fuck them. You know, So what happens when you're not here for the subs, clicks, likes, and views, and you've been put through several years of assholes calling you everything and trying to make you look sus and every line, and I just don't give a flying shit, bro. Zero fucks given. Still all about that fuck around find out lifestyle though, for sure. So, not here to make friends. Alright, Karina.
Don't hear the video, you're using both speakers or both headphones. This one seems to have been recorded in mono.
Summerwell's case since the beginning, and I felt like going over some of the disturbing things which have been said by Summerwell's father, Don Wells. As heartbreaking as they may be, I do believe they are important when it comes to understanding the brain of one of the main suspects. Number one.
Whoever said, I'm just fucking
Giving props to his now adult daughter for not complaining about getting raped on her 18th birthday.
As soon as she turned 18, he raped her on her 18th birthday. Yeah, because he knew once she turned 18, on the whole lot she could do about it or whatever.
Already.
Yeah, there's definitely something up with that voice. You ain't wrong.
This gives us an insight into Don Wells. We can.
And that accent is very particular. It's fine. There's not many around here with it.
See from his tone discussing something as terrible as sexual assault that he doesn't take it that seriously. And also, he seems to be under the understanding that even if you sexually assault a woman, as long as she's after 18, there's not much she can do about it. Which is a bizarre thing to state, but gives us insight into this man. Remember, this is the father of a little girl who's gone missing. And already from what I'm seeing here, this looks like a guy who might have a very bizarre attitude towards women, the sexuality of women, including his own daughter, because he's talking about one of his daughters here. His oldest daughter apparently got sexually assaulted when she turned 18, and he's actually congratulating her for not complaining about it. So imagine.
You should have heard it in full context, man. You know what? It's fine.
The negligence this man and his wife probably had, the negligent attitude they had towards Summer.
Our 18th fucking birthday. Okay. Pretty crazy. Things she do, but she didn't go crying. She don't go crying and for all attention and blah blah blah.
Notice, if a girl goes and cries to the police about being sexually assaulted, that's blah 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 to him. This is very revealing. This is not an example of projection. That's coming up later. I've already watched this video. But this is an indication of his attitude and tone towards abuse of women. So would I be surprised if Summer was being abused and ran away? No. Would I be surprised if he was abusing Summer? No. And just be...
His thing often turns with females too. It's like, y'all remember seeing the receipts where he was, and I guess they were, him and Candace were feeding out all of our personal business to YouTube way before we fucking knew. And minding Monster's court stuff and his and he was like, man, Monster's fucking her over. It's terrible what he's doing to Jody Sue. He's trying to make her look crazy. She's not also shit, right? dawn on chairs when he first stalks us. He's like, this poor neighbor lady, she heard a scream, and here's her cabin and all that. And man, it's tormenting her, and haunting her, it's getting her, and la, right? Until tides turned. And then it was all fuck JSP, and I can't blame Andy for doing blah 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 and this and the other, right? Total swap once they're not happy with me any longer. I don't know why that took place, considering they were the first ones feeding us out halfway to the wolves and being recorded talking about and doing all the fuck shit, and then feeding out our personal business and helping dox the fuck out of us, and and lying about us and lying about my mom's murder and everything else. Knowing I wasn't lying about a damn thing. So why in the hell did those things turn? They turned about the time that they realized the world knew, and the public became aware that I think, and I think it's part of one, the scream matters to this group and certain folks more, is because it would fit a narrative as long as you wanted it to fit a narrative or whatever, story built or whatever, right? But then if it comes out and it doesn't match timeline you wanted or need to, then fuck. Uh-oh, right? It fit as long as nobody knew timing. The weird fucked up part is I've stood here the whole time and been like, man, that scream itself could maybe not apply. There could be a real fucking explanation for it, and it does not mean that Summer was kidnapped or taken. It could mean she was hurt. It could mean all kinds of things. All these things seem to center around things. And how monsters will use you as long as they think they can benefit. Or as long as whatever fits there. And then once shit doesn't go the way, then they're all of a sudden like, fuck you! Like, and trying to have you call the line and all these other things, yet it's not the case, man. Well, worked so hard at trying to destroy us. All because of a scream that may or may not apply, and there might be an explanation for it, though none of us have been given a reason. Same things can be said of the dog trail and the scream. They have said both led to nowhere. In those words. I don't know what to tell you. It's been said. It'd be easier to be like, well, even, it would have really just been easier to be like, hey, even JSP says that. May not apply, maybe an explanation. Could be a great deal many things. It'd been simpler to say that the whole time. Instead, they want to hammer down on it and then destroy and, whatever. I just don't give a flying fuck anymore. Monsters are monsters. Assholes are assholes. Criminals. Oh, criminals. Hooty hoo, bitches. Whatever.
Be aware here that these are all my opinions based on what I've seen, and in this case, I've only read one news article so far, and I've only watched this compilation. So,
wait. Hold the fuck up. What did you just say? I feel like fucking Joe Dirt right now. You tell me there's no Zim Zams, Wham Whams, Bing Bangs. This fucking tent. Hold on.
Probably had the negligent attitude they had towards Summer.
Our 18th fucking birthday. Pretty crazy. Things she do, but she didn't go crying. She don't go crying and for all attention and blah blah blah.
Notice, if a girl goes and cries to the police about being sexually assaulted, that's blah 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 to him. This is very revealing. This is not an example of projection. That's coming up later. I've already watched this video. But this is an indication of his attitude and tone towards abuse of women. So would I be surprised if Summer was being abused and ran away? No. Would I be surprised if he was abusing Summer? No. And just be aware here that these are all my opinions based on what I've seen, and in this case, I've only read one news article.
So he's already watched this whole video through. Now he's gonna do this piece on it. And he's only read one article. The article is live news. Yep, a News Nation. Summer Wells, Tennessee girl missing. Still in 2 years. Okay.
So far, and I've only watched.
Okay, so it's weird. This is December 6th. That 2-year mark article would have been in June, probably, when News Nation was. I don't know. I can't see what date that's at exactly. Hold on. Okay.
Towards abuse of women. So would I be surprised if Summer was being abused and ran away? No. Would I be surprised if he was abusing Summer? No. And just be aware here that these are all my opinions based on what I've seen, and in this case, I've only read one news article so far, and I've only watched this compilation.
So we're to believe that your first introduction to Summer is because what? You ran up on a News Nation article? From months prior to December, you just happened to run up on that. And then you ran to this low count channel. Chose to do a video based on 10 things Dawn said instead of some more legit source. Okay. And you didn't bother. I mean, when you're putting in the words to find channel start, this is the first place it came up for you. The most trustworthy and seemingly, you think for a lawyer and attorney, that better sources, experts. Okay. But you chose criminal. Okay. Alright. Sure. Okay. Alright. You didn't see anything in the middle? You didn't search for better. You did no research. This is all you've ever seen. So, well, how did you run up on an article by News Nation about Summer for months prior to you reading it without running up on all the Summer Wells stuff? That's an article, my dude. That's an article. That's not a YouTube News Nation piece. It's a fucking article. You're telling me you've done other pieces by this point, and McCann's are getting, and Watts and all these predating Summers, and nope, nothing ever showed up in your feed as you were doing videos and stuff about them, and tagging those like Pat Brown, and who has done pieces about Summer as well, by the way. Nope, you didn't see or hear shit about Summer in any of those true crime realms where many of those creators in the videos did based off it. And they've done many on Summer. You've never seen or heard shit about Summer until it's News Nation piece and then Criminal. I'm gonna parrot Benny here. Back. Swear to God. The fuck you mean? You want us to believe that? Think about this, folks. This guy wants us to believe that he had done at least a few pieces before the McCanns, which that got him to Pat Brown, but he was doing spitting out a few this and others, cursory, Jean Bonet's, other things, hit high algorithms, whatever, only did a piece or two on this there, but never once saw the same creators he was doing videos on to get responses and get whatever. Watching their pieces, and I know many of those people did pieces on Summer. He'd never heard about Summer. He'd only ever read the One News Nation article and then come to find Criminal, who lines up with his own timeline. Pieces gone and restart, stop. Yeah, this is what this fellow wants us to believe. I'm like, sir, do you know Moselle? Can't. This is what this fellow wants you to believe. Yeah, okay. Get this, I don't need a deck of cards.
So this is the beginning of the Summerwell series. We're kicking it off here, but already I'm seeing lots of red flags, huge red flags about the parents. Bigger red flags in the Ramseys, bigger red flags in the McCanns, bigger red flags than Amanda Knox in almost any other case we've looked at on the channel, perhaps except Casey Anthony.
She dealt with it. I gotta give my...
Y'all go back and look at those pieces, see which creators he was basing those vids off of and watched all those other things. You think he was walking through this Jurassic Park true crimeville doing those 5 extraordinarily high profile and didn't hear a peep about someone else? That's what they want you to believe. Do you believe it? Do you believe it? I'd say the chances of that being true are slimmer than the chances of almost anything and any of the all possibilities are on the table around them. I mean, seriously. What was it he said non-Neil earlier? Which I don't get, but it's like Moselle hanging out with McDonough and coming up here with her bullshit around me, swearing up and down that she had never heard of Summer Wells before. She's part of the goddamn cold case much. She was on McDonough's channel and that shit before pinning him wound up in it, and it wanting y'all to believe she didn't know that somebody was in active distress. Bitch, those are fucking order protection papers you're reading with a clear date on them. I didn't know this was scary. Bullshit, you liar. That's why Chris McDonough took them all their shit. He didn't want them. No, you can't even Moselle, can you? By the way, she got caught lying around her whole. Oh, was it Jean Bonnet that she was super into, or one of those? I think it was. She had a fixation on one of those cases. A few years ago by she pretends it's a whole different thing. Anyway, I was a hot ass liar. Whatever. I'll tell you what.
My daughter called sometime.
Number 2. If Dawn said just one harsh word to Summer, she would break down crying.
If I said one little word to her, she would just start crying, and I'd have to apologize 10 times to Summer. I'm sorry, I didn't, she would just, it killed her if I said anything.
Notice these.
And if this fellow knew better, he knew where the original statements around this come from, how they were then better flight up, fairy tales. But if he'll hit up a video like this instead. Cause I don't know about you, but that's where I get my credible vids from when I'm researching an open and active investigation after just randomly coming across a News Nation article about missing child. I go straight to a low sub vid creator, and then I go, they have this one about 10 odd statements. Yep, this is credible. This is where I want to, and then I'm gonna do it. I don't know about you, but fuck yeah. God. I hope he does better. Look, all I'm saying is if I had an attorney or lawyer, I'd hope they or the what are they called? They work for them things. They do the vast majority of the research. Yeah, they pull files, do it. Shit. Anyway, I hope they're doing better. And they need to go to. Yeah. Anyway, it's fine. It's all fine.
These are interviews he's giving after his daughter has allegedly run away or been kidnapped.
What?
You're going to notice lots of the.
Now he's saying Summer allegedly ran away?
If you have Prime, you can get a year of Grip Plus free. That means $0 delivery fees on Grip.
And I'd have to apologize 10.
Is he maybe aware of some of the things like, other than the News Nation and Criminals piece? I don't know. And that have been said that it's interesting. And he's putting there, Summer ran away.
And times to Summer, I'm sorry, I didn't, she would just, it killed her if I said anything.
Notice these are interviews he's giving after his daughter has allegedly run away or been kidnapped. you're going to notice lots of the use of the word killing, death, lots of phrases that involve killing and death. I'm pointing them out here because, as with the McCanns with their nautical references, if it is leakage, it's cumulative. And the more times we see him talking about killing, death, bodies, heaven and hell.
How many other experts on YouTube have you seen say the same shit over these several years? How many times have you heard the behavior panel guys themselves say, and I've still never watched all their stuff, but how many times have you heard them say that theirs is not an exact science, it's a tool? They admit that themselves. And that because they don't know these people intimately, they have to go on a cumulative effect for all things. That goes from statements to body language to getting a baseline, all these, just like polygraphs and things. Okay. But many experts and even laymen that don't have any degrees in anything, you heard like, man, after a while, these same similarities keep stacking up. Doesn't take an idiot or a pro. So anyway, but it could be something, it could be nothing, I don't know. That's up for real experts to decide now, doesn't it? So, old homie here, I gotta tell him he's late to the game. It's like watching Cam, Christopher Columbus, the Footprints, and get famous. Right? So many others and their stupid shit over here.
It becomes more and more likely that he's suppressing some thought.
The thing is, he's given an idea. Now, this video he's going off of is top 10 things. Yeah, top 10 disturbing things Don said. Now, in those, I'm gonna bet you. Well, I don't have to bet you. It's only 10 things. I think we all know there's been more than 10 disturbing things said by Don that include all these words. If this guy's only going off 10, then he doesn't have the entire cumulative and compounded and compiled effect of how many times these same words have been used by Don and others. Unless, of course, he is.
About her possibly being dead. If you've seen my McCann series and my Ramsey series, both of those series, I believe that the parents accidentally, well, in the case of McCann's, I believe the parents accidentally killed their daughter, and then they created a hoax to cover it up, a hoax kidnapping to cover it up. In the Ramsey's case, I believe either the parents or the brother Burke accidentally killed John Bonet, and then the parents created a hoax kidnapping, again, to cover it up. And in this case, we might be seeing more of the same. I'm not sure yet. But if he continues to talk about...
but you're going to toss that pebble into the pond based on one News Nation article and a video about the top 10 disturbing things off of Nothing Channel. Okay.
About her, let's say in the past tense, are references of death whenever he's talking about her. It could be likely that he or his wife or both of them killed Summer by accident. Or
look, I think that if you say that another person killed another person, okay, that's entirely different than accidental. And notice he puts killed first before accidental. Like the killed her was accidental. Am I wrong? Is that not what he just said? True one.
Her possibly being dead. If you've seen my McCann series and my Ramsey series, both of those series, I believe that the parents accidentally, well, in the case of McCann's, I believe the parents accidentally killed their daughter, and then they created a hoax to cover it up. A hoax.
So in the McCann's, he says accidentally killed.
It's kidnapping to cover it up. In the Ramsey's case, I believe either the parents or the brother Burke accidentally killed John Bonet.
Accidentally killed.
Okay? And then the parents created a hoax kidnapping, again, to cover it up. And in this case, we might be seeing more of the same. I'm not sure yet. But if he continues to talk about her, let's say in the past tense, or references of death whenever he's talking about her, it could be likely that he or his wife or both of them killed Summer.
See, he doesn't say accidentally killed like he just did in the other two cases.
By accident.
He says it after. Killed her by accident. What's what?
Or by negligence.
Or by negligence.
And now they're creating a hoax of her running away or a kidnapping to cover it up. Because one.
And they're creating a hoax of her running away or kidnapping to cover it up. I think, I don't recall at any point in here either Candace or Dawn saying that she ran away. Now, I do remember a distinct moment in time after I finally figured out, unlike the rest of the world, that they had landed on this dog trail and all this thing last fall. I was like, what the fuck? That's the story? Yeah. So what the fuck? And then I called out some shit and then well, maybe she got mad and she walked off, you know. But I don't recall Candace and Dawn ever saying or implying, yeah, Summer ran away like a runaway child. Seems like this old boy has been listing some things around the block, though, because I know a few around here that, yeah, it's fine. Or how, if you're watching certain news pieces, that could have been taken those types of ways, or if you're aware first things out, how it could have maybe been taken at you.
One thing that stood out in this article to me.
Yep, in this article, let me use my Devon marker updated June 15th, 2023, 1:35 p.m. It's been 2 years since that trace on June 15th. So parents, she was helping, and some Spanish. I yelled downstairs, I didn't answer. Unusual, probably Summer may have been abducted, taken down a steep hill by an home, possibly to a waiting car on the road. News Nation, someone snuck up there and we're not exactly paying attention. They came in the basement and grabbed her. She stepped outside, walking through a swing or something. So, yeah. Okay. So, somehow in December, he becomes aware of this article done on June 15th. Enhanced skinny box zone. I ain't dealing with it, man.
One clear sign of a hoax is certainty. And here we see a quote from Don Wells where he says, I know in my heart and in my mind she was abducted. Don Wells, Summer's father, told News Nation. Someone snuck up there and we were not exactly paying attention. And we don't know if they came in the basement and grabbed her or if she stepped outside the basement and was walking to her swing or something. So the fact that he's so certain about a kidnapping is a red flag to me. And if you've seen my McCain series, I've shown examples of parents whose children are confirmed to have run away. One pair of parents who their kid was confirmed to have run away, and another set of parents who their kid was confirmed to have been kidnapped. And both of them allowed for every possibility to be open. So certainty is one sign of a hoaxer, and we have them saying they're certain that she was abducted. In fact, he even says, I have knowledge she was abducted. I know she was abducted. So the fact that they're so certain about abduction, and this is our first little glimmer of leakage about death, could be an indicator that they killed her deliberately, in a drunken rage,
Now it's not accidental. They killed her in a drunken rage. They. He's saying that. Those clearly written articles, that says that Candace and Grandis and her brothers were the ones home with her. Not Don. And he says they killed her in a drunken rage. Well, that's not accidental or negligent. Which is, where he's leading, and it's why his statements about the other two cases are accidentally killed, but then when he goes to Candace and Dawn, it's killed, and then by accident or neglect, then 12 seconds later, it's this, which they killed her in a drunken rage. It gets wilder, I guess. Well, okay.
Drug-fueled rage.
Oh, drug-fueled rage?
Through negligence, just by not paying attention to her.
Now, negligence.
We've already seen he has a soft tone about the safety of women. And now they're creating a hoax to cover it up. All that is to say, pay attention to his use of words like kill, death, hell, afterlife, etc. when it comes to Summer.
A soft tone?
And here he says, if he ever said a mean word to her, it killed her. Soft tone about the safety of women. And now they're creating a hoax to cover it up. All that is to say, pay attention to his use of words like kill, death, hell, afterlife, etc. when it comes to Summer.
Boy, I hope for his sake somewhere in this top 10 vid, that resurrection statement or whatever is mentioned. Because if not, that'll show you knowledge. Well, yeah, it probably is in the top 10 disturbing. I don't know.
And here he says, if he ever said a mean word to her, it killed her. That could be leakage. It could just be an expression he likes to use. Right now I'm putting one poker chip down that this is leakage.
Well, it came out, I think from his own mouth, that a couple times he would call her cunt or this and the other and whatever, Monsters are notorious that. I almost used to call her daughter that. Yeah, when pissed. Or, me or whatever. So. But then fairy tales.
And the more often we see it, the bigger my stack of poker chips will get, and the more comfortable I'll be in going in on my opinion that they might have killed her. But right now it's just one chip.
Poker chips? I gotta tell you, of all the creators and experts and stuff, and I'm like, poker chips? Not. So it's a bet. It's whatever. It's a game. But, so it's, poker chips. instead of, well, what I discern as a lawyer and a statement analysis expert. And the criteria, guidelines, what I can see, what I can build upon from my knowledge, expertise, that will see where this leads. No, it's yeah, the more I see, the more I'll put in poker chips. So way to phrase it for a lawyer in a statement analysis expert. Yeah, last I recall, Peter Hyatt did that. Oh wait, no, he didn't. I've never heard him describe such in such. It's
anything like that.
Number 3. Bringing to words the most vicious acts which he thinks might have been done to his missing daughter.
Somebody has heard her probably sexually, maybe beat the fuck out of her.
Alright, so now we have projection. Here, Dawn is talking about things that might have happened to Summer. Remember, he said, in that article at least, that he believes she was kidnapped, that she was abducted by someone. And here in this quote that Criminal pulled, he's talking about the things that might be happening to her right now. Listen to the things he considers a kidnapper might be doing to her, and ask yourself, are these things that he might do to women? Might he be projecting things he would do to Summer onto somebody else?
I don't know, man. The first few hours after she vanished, he was like, well, whoever has her and she's gone, she's dead. So, yeah. Both things could apply. And, statistically speaking, but still, I found that weird. The first night, and then the first year, and it's said in the most bland ass tone you can really imagine with no tears and whatever. And yeah, I don't guess tears matter any, but when you've seen absolute rage from this same human being at his wife and mother-in-law for daring to take off with Summer after abuse in this area, but no rage or emotion the night she vanishes, and he says, well, somebody's taking her, she's dead, and no fucking emotion. It's just, maybe you're in shock, maybe you're whatever, maybe you're more base. Hell, I don't know. Those are all initial things I chalked it up to, but still stuck with me, and it's a very big part of why I ended up that night feeling like this little ball of light had been passed over. It's like, well, fuck. Everybody else is gonna give up on her. No hope. And who the fuck else is left? I don't want to hold that spark or that little ball, but who the fuck else is standing here in the middle of Ben Hill in the dark listening to this weird shit and everything going silent as all people moved off to the command post. Standing there just in the dark. There's nobody else to go. You hearing this? What the fuck?
Because if my kid were kidnapped, I would not even be able to imagine the things he's about to describe.
Oh, so now you're projecting how and what you would do upon. Okay. Okay.
Let alone even entertain the idea that they're happening.
Which he thinks might have been done to his missing daughter.
Somebody has heard probably sexually, maybe beat the fuck out of her, probably killed her.
Number 4.
Just stocked up on a ton of Paleo Valley beef sticks. If you are a fan, this is the time to.
Also, another thing you'll notice.
And y'all know all these things on this way. They don't say they. Very early on, I was like, well, he's more bass, he's more this, maybe it's not so as it sounds, all these things I've heard similar, said between all this and real time living in there still after some vanished, all these things. But they do hurt to hear, even for myself and others, I mean, it's like hearing them either. But only real experts are going to be able to tell one.
There, people don't like to lie, as I say all the time in my videos. Often what they'll do is, if someone's going to lie, the least likely thing they'll do is tell a lie by commission, where they just straight up bold-faced.
What the fuck did he just say?
Lie to you. Like, by commission, where they just, the idea that they're happening.
Which he thinks might have been done to his missing daughter.
Somebody has heard published.
This dude just said lie by commission. That's a hell of a thing to get wrong or not know how to say correctly for a fucking lawyer. One who's experienced in cross-examining folks and a statement analyst. Enhanced. What's the correct saying in word he's looking for there? Yeah. Well, it's interesting what language. I don't know, maybe he's having a bad day. An off day, maybe it's an accidental thing. We'll let it go. It's just a little thing, right?
Sexually, maybe beat the fuck out of her, probably killed her.
Number 4.
Also, another thing you'll notice there, people don't like to lie, as I say all the time in my videos. Often what they'll do is, if someone's going to lie, the least likely thing they'll do is tell a lie by commission, where they just.
Now put that whole sentence together there. The people don't like to lie. The least likely thing they will do is lie by commission. I think what he means is people don't like to lie. So the most likely thing they will do is lie by omission. That whole sentence is jacked, bro. Maybe his sugar was low. It's like his weird shit with the non-nil. Cancels one another out. That whole sentence is jacked. Tell me I'm wrong and answer. And let's do it again. I kinda do.
All the children.
Number 4.
Also, another thing you'll notice there, people don't like to lie. As I say all the time in my videos. Often what they'll do is, if someone's going to lie, the least likely thing they'll do is tell a lie by commission, where they just straight up bold-faced lie to you.
I'm not wrong here. Hold on. Let me make sure there's... Maybe there's a word I'm unaware of in fucking English. Okay, a commission, the act of granting certain powers of authority to carry out a particular task or duty. The authorities to grant a magistrate to authorize investigation of fraud was their commission. Do not mistake commissions with, having a painting or artwork commissioned, either on this, but, formal written warrant, granting the power to perform various extra duties. There are two types of commissions, by the way, which is the commission sell price. That's what you would, it's spelled differently. That would be the artwork variety versus the commission with 1M. And that one is, granting certain powers, etc. So nope. He's got omission all fucked up. Okay. I think we've settled that. No. Weird for a lawyer not to know lying by omission. I wonder if something around here is being commissioned, though. Like in the requesting something for a certain price fee. Okay. It's fine. I won't listen to that sentence again.
Like, did you eat my sandwich? No. I didn't.
Somebody has heard somebody sexually maybe beat the fuck out of her all the children.
Number 4.
Also, another thing you'll notice there, people don't like to lie. As I say all the time in my videos. Often what they'll do is, if someone's going to lie, the least likely thing they'll do is tell a lie by commission, where they just...
No, you mean the most likely thing they will do is lie by omission. But why place that there after Don's statement where he's like, somebody's probably doing whatever and then killed her? How do those two things fit together? Lying by omission and somebody's probably... I don't know. Fine. That would be more of an example of projecting outward or giving an idea that someone else did it. So I don't know why that is giving out this. You know what? I don't know why any of this, honestly. Fine.
Straight up bold-faced lie to you. Like, did you eat my sandwich? No. I did not eat your sandwich. I was in my office all day. And then you watch the video footage and they stole your sandwich. That's really unlikely. Telling a bold-faced lie like that is the hardest way to lie because you're lying direct. So the most likely way people lie is lying by omission. So,
but why use that statement and this to try to back that up when neither of those things are what Don just did? I mean, like, what? But you're trying to give the impression that after an abundance of mention and the pebble drops have killed her, beat her to death, drunken rage, drugs, well, I mean, kill, murder. I don't know, man. We're at 13 minutes in. This is fucking ridiculous.
so you tell the truth, but you withhold context. For example, the context that you did something that you're saying somebody else did. And here's
That's not an example of lying by omission. You omit something. If you're lying by, you know what? Is this real fucking life right now? No, it's YouTube.
Don says somebody hurt her. Definitively, somebody hurt her. The lie there might be that he is hurt her. He's just leaving out the context that it was he.
Okay, that's not lying by omission. Nor is that the content. You know what? Is this guy Ken Davey? I need to know. No, I don't.
Himself who hurt her, or he knows who hurt her, right? A friend of his hurt her. Maybe
This guy is a what? Enhanced. Tell me I'm a dumbass and my brain's not fully functioning tonight. I mean, it's always burning very low health shit. You know, I wish it burned as brightly as it once did prior to the health and the couple years of care and the fucking burning to ash it does. But, or the concussion or whatever the fuck happened to my head the other day. Tell me that it's me right now. That I'm the entire dumbass and that I'm picking this part too far. Please, for fuck's sakes, tell me it's me right now. Tell me this is me. My love of tearing things apart and calling bullshit. Tell me I'm taking it wrong. I'm misunderstanding. Tell me it's the head injury and neck injury. I'm still going to tell me anything. That this right, just tell me it's fucking me. I'd love for it to be me right now. That I'm too, oh my god, everything's a red flag, or too, holy shit, all the people around YouTube suck, and therefore I'm gonna eat them all, or, you know, too many caveman brain lizard dots or something, you know? Please, for fuck's sakes.
he let someone come in there once a week and have his way with Summer, and pat her on the head for not crying. Good job for not crying.
Wow, dude, you're straight up fucking disgusting. You've read one News Nation article allegedly in a criminal piece, and this is what you're saying and putting out there in particular. I sure hope something like that's in. I don't know, it almost seems like he's maybe heard that thought and theme and narrative around, oh, I don't know, true crime bill somewhere, doesn't it, Enhanced? The selling of Summer Ellis's thing. Wow. Because he couldn't have gleaned all that off of one News Nation article and a low sub low count, low channel like criminal one video. Wow. And where, here's the thing, nowhere in that News Nation article is it talking about the parents being extraordinarily abusive on drugs or alcohol, or that it doesn't really even touch on that, on the alcohol or violence, or I don't even think that one touched on probably anything more than the cursory domestic violence and in their restaurant Jose, most likely, because that's really the only thing the papers ever do say, and is that one incident. But criminal here is mostly concentrating on 10 disturbing things Dawn says. So where did Deception Boy here? I don't care what the 10 disturbing statements are. Where did Criminal or Deception Boy, I'm sorry, get that from? If not from the streets of YouTube and others about Summer. Because I'm gonna bet the 10 statements are not Criminal hammering in on that narrative. I'm gonna bet the News Nation piece isn't, and I'm gonna bet neither, considering the title of the Criminal video is 10 Disturbing Statements by Don Wells. I'm gonna bet it's 10 statements by Don Wells. Not about addiction, alcohol, violence, that you right, or anything like that. And I know that News Nation piece didn't hold all that. So where, if we're to believe Deception, did he come across the knowledge of all the alcohol and drug abuse and drunken rages and fits and all that? Surely it couldn't have been his first year and a half watching the Summer Wells stuff and then taking a hiatus and coming back. Being fully aware of their shenanigans on YouTube. Because I'll damn well tell you without poker chips that News Nation piece is not dedicated to drug or alcohol use, nor violence or anything. And I guarantee it, the 10 disturbing statements over here on Criminals are just that. Here he is talking about them killing Summer on purpose and rages, fits, alcohol, drugs, and the selling of Summer. Where do you get all that from? I'm gonna damn sure bet, without poker chips, with logic and common sense, and toe that says it ain't from the combination of a News Nation piece and a Criminal video. And there's no way he could be talking about drunken or drug-fueled rages and violence when neither of the things he's watching or read hold that much info about Candace Dawn. or Summer or the Life Round. Oh boy, it looks like somebody just got caught with their pants down, knowing far more than they should to come to that conclusion. Any of those, or to say killed by drunken or drug-fueled rages, violence, Uh-oh. Enhance, I'm gonna start selling decks of cards. No, I'm not, but 14 minutes. It amazes me y'all held out for 9 of these. And it's grown in numbers. That's what fucking astounds me. Wow. Oh boy. Alright, carry on.
And blah, blah, blah about all that in exchange for drugs or favors or whatever. This guy's a criminal record. Remember, this is all speculation.
Now, my problem was when I first watched this film, I didn't start at the beginning. I think I even voted that do Summers, but I'd watched the Pat Brown thing, right? Where this group knew I was watching when he showed up over there. Pat Brown recommended him. I thought, fuck, Pat Brown would do her homework, right? Wrong goddamn answer, apparently. So I watched the bit, and I was like, oh, this Deception guy in this place. I have regrets. Ones that Snickers bars can't fix. No regrets, man. Alright, carrying on.
At this point, but everything is on the table.
Everything's on the table. Are you swapping around what you clearly know is a statement by police and the main detectives with all possibilities are on the table? Sounds a little parody, doesn't it? Enhanced. Like, somebody just... They... This is sad. Tragic.
And then just briefly, since this will be in the Deception deck, if you've not picked up...
God damn! First episode in less than 15 minutes. Now wait a minute. And you're done advertising the Deception deck. And on that deck, you've clearly done placed X amount of orders for. You're putting something from Summer's case or an example on one of the cards about. But you've not even explored the whole case yet. You're 15 minutes in. One criminal video and a News Nation. But you're going to use it inside of the deck. Maybe that earlier about a commission was just a tongue slip. You know, a leak.
Your Deception deck, it is on sale right now, on pre-sale at Deception.Deck.com. My 52 best rules about spotting lies in the form of flashcards so you can memorize them and practice them easily.
Memorize and practice. Go fish. I don't know about you, but that's the way I like express it. I'm sure the FBI gives out decks of cards to all their expert analysts across the board. Here, take these home, fellas. Well, you can memorize and practice it. Just ignore me, it's fun.
The third way people lie is a lie of persuasion. And that's where they manage. This is what manipulators do, where they tell you the truth, but they manage your perception of the truth by you.
No. No. Oh, hell. What's wrong, Terry? You do not lie by persuasion, but not in that. I mean, my God. People can try to persuade you not like. They can gaslight the shit out of you. They can word salad the fuck out of you. They can make you doubt your own goddamn reality and what you've seen, heard, all the shit, right? They can continue feeding you lies, and the more they say it, they hope the more you believe. There's all kinds of different methods of, especially certain monsters, mask players, manipulators, cons, blah blah blah, right? Depending on what kind of flavor they are, what strings they hold, that type of shit. But you get people to believe you with powers of persuasion, but you don't necessarily lie by the powers of persuasion. You get people to falsely believe you by the powers of persuasion, gaslighting, word salad, bullshit, maybe using fancy shit, fancy titles, using big boy words on stupid gullible people that think you're super heckin' smart compared to them. And this one has a habit and a penchant for using low IQ to describe people. Now, and I get it, right? People could probably say the same about me because of my calling people stupid or ignorant all the time. Problem is, I don't really have an ego, and I don't think I'm really better or smarter else most days. I'm like, bitch, we're dumber than hell, especially these days. I'm fully aware of my own brain and the fires are burning low and wasn't taught that way. I just know stupid and ignorant. When I see it, I'm gonna call it what it is. That doesn't mean, no. I'm dumber than a box of rocks most days, and I have no problem admitting that. But this dude goes around calling people, from what I can discern in snippets, and when I was going through bits of before coming on here, and I shit you not, I can show you 7 or 8. I pulled up, stopped in a minute or two of her, skipped around, and not even think there's that many. I think there's like 3 or 4 up here. But, he has a habit. He also wants people to come to the same conclusion he does, and how he does, and this and the other, and he's real big on people agreeing with whatever conclusion he's come to. And then he wants to call motherfuckers low IQ. You know, there's a difference. Me, I don't really give a shit if anybody. That's the thing, even this realm. These motherfuckers will go about all day long telling you their final theories, their absolute answers, their people responsible, who's guilty, whatever, what conclusion they've come to, whatever the fuck it is, and and they're certain about it, and it has to be in certain. That is something nobody here has seen. I won't even give out all the puzzles and fires and shit I work. The theories I have, I don't give out names unknown. I don't go slinging shit at everybody. I think about stuff openly, obviously, sometimes, but I still am always like, all possibilities on the table. Law enforcement feds will eventually, but that does not mean that I'm not going to look for answers or keys or to hopefully have someone hear something and them hold the key and the answers and shit, because I am not so ego driven or anything else that I think I am the key or hold it or anything else. I very much think someone else does. And there's a very great possibility of that. And obviously, whoever is out there that's responsible, they're out there. There are people around them. People who can put together the aha moment. Anybody around here who tells you that they have come to definitive conclusions about anyone, anything, guilt, innocence, otherwise, I don't know what to tell you. Based on what? Mostly tampered with, fucked with shit from like instantly. Garbage ass interviews, this, that, the other, some clipped, edited, low attention span bullshit. Tragedy pimp shit, some creator with fake kids, fake families telling you so, some tweaker doing this for 2 years. Blackmail experts, con artists, telling you all this horse shit about everything to make millions off of everybody around here as they destroy everybody around here? The fuck you say? Hell no. Let's take with law enforcement. All possibilities are on the table. Try to do no harm, but try to get keys to drop loose and try to use logic and common sense along the way. Put this around me. Makes me vomit on them daily.
Using different qualifiers or hedging terms, so that even though they're telling you it's the truth, they minimize it or they skew your perception of it so that you don't totally get the correct picture. And manipulators like Meghan Markle or Amber best rules about.
And he loves calling women manipulators. He'll say it's his audience. Later on, don't fit. And now I hear that piece. And that's all it took me. Was that? He says manipulators, liars like Markle and Heard. Later on in some other piece I caught today, he says that, like I said earlier, about people loving to hate women that are unlikable. So that's the reason he concentrates on this, because they're high algorithms, so he's playing on people's and whatever. That's pretty manipulative. But he tries to say it in a way that it doesn't come out that way. But here is clearly going, oh no, Markle and Heard are manipulators and liars. Yeah, he's all the way back at the Meghan Markle shit that was horrendous. And really only done to her because of race, really, when you get down to it, and whatnot. And then her husband have enough respect to even give up a chance at being king because of love. He wasn't going to watch his wife be done the same way his mother was. Wow. Damn her and him to hell for that, right? Megan ruined the kingdom, and fuck all that jazz. Anyway, but yeah. So apparently she's a manipulator, according to the world. Those like deception here. Yeah, it looks like it. Guess he falls into that, because I don't know where he falls really, but that's a hell of a thing. Anybody with a fucking brain realizes what the hell was it? It was a son who wished his dad to his mother shitty, and a whole world and a kingdom full of people shit on his mother. And the media, much like YouTube and Tragedy Pants, at that time it's paparazzi, right? End up being the reason for her death. You know? And then, you know, hashtag love wins for a piece of shit mistress and a husband that abused the shit out of her. And he refused to let his wife be done the same. Said, fuck this. Fuck a chance. Kingdom. Fuck all y'all bitches. She ain't doing her like you did mother. And everybody's like, oh, Megan did it. Megan's a bad guy. I can't even believe that was a point in history. I just still, it's unbelievable to me that happened, and it's still a thing. But apparently that was around here too. And he partook of it and determined she's a manipulator. Okay, I hope it was more than like, say, an article from like the Sun or something, and one 10 disturbing things Marco said video somewhere.
About spotting lies in the form of flashcards so you can memorize them and practice them easily. The third way people lie is a lie of persuasion. And that's where they manage. This is what manipulators do, where they tell you the truth, but they manage your perception of the truth by using different qualifiers or hedging terms. So that even though they're telling you it's the truth, they minimize it or
qualifiers. This like they lie to you by persuasion using qualifiers and hedging terms, which are not really in persuasion. You know what? Some fucking weird mix of like BKAB something shit happening here. Better, worse. I just. I was speaking to the majority of an audience that are the tops. They go to a doctor and they hear the big words and they just take the doctor's recommendations, do it. They don't do their own research on this, on that. It's like, oh, this guy talks big words. Must know what the fuck he's talking about. I'll just go with whatever you recommend. I won't seek a second opinion. I won't seek a third, fourth. I don't understand the words you're using on me, but they sound heckin' good. Google escapes me. Sounds good enough. Let's go with it. You know? As long as you're personable enough and you say things enough and saying the right tones and pretty easy.
Where they skew your perception of it so that you don't totally get the correct picture.
Someone skewing your perspective is not the same as, you know what? Fuck, I quit.
And manipulators like Meghan Markle or Amber Heard tend to do this a lot. And I think Don does some of that here as well.
Insert hot buzzwords in people to have your brain go, relate this to that. Oh, high profile buzzwords. Women in this area. Oh, no. That wouldn't be rather. No, it's fine.
All right, so anyway, just listen to this quote and just imagine that it's so vague because either he did the things he's saying or he knows who did the things he's speculating about.
Okay, so we're going to listen to this quote and this vague one and imagine what?
And I think Don does some of that here as well. All right, so anyway, just listen to this quote and just imagine that it's so vague.
Okay, we're going to listen to this quote and we're going to imagine.
Because either he did the things he's saying or
we're going to imagine it's so vague because either he did the things he's about to say or
he knows who did the things he's speculating about.
Or he knows who did the things he's speculating. Okay, so we're gonna use our imagination. We're gonna do what? So it's gonna be a vagueness, but we're gonna imagine the idea you've put into our heads that we should think that either Don's guilty himself of what he's about to say, or that he knows he did. Though it's a okay. Alright. Go ahead and plant the seed before anybody hears the thing. The powers of persuasion.
Because the person paid him to be able to do it, or he's just got friends in low places and he suspects one of them might have come in.
Or what? Or somebody paid him to do it? What the?
And done this.
Number 3.
Hold the fuck up.
That it's so vague because either he did the things he's saying or he knows by using different qualifiers or hedging terms.
You're pre-planting ideas in people's heads to lead them to narratives and what you want them to believe. Instead of listening to it themselves and coming to their own conclusions and thoughts about it. That's manipulation. Now, Griff, you know better than that. I gotta do 62 hours worth of lives. And you know I never sleep. You know, on all the things, doing all the nefarious stuff. Anyway. Looks like this fella is doing the very things he's accusing of. You know what the? Carrying on.
So that even though they're telling you it's the truth, they minimize it or they skew your perception of it so that you don't totally get the correct picture. And manipulators like Meghan Markle or Amber Heard tend to do this a lot. And I think Don does some of that here as well.
Did he just mention him twice, please?
All right, so anyway, just listen to this quote and just imagine that it's so vague because either he...
Once again, he's going to repeat himself. You know what happens when somebody starts repeating? He's already told you what you should be doing and what you should be thinking. See you there. And then he mentions Michael Hart, and then he repeats what you should be thinking, etc., as you listen to this.
He did the things he's saying, or he knows who did the things he's speculating about. Either because the person paid him to be able to do it, or he's just got friends in low places and he suspects one of them might have come in and done this.
Okay, rewound. I bet. Alright.
Number 3. Bringing to what?
Not picked up your Deception deck. It is on sale right now, on pre-sale at Deception.Ketchup. My 52 best rules about spotting lies in the form of flashcards so you can memorize them and practice them easily.
And I kid you not, I'm not sure if this boy's aware, but if he is, I'm sure he's going to sue her. But one of the folks or any y'all has bought one of these fucking almost $100 decks, and she's letting people every day see one of hers and taking pictures of them, whatever. But the one I seen has to do with R. fucking Kelly, as an example. And how it's a cult. That whatever he said on the damn, I think it was Barbara Walters, or I can't remember, way back in the day, but it somehow implied that, yep, he was indeed, he had a cult or heroin. It was something, let me tell you. Seeing that card just, it's like, is this real? Yeah, okay, buddy. Imagine having a card out there and it's your own opinion / speculation used as an example of whatever the hell you say at the top. It was pretty wild. Has anybody proven that R. Kelly had a cult? No. But yeah, that's on there to back up whatever method you can use to, discern that for yourselves, though there's no concrete evidence or proof or anything to suggest that R. Kelly. It was a wild card, to say the least, that I've seen.
The third way people lie is a lie of persuasion. And that's where they manage. This is what manipulators do, where they tell you the truth, but they manage your perception of the truth by using...
You're going to persuade people by managing their perception of the truth. You're going to tell them what to think and what to imagine before they listen to something. And you're going to give them 2 hot buzzword people in high profile cases to basically even up.
Okay. Different qualifiers or hedging terms so that even though they're telling you it's the truth, they minimize it or they skew your perception of it so that you don't totally get the correct picture. And manipulators like Meghan Markle or Amber Heard
skew your perception, manipulate. I bet.
tend to do this a lot. And I think Don does some of that here as well. All right, so anyway, just listen to this quote and just imagine that it's so vague because either he did the things he's saying or he knows who did the things he's speculating about. Either because the person paid him to be able to do it or he's just got friends.
The person paid him to do it. To do what? Either Don's guilty of it or somebody knows it. And the person paid him to do it. What? To pull a Markle or a Heard? I'm not sure what he means by that. That somebody paid Don to do it. But okay.
Friends in low places, and he suspects one of them might have come in and done this.
Number 3.
Or he has friends in low places who he suspects may have come in and done this. And that's said very fast, because really what he wants is for you to perceive and to think and be persuaded the first couple ideas. But as a caveat, he wants to, you know what, it's fine, fuck it.
3. Bringing to words the most vicious acts which he thinks might have been done to his missing daughter.
Somebody has hurt her.
Well, hell, my dude. I'm pretty sure. Now, if it's just this, if the statement is just somebody has hurt her, I'm pretty sure every parent of a missing child has that thought. I'm pretty sure all of us. No, chances are that's pretty high no matter what, but I know where the rest of this goes, but that's whatever. I think we all do. Anyway.
That's a definitive statement. Somebody has hurt her.
Get this fella guy, Buddy Powell, with a reputation of apparently, according to you, being in court settings enough to cross-examine people anyway. Summer's not where she should be. Summer is somewhere out here in the world. Something happened on June 15th. She just didn't just poof off the face of the earth. You know, children are not taken to go to Disney World, asshole. Okay. So I think no matter what parent you are, Dawn or Candace or anybody, you'd be like, well, somebody in some way has her. Even if that's just emotionally, mentally, psychologically, she's separated, she's taken, something has happened to Summer, dude. She didn't just poof off the face of the earth on June 15th. And even if it's C&D or anybody else, church members, neighbors, grandists, outward other family members, who the hell knows who, they're responsible. Summer's not where she should be. And she's definitely not in Disney World. And no matter how you go about it, Summer at some level has obviously been hurt. Even if that's just being separated from everything she's known. For whatever reason. I mean, I don't care. All possibilities are on the table, but all of those do include the fact that Summer is not where she should be. And she's out here in the world somewhere. And, you know, I don't know about you, but people who harm or take children in any manner, man, they ain't out here being like, yeah, it ain't like goddamn Kardashian types right here with me, like just taking kids or doing things to them. You know, man, I don't even think in cul-de-sac Karen's mind around here do they think that, yeah, even if their child, they'd be like, oh yeah, they're unhurt, they're fine, they're Disney. I'm pretty sure we all know. Damn, bro. So, certain level, you do have to give some of these statements from these jackasses' mouths, even if it's hard, some leeway. Some of them. But, I know, we all know, some of these statements finish up. We've all been here long enough to know.
It's in the past tense. It's very clear. I actually believe.
But he is just examining and analyzing this one standalone piece of that statement as definitive. Someone has hurt her. So if he's going to take this piece of that statement and analyze it in a setting all on its own and separate, and then call that sus, fuck you mean? Every parent of a missing child would have this same thought. And it's generally why all parents are out instantly begging for the return of their children or just somebody to have a heart or whatever, you know? Because they're terrified for their children. They don't want them harmed or hurt. It's why parents of missing children are generally out crying and distraught and curled up in fetal positions, whatever, you know, that everybody expects all parents to do. Because of the most notorious examples that, you know, in things in standards, projectionists there, but not everybody does those things, and then that looks funny too if they don't. But either way, yeah, I don't know. But that's a hell of a statement. Somebody has hurt to latch onto, and you know, okay, we're just gonna move on.
It's true. But the fact that there's no evidence of a kidnapping, and the fact that he's saying with such confidence.
Now wait. You know what? Okay. I'll go to the same damn article. Yep. Alright. June 15th, 21, June 15th, 3, Marnie, Molly, Devin. Okay. Usual, no, my heart and mind should be abducted, and we don't know. Walking to strange land here. Still, all that is known about last time's seen. Can't stop, can't center of investigation, but were never named as suspects. Though he did called on the main suspect earlier. Weird. Wonder where he got that from. Recently, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation released an age progressed photo showing what Summer would look like now. They say there's no information to make public. They're continuing to chase down leads in the case. The Wells said they have had to move from the tight-knit community of fewer than 5,000 because of all threats, harassment they received. The Hawkins County Sheriff said the Wells cooperated, but there's no evidence that someone was kidnapped or abducted. We have not ruled anything out. Everything is possible. So, you remember earlier when I said that it sounded like he was parroting all possibilities on the table, but he used a different word, flipped it. That's not even used in there, and I bet he is very aware of the news clips where they've said all possibilities on the table, because in here they just say everything is possible, and they've not ruled anything out. Okay. In the news pieces where Lawson and Pruitt speak, they say no evidence of abduction and kidnapping, but they're not ruling them out. All possibilities are still on the table. Here they say they've not ruled anything out. Everything is possible. I think he's aware there. This fella is of everything, all possibilities still be. And it's weird that he just tells you there's no evidence of kidnapping or abduction, or however he just phrased it. But then what, in the News Nation piece, he missed the very next sentence, literally, that says, quote, we have not ruled anything out. Everything is possible. According to the sheriff. So let me get this straight. He just quoted what he wanted to out of it, which is they have no evidence of. But are we to imagine he then didn't read the very next sentence that said, we have not ruled out anything out? Everything is possible? Is that what he would like us to believe? Or is he persuading you, much like these tragedy pimps have, that that's not said? Anyway. Because it doesn't fit whatever they're trying to persuade you into belief. And whatever narrative they're feeding. Candace Dawn, polygraph, but Lawson still says everyone is still a person of interest. Also, another statement you'll hear here. When it suits them, they'll pick the one that says everyone is still suspect, and they'll pick the one that says everyone's a person of interest, and then they just do whatever the hell they want here. Anything wrong with interview quotes. She's not going to allow any situation. I got the biggest mistake. Wrong friends. Blah, blah, blah. Don't say his name. We could discuss the family case. Social services fix so much their brothers. Well, shit. So earlier when he fucked up and he said 2 siblings, in the article it clearly says 3. Damn, I don't guess you read this article worth a fuck. We love our Knockdown Hearts. We miss her. The News Nation made sure to include how he swept their whatever in the on-camera interview. It made it into print. We will do anything to ever back in that church with us. She so loves. He pleaded guilty to driving under the influence. 22. Candace also filed an order of protection against him. Then asked for it to be dismissed. Criminal charges, 3 states, including domestic assault arrest in 2020. No, still pretty rough in my life. No appearances since Dr. Phil in 21. Oh, look, and it even mentions how she walked out of an interview in tears. I'm gonna bet when you get to that part of his non-video thing, though, he's like, what? Or something, and acting like he didn't know, and he just, but it's new news to him. But the article would have made him aware of that moment. Harassment, we know you're getting a mom going. News Nation, job sites, Arkansas, P.S. Police, TV on Hawkins, both declined, interviews on today's news from law enforcement. Alright, Lawson, quote, nothing pointing to abduction, nothing pointing to foul play other than her walking outside the house and not being found, Lawson had previously stated. There's also a key tip from a neighbor in 21. A woman and her children told police they were screaming about an unfortunate missing. The short day entered. Dismiss it? Yeah, no shit. Sheriff said after multiple interviews. The tip led nowhere. Wait, what? Lawson said the tip led nowhere, just like they said the doctor led nowhere. But wait, I thought it was unfounded only. Like I said, they pick and choose what they want. Oh my god! Around here. Still looking for a pickup truck, blah blah. Summer's father still on the hope. Yep. Okay, so just as I suspected, this piece doesn't really hold anything about extreme drug use, violence, alcoholism, anything like that, to give him they've killed her by rages induced by alcohol or drugs. Okay. Well, I hope for his sake that 10 odd things Dawn said holds at her. It shows you that, well, he definitely has more knowledge and has been watching the shenanigans. Just like one of my videos where November's told him saying that he was watching Summer Sing, then he had to take a break. Then he came back. Then he took it. Anyway, so yeah, well, I don't know. I guess he missed that next sentence because it's a doozy. Very next sentence, imagine that. What? You can wait. No evidence leading to, but all possibilities. Well, okay. Alright, bro. I'm gonna tell any of you. What's happening here? It almost seems like a straight magic carpet ride, doesn't it? A straight step into bullshit, Wolfville. Did I say it out loud? I did it. Okay. All these fucking stupid. Alright.
Means he might actually be talking about an actual event where she was hurt by somebody, either himself or his wife or a friend of theirs. But somebody has hurt her. I take him at his word. I believe that it's true.
Sexually, maybe beat the fuck out of her.
So instead of analyzing that as one whole statement, He picks that first 3 or 4 words. Then he goes on to the rest. I mean, that would be you know what? Fuck it. We're never getting through this if I can't stop eating.
And here's the projection. So somebody has hurt her, and now he's saying it's likely.
What do you mean there's a projection?
They hurt her sexually. I think that's because, and I think he actually has a history of being attracted to minors. That's from what I've read.
Okay, he told us first it's the only thing he's come in contact with is the News Nation article I just read you and this video about Summer. Where in any of that did he discern that Dawn might have an attraction to minors? Was anything like that implied in the News Nation article in the least? No, it was not. Has it been implied so far in this video? No. But how many statements are left to go through to imply? You know, I don't know. And he said he read it. He didn't say he watched it. Now, did he? He said he read it. Where did he read it at? The one article he said he's read about Summer? Because we just read it. Go read it for yourself. It doesn't imply or say anything like that or give any such shit. And he clearly told us himself that that's all he'd read, saying that one article and this video. So where did he read this? And well, he can't say no. Wow, ain't that step a doozy? He's only read one thing according to him. He's already said it. I didn't say that. He said that. He told you all that. He'd only read one article. The News Nation we just read. Or I just read. Whatever. He showed it, so I know I was reading the right one that matched. And he's only watched this one video all the way through. See, watching and reading are two different things, but he clearly told you all, as an audience, as members subs, he'd only read the one thing and watched the one thing. Now he's telling you from what he read, and has read, Dawn's attracted to children. So I don't know where he read that inside of that News Nation article, but it must have been lost between the magical sentence he missed. I'm not fucking sure. Am I wrong here, Nance? I'm sure you can blame it, though. You can be like, well, I read it from my subs and members in chat. Right, they were telling me. Well, that means you were skewed, and you didn't base anything on anything other than being told that, right? See how it works? You didn't come to your own conclusions. You didn't research first, like a good lawyer or statement analyst. You're saying that you've read it. So Excel has things. Try to lay it off on the sub members' chats and their comments, and there's going to be a problem there too. But one article, one video is what he just told y'all. Now it's this. Listen again.
So, if that is true, it's in the past tense, it's very clear. I actually believe it's true. But the fact that there's no evidence of a kidnapping, and the fact that he's saying with such confidence, means he might actually be talking about an actual event where she was hurt by somebody, either himself or his wife or a friend of theirs. But
And he's implying, since there's no evidence of an abduction or kidnapping, that would then mean there'd be no way somebody's hurt somebody. That might have hurt. Yeah. Is not be a kidnapping or abduction either, you know? And he's saying there's no evidence, but then he's skipping over the fact that the very next sentence says all possibilities. But he's clearly aware of it, and the all possibilities are still on the table realm. He just flipped a word earlier to make it seem like he wasn't parroting when he's clearly heard Pruitt or Lawson say on video and watched. And
somebody has hurt her, I take him at his word. I believe that is true.
Sexually, maybe beat the fuck out of her.
And here's the projection. So somebody has hurt her, and now he's saying it's likely they hurt her sexually. I think that's because, and I think he actually has a history of being attracted to minors. That's from what I've read.
he said it. Don't shoot the messenger. Compare his own statements. He said the only thing he'd read was that article. He even showed it to you as proof it's all he read. He pulled it right up. Same article I just read you. And then this video he's going over that he said he watched all the way through. Now watching and reading are two different things. So where inside of that News Nation article did he read any such thing to suggest this shit? Where did he get this idea of drug or alcohol rage killings of some writer? Because that wasn't in the News Nation piece. See, there's some fucking problems. Alright. And here's the thing I can't make sense. If someone like him, who's a lawyer, court settings, cross-examining, they have that type of law degree, criminal law degree, they should be aware of how tools of law enforcement, evidence collection, ways to find evidence also exist. They should be very well aware of all this. Now, if, like he said, and didn't finish up with all possibilities, since he clearly missed that statement, didn't want to include it. He wants to say there's no evidence of abduction or kidnapping, but he does want to stick to this, and that Dawn's saying, and this is something that was done to someone, that she was probably whatever, and beat, and whatever, and rage killed, whatever it is, and she was not abducted or kidnapped or anything. Is he implying then that would take place at 110? and then there'd be no evidence of such a thing? Because I'm pretty sure rage killings or any of this, there would be evidence left clearly for law enforcement, scent dogs, specialized units, and see. And there'd be far more evidence of this type of thing left behind than there would be, say, kidnapping or abduction. Tell me I'm wrong. A lawyer should know this. I mean, they have to be for clients and to argue evidence collection and how and what, and to also have it done for their clients to exonerate or to do this, you know. Yeah, you think it's fucking fine. Fuck it. Let's move on.
So, if that is true, that he has a history of being attracted to minors, I'm not going to say the word because YouTube.
If it's true, who in the fuck gave you this idea when you read it? It damn sure wasn't News Nation. But a second ago, you put it out as a, you know what? We're going to be here 6 days in a row, people.
YouTube will flag my video. So in the comments, please don't use the P word. But the fact that he's saying it's probable that someone sexually assaulted her, and remember, she's like a 5-year-old little girl, is projection. I think he's revealing what.
And by those same standards, are people not projecting that as well? Others, I don't just forget.
He would do in that situation. Because if it were me or you or any other normal person, thoughts like this would be A, hard to even think up in the first place. B, even if we could think of them, it would be so unbearable and disgusting to even consider and so hard to consider, you might not even be able to put it into words.
I'll agree with you. It's hard to read this shit, hear this shit. It's hard to hear it come out of Dawn's mouth. It's hard to hear it come out of your people's mouths out there and the creators and everything else who say it without a damn thought. And can say it without curling up in the fetal position. It hits and smacks like a damn brick wall. But a whole lot of people in this room don't have a problem saying shit like that. Or you notice how many trolls troll us with shit like that too. They're just fine thinking of the grossest shit they can say to all of us. And that's who's behind those icons. They're definitely monsters of their own, whether you just want to be like, tee, it's a troll or not. Somebody out there sick enough to think that shit and type it out. But are they any better than Dawn for saying shit like that? y'all have seen some of the sick motherfuckers who've come in here just be like, and everybody's like, oh, they're trolling Judas, they're trolling Don, they're trolling kids, they're trolling the chats. Every time you see some of those saying the worst fucking shit on earth about Summer and other things in our chats, and y'all laugh, you remember what you're actually seeing is some asshole human being who's really out here in the world among you that can not just think these things, but then go type them, and y'all are okay with that. But you give Dawn hell for less than what some of these trolls say. You remember that. That ain't just trolling. That's some weird ass human out here who can think these things, then come troll with them, which is actually forms of abuse, manipulation, triggering of their own, and to torment people. And they get off on that shit. Somewhere out there in the world with you, they walk. At your water coolers and your PTA meetings and whatever else. They're capable of thinking that way, typing it out, and being just fine. And y'all laugh at it and think it's funny. And it's just a troll. It's not. Because like me, I can't even say shit like this over here. I don't like hearing others say shit like this. And these trolls and things come up with far worse than I've ever even heard Dawn say. What Dawn says is bad enough. And these creators, they say they care so much. I don't even, and they're like, we care so much, it keeps us up. And I was just like, then how in the fuck do you all say some of the shit you say about her? And put on her and her brothers and all this garbage you do, and the ways you fucked with her case on purpose and fucked with all. How do you do that shit? Like, spare me your fake savior of, or cares about, or, you know, fuck off with all this shit. I don't see. I don't like none of you. Just can't. Alright.
And then third, the fact that you would say it's probable that's happening is totally unlikely. Unless you've had some sort of experience like that.
What do you mean it's improbable or... Okay. Well, something has happened to Summer. She's not where she should be, bro. This guy's telling you no evidence of abduction, kidnapping. He's telling you there's no whatever. And then also, this isn't probable, but that Don's done it. And guilty of it with Summer. And he's probably the one who's done this because he's projected onto somebody else. Pick a fucking direction, you know? Yeah. Look, you guys. I got a troll. They won't know if I'm drunk. Abso-fucking-lutely, I'm shit-faced. I've drank 12 gallons of something. Straight, I don't know. Like vanilla flavoring from the cake aisle at Walmart. I don't know. Dear asshole troll, it's cancer and a speech disability. May it never be you or yours. Right? But chances are, statistics say, cancer rates say it probably will be one day. And when that happens, I hope you think of this moment. Have a nice fucking night. Carry on.
In your life where you consider this disgusting thing probable. I think this is projection. He might be telling us more about himself than the supposed abductor of his daughter.
The time is right.
Let him have it, fellas!
We need your help. We'd like you to lend us your strength.
All right, let's head inside. All be children.
Number 4. Not wishing prison upon the person who took his daughter.
So this is another test that law enforcement uses to deduce if a suspect is actually guilty. What they'll do is they will ask the suspect, all right, if we catch the guy who did this, do you think they should get capital punishment? Right? We actually saw this in a Ramses video. They asked the Ramses, if we ever catch the person who kidnapped and...
Now I don't really care where this goes next. Even when I finally heard Dawn with his swap up on the first tampered and fucked with interview with Candace, say that, and he goes, you're afraid of going to prison. I was a little like, what the fuck? It also didn't match his rage at people on Facebook, because he really was like, after he realized if I have the placement, he was straight going God's wrath on people. But I think it only became a thing after it was said that he went too soft on, the question about, what he thought should happen to the abductor or whoever, Then it became this whole woo-woo shit. I don't know. I may have a little backwards, but Facebook days, other community members be like, see what Dawn's doing today? Like, no, I get a screenshot. I'm like, oh, military knocking down doors or God's wrath or religion and hopes the devil eats somebody. But I can't remember. I feel like that became a thing after he became aware that the world was like, wait, why did he just go that soft on whoever? But I do, and I've always been like, the fuck did that motherfucker just say? Why did he say, you're afraid of prison? Okay, whatever, bro. But that was the piece that hit me. Whatever.
Killed John Bonet. Should they get capital punishment? And John gave a very weak response to that. I think he's...
And I found it weird, even then, that I think much like you all do. Because, unlike you all, I've seen Don absolutely goddamn enraged when Summer, by his estimation, had been taken from him before. So, why in the hell was not from June 15th forward? I can't say. But, because it was like, man, why ain't you coming here just absolutely fucking boiling mad? I don't know what the hell. Things change. I don't know. But it's what it is, and it's for real experts to figure out.
He said they should be punished to the fullest extent of the law, which was a red flag. A soft tone about the person who allegedly abducted your daughter is a red flag. I would we actually saw this in a Ramses video. They asked the Ramses, if we ever catch the person who...
Hold on.
All be children.
Number 4. Not wishing prison upon the person who took his daughter.
So this is another test that
Number 4, not wishing prison upon the abductor, stuff.
Enforcement uses to deduce if a suspect is actually guilty. What they'll do is they will ask the suspect, all right, if we catch the guy who did this, do you think they should get capital punishment? Right? We actually saw this in a Ramses video. They asked the Ramses, if we ever catch the person who kidnapped and killed John Bonet, should they get capital punishment? And John gave a very weak response to that. I think he said they should be punished to the fullest extent of the law, which was a red flag. A soft tone about the person who allegedly abducted your daughter is a red flag. I would expect any parent in that situation whose kid was actually murdered by someone to say, you're damn right, fry him. And even more of a red flag was Patsy, who couldn't even answer the question. So if you haven't seen my Ramses playlist, there's lots of similarities there and here. As well as in McCann's as well. It's amazing how whenever I do a community poll, the ones that rise to the top are all unsolved mysteries. They involve little girls who something terrible happens to, and suspicious parents.
It's because they're the biggest cases, aren't they? Especially the beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed ones, and mothers and fathers that aren't that likable, or the public loves to hate. Too rich, too poor, too this. Hate them for one reason or the other. Very polarizing.
Except for Nicola Bully, which is a totally new one where the suspicion is on the boyfriend killing his girlfriend. And that will be a new series that we start soon. So make sure to subscribe if you want to be notified for updates to all my series and when the Nicola Bully series starts. Okay, so not wishing a harsh punishment on the hypothetical real culprit of a crime to law enforcement, to juries, basically to anyone, is obviously a red flag, because if you're actually the victim of something, it's easy to expect you to want them to face the harshest punishment possible. And that goes to tone, which is also in the deception deck. So John Ramsey failed that test, Patsy Ramsey failed that test, and to me, those were good indicators that they couldn't wish capital punishment.
How would he know the tone or any of that Dawn or Candace or Bell said that with, if he hadn't watched them? Because Criminal didn't say there was, what? Seems to have far too much information for somebody with one article and Criminal video under their belt.
Punishment on the person who killed John Bonet, because the person who killed John Bonet was their son, Burke, in my opinion. Now, let's look how Don Wells talks about the person who allegedly abducted his daughter. What would he want to happen to them? Is he going to take a harsh tone like we would expect, or a soft tone, which would be a red flag?
But you just said it was soft tone. You gave the game away before you finished the thing. You told your audience what was already before. You know what? We're never getting through this. It's.
So what do you think should happen? What do you think should happen?
Okay.
I have to leave it to God, and I know what prison's like.
Interesting. So, if it were me, someone kidnapped my daughter, I would say I want to roast them.
So let me get this straight. You nor Criminal discern this from the Candace and Dawn first interview. You got it from the McDonough shit. So you didn't use the first statements. Neither of you used Candace's from Dr. Phil either. No, or Dawn's with the. You know what? Fine. Fine.
Put him in the chair.
You didn't go do enough research to put Dawn's statements at first, side by side with that one. I was like, you're afraid of going to prison. And then that one right there, leave it in the hands of God. Yeah, I've been to prison, don't wish it on anybody. Okay.
Roast them. Turn them into a barbecue. I don't care. But listen to how A, Don doesn't say that right away. And B, which is odd, he actually personalizes it. So when they ask, should the person who took your daughter go to prison? He starts speaking.
I think it's even, I think it's something Boba might even touch on some of his earlier.
About himself. So he's projecting himself onto the person who might go to prison for abducting and potentially killing Summer, which is very strange, very bizarre, and potentially very revealing. When he pictured.
I mean, obviously, I feel ways about it too. Your turn to the first one, other things said. But it's better than I to figure out.
There's a person who killed Summer. He picked.
But for me, it goes further. It's the your flip and that. It's the what changed when you got to jail with the boys and the. We, with that, changes. Yeah, there too. It's got similarities to it. Anyway. Can't
pictures
say why
himself.
What do you think should happen? I have to leave it to God, and I know what prison's like. And I have mercy for anybody who's in prison.
I have mercy on anybody who's in prison. That's strange. That's not what we expect from the parent of a little girl who's been kidnapped. Like he says, he says he knows she was kidnapped by a stranger. But now when it comes time to discuss the punishment of that person, he has leniency on them.
I mean, I can't sit here and say I don't find that odd too, but by this point, the church thing's in full play. It's that whole, God's the one that mets up justice. The religious thing, it's bad to wish death upon and blah, blah. That comes into play, right? If you have to wear that cloak, you're going to try to go with the forgiveness thing, which, by the way, is strange. Other parents and families of missing and murdered, whether it be children, adults, etc., loved ones of any nature, there have been many that have come out and been like, we forgive them. And I hope they find their way to the Lord. We don't wish punishment on. There's been families that have sought to free those who, or become friends with in some way, or all these things in society. And often it's like, well, okay, that's pretty cool. You forgive them. I'm glad you have that big of a heart. It depends on whether they like you enough or not, or what the story is, on whether that's acceptable behavior and whether, they see it as, You know, oh, that's very religious. It's Christians, how they identify with you, right? But not in Candace's case, their religion, when they say, well, right, it's in God's hands, we don't wish whatever on anybody, we just blah, blah, blah. It's perceived as different as opposed to others around crimes who have forgiven even immediately the person or person is responsible for, doing XYZ to their family members or missing or loved ones. For some reason, the religious aspect would be condoned or okayed or whatever by public. It's different the powers of perception, I think, and all these different things around each and every one, but I don't know. But I can't sit here and say that I don't find it strange. Knowing cloaks exist, weird things, and that I know this person to be someone who's absolutely fucking enraged when Summer is what they perceive as taken from them before. And I gotta tell you, prior to June 15th, there was no massive talk of religion or sudden turnabouts or anything. And so June 15th, you would expect that to still be present until they fully got into whatever the hell this is now. Where it's been a couple years and the cloak's signed, whatever. But so yeah, June 15th, I did very much, or at least in the days after, expect to see some of that. Didn't really see that. That's why that night I was like, holy shit. He's likely to kill Candace, Grandis, whatever else. And I was like, please don't hurt him or kill him. Yeah. Because I'd seen the rage from him before. So, and that was when he knew that Summer was okay, who she was with, and he was still that enraged. And then June 15th is okay, nobody knows what's happened this summer. You should have been more enraged at some random than you were your wife and mother-in-law for, quote, taking her from you before. You'd think a random would definitely enrage you more, but you see that reaction from anyone. That always struck me as weird. Anyway.
To me, this is a suggestion. It suggests that either he is the culprit, that he might have killed Summer, or she died on his watch, or he knows who did it. And he doesn't want to condemn them, even in his words. So maybe his wife is responsible. Maybe Summer ran away.
What?
While his wife was supposed to be watching her because she was drunk or stoned or just a negligent, unfit mother.
Once again, how did he come to that conclusion? Based on the News Nation article and this video. Because this video is about 10 disturbing statements from Dawn. Nothing really to do with Candace. That News Nation article only includes a DUI about Dawn. Not Candace being drunk or high. So, where'd that information come from, big boy? Because it damn sure wasn't from the News Nation or this. I mean, I just have questions.
So he doesn't want to condemn her for that because he's also negligent. Right? So
What do you mean he wants to? What? He didn't want to condemn her for that because he's also been negligent. It's interesting, isn't it?
this indicates it might not mean that he is responsible, but someone he cares about might be responsible by the fact that he does not want to condemn them even in his words. This is a big red flag, and it's a great law enforcement test.
You're lucky if you get out of there alive. Yeah. Anyway. So would you want to see this person in prison? I don't know if I could do that. Let's be honest with you.
That's a strange answer. That's a really bizarre, unexpected answer.
Yeah.
And it suggests he knows that something terrible happened to her, and it suggests he knows who did it. And it doesn't necessarily have to be someone as close to him as his wife. It could be a friend. It could be a drug dealer. It could be an acquaintance.
I'm gonna go with no on that. I've seen what they do to others and how they do it over the years, and I'll tell you no. Nah, even if it was, quote, friends or acquaintances or dealers and shit, like, hell no. 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 They wouldn't be all benevolent and shit.
But suggests he knows who did it. He can't even condemn them with his words.
Yeah, it just depends on all the circumstances, you know.
Number 5, go.
All circumstances. See, it's that bit that stands out to me more in that, really. It just depends on all the circumstances.
Going on about how much Summer loved him instead of the other way around.
Yeah, she had to be by me. She just had to be by me. That's her personality. Yeah. No. Yeah, she loves me to death.
She loves me to death. Once again, we have a little bit more leakage about death.
Bro, this has been done far before you many times. I think we've all, mentioned this, put it together with time, that this is a thing. You're not new here, Christopher Columbus.
I went into this thinking that Summer might have run away. Just a kid playing around and, got lost. So she might have just gotten lost by accident. B.
Now he's like, oh, she's got lost by accident. Went around lost, got her lost by accident. Huh. But earlier he was going on about this, she ran away thing. So he does, and he's not mixed up, nor are we misunderstanding this guy's language. Earlier it was that Summer ran away for some reason. Now it's that, well, maybe she just did wander off and get lost. Let's go back to News Nation article. Okay, Trace. Mother, bummers. Stairs just gone. Basement, raptor. Against non-center investigation. Playgrass, blah blah. No new information. Harassment. Cooperated. No evidence. But not ruled anything out. It's possible. Lawson's statement. Everyone's still POI. Good mother, biggest mistake, grown friends. There's one he could discuss. Social services. We love our daughter. There's no one of those flips of I and we. I and you. Blah, blah, blah. Alright. So, guilty of driving under influence. Can't also felt murder. Don currently faces criminal charges. Blah, blah. Makes mistakes. Sit down to discuss better. Can't sit down. Dr. Phil. Interrogated. Blah, blah. Consumed harassment. Mob. Lose state. Job. 8 hours for the police. Nothing new from law enforcement either, but as always city believes someone was abducted. Lawson, nothing pointing to abduction, nothing pointing to foul play, other than her walking outside the house and not being found. There's a key tip, neighbor, scream, led nowhere, blah blah blah. Still infrared pickup. Still holds on to hope, Dawn says. So whatever the outcome, hope in God, one day I'll be with my daughter again. Sheriff declined an interview, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay.
She might have run away. She might have actually been being abused. It could be an acquaintance, but suggests he knows who did it. He can't even condemn them with his.
So nowhere in that News Nation article was it mentioned that Summer just walked off and got lost in the woods. Unlike it being mentioned by Pruitt, Lawson, and the other in videos and interviews. Weirdly enough, that News Nation piece doesn't mention shit about that. I hope that the 10 odd things here mentions it. Otherwise, I'm going to start wondering where he came across that information that Summer may have just walked away and got lost in the woods.
Words.
Yeah, it just depends on all the circumstances,
Number 5. Going on and on about how much Summer loved him instead of the other way around.
Yeah, she had to be by me. She just had to be by me. That's her personality. Yeah. No. Yeah, she loves me to death.
She loves me to death. Once again, we have a little bit more leakage about death. I went into this thinking that Summer might have run away.
Why would he come into this thing and Summer just ran away? Nothing in that News Nation piece would imply that Summer just ran away. I highly doubt anything in this Don Wells 10 Statements criminal piece suggests such things. So why would he have initially committed this thing and Summer ran away? I don't know.
So a kid playing around and got lost. So she might have just gotten lost by accident. B, she might have run away. She might have actually been being
She just wandered off and got lost. That wasn't the News Nation piece. It is featured heavily in interviews with officials, TBI, Walls, Pruitt, etc.
abused so terribly that she ran away. So here's the options in my mind at this.
What led you to form these conclusions in one article and a low sublocale? Here are 10 disturbing things someone said.
This point. A, she wandered off, got lost because her mother was negligent in not watching her. And that's why we see some hoax-like language, some certain
parroting, wandered off. He doesn't say she walked off, she's playing, she goes, he says wandered off. That's the language of Pruitt, Lawson, feds, law enforcement, interviews. It's not criminal language, it's not News Nation, hell it wasn't even mentioned over there. Who forever says wandered off and became lost? Yep, feds, Ellie, Lawson, Pruitt. Much like earlier, he exhibited language then by changing one word but still including the tables too. Aw, damn.
that she was abducted because they need to cover up that negligence. Right? People who hoax need to hide the truth. There's a reason they create a hoax. And by hoax, I mean a false story. A hoax is more than a lie. A hoax is a false story with evidence, with faked evidence provided.
What fake evidence? You're implying there's fake evidence.
So here the hoax would be a false story that Summer was abducted with fake testimony about what happened that day, right? So the hoax.
How does the lawyer mix up testimony with evidence?
Hoax, the evidence that's presented to support the hoax is a scripted story or false testimony about what happened. So if the mom was drunk or high or being negligent and Summer wandered off and got lost, the hoax is to say that she wasn't being negligent, she was sober, and Summer ran off when she wasn't paying attention for a few seconds. All right, so that's possible.
Where did he get any of these ideas? The videos about 10 disturbing statements about Dawn. Nothing like that's implied. Strange.
And likely. B is the parents accidentally killed her due to negligence. So they might have tripped on her and knocked a ball on her head, or gotten upset at her.
Tripped on her and knocked a ball on her head? that would be something like accidental death, and then I guess cover up / hoax or whatever. But that would be accidental, and then cover up territory, right? Am I wrong? He's a liar.
And beat her up till she died. Or
I gotta listen to it.
All right, so that's possible and likely. B is the parents accidentally killed her due to the hoax. The evidence that's presented to support the hoax is a scripted story or false testimony about what happened. So if the mom was drunk or high or being negligent and Summer wandered off and got lost, the hoax is to say that she wasn't being negligent, she was sober, and Summer ran off when she wasn't paying attention for a few seconds. All right, so that's possible and likely. B is the parents accidentally killed her due to negligence. So they might have tripped on her and knocked a ball on her head, or gotten.
That's not an act of negligence. An accidental death is not an act of negligence. Like, I'm talking about, like, if you tripped over your kid, or you're walking by with a little laundry and your hip bumped them and they fell down the stairs, something, or whatever. That is an accidental death. Right? That's not you being negligent. That's a full-on accidental death. Nobody meant for it to happen. It was an absolute fucking accident. Then you got the negligent death, or all these. Those are separate things, motherfucker. Now, could any of those be, like, covered up or hoaxed? Fuck yeah. But there's a difference between negligence and accidental. Tripping over your kid and a ball falling on their head is not negligent. It's fucking full-on accidental. What? You know what? He's gotta be one of those free ones they give you. I don't know. Gotta be, though. Actually, probably worse. Jesus Christ. Okay,
All right, so that's possible and likely. B is the parents being a false story. A hoax is more than a lie. A hoax is a false.
Hey, look, I got another troll, you guys. Let's give them 5 minutes. 5 seconds. They're so cute tonight. And get this. Alright? Get this. Your troll. Reams and reams of data. GPS. Tech. Cameras. Pictures. Witnesses. Timelines. Scent dogs. Police. Detectives. Profilers. Feds. All the things. Yeah. Yeah. You're full of shit, but thanks for stopping.
Story with evidence, with faked evidence provided. So here the hoax would be a false story that Summer was abducted with fake testimony about what happened that day, right? So the hoax, the evidence that's presented to support the hoax is a scripted story or false testimony about what happened. So if the mom was drunk or high or being negligent and Summer wandered off and got lost, the hoax is to say that she wasn't being negligent, she was sober, and Summer ran off when she wasn't paying attention for a few seconds. All right, so that's possible and likely. B is the parents accidentally killed her due to negligence. So they might have tripped on her and knocked a ball on her head, or gotten upset at her and beat her up till she died.
That's not negligence nor accidental. That's intentional homicide. Are you telling me this fella doesn't know the difference between accidental, negligent, and homicide with intent? Like 12 seconds. Just showed us he doesn't understand the difference between negligent, accidental, and intentional. It's the weirdest shit I've ever seen over here.
Or just abused her to the point where she was malnourished, or just gave into the stress of the abuse and died.
Bro, abuse of that magnitude is also intentional. You know what? And I'm pretty sure, and I'll tell you what, here's the thing. Obviously Monster and others, and other people out in places in public June 15th. Yeah, like, they saw Summer, Monster and I had seen Summer, in the day or two before. I think even the evening before. But if anyone had seen Summer in such abused, neglected, near-death state like that, even if it were Allie and Hunter and them, they would have called 911 immediately. I don't give a fuck who, where, what, when. And in no way, when I saw Summer last, was she in any such state as that. She had ample energy about her. She was, like I've said, she's being kind of bratty, but honestly, the kid wanted a towel, so can't blame her, but she was, being Summer and whatever, and, I just, no, sir. No, sir. The woodcutters and brush cutters had also seen her that morning or whatever, and hold on, let me think. I know they said that Candace was making her wave in the stair, but they had seen her, and I know they'd seen her before they'd swapped spots the day prior. I think if any of those men had seen her in such a state where she was so abused she was near death, in any of the weeks they're working near and on that property, one of them, at least one of them, many of them would have called police. That is not something that would have been missed. And I think she had also been at church, according to Donna and Candace, leading it. So, which I don't know about those folks, but because they were seeing shit that now we can see on their damn live streams that was happening right in front of them. They didn't report that shit. But she was concerned a great deal, many of them, honestly. And they had a front row seat to the shit. as evidenced by their own damn videos. I don't want to. They were seeing more in ways than what people around her were. So anyway, the thing is, that is something, like, you have so many. You have her in Gatlinburg in the days before. You have pictures of her. You have all these things. Right? She did. No. No. You have a video of her, by the way, at Warriors. Whether you believe the Milk Jug video places in there or not, the Warriors video is said by news to be the last known video of Summer, etc. Does she look like? No. So I'm calling this. Where did he get this fucking idea from? What in that News Nation piece or this 10 disturbing statements to Dawn from Criminal gave him this impression that he just pulled it out of his ass and threw it out into the realm? Nothing I could discern so far. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is a little girl. So the more I see, he already said, when he said bad words to her, it killed her. Now he said she loved me to death. This is the second time we've seen a reference to death when he's talking about his daughter who is allegedly missing or has been kidnapped. Also, the third option is that they hang out with lowlives, drug addicts, drug peddlers, basically scum of the earth. And one of them...
Where would you get that idea from? I'm just asking. One article and one Criminal video do not make a complete picture in order for you to say that or to hold that information.
They might suspect who, right? So one of them, they hang out with lowlives, they know people. These people have weird proclivities, perversions, and one of those friends was there one night, and...
Where do you come to that conclusion? Who told you that any of those friends had weird proclivities or perversions? Didn't come from News Nation. I don't know.
Took her. And they don't want to ruin their relationship with, a potential drug dealer or someone who knows stuff about them who could blackmail them. So they don't want to turn that person in. And so they know someone who actually abducted her, but it's not a stranger kidnapping. And they're withholding that information. And the hoax in that case is that it's a stranger who took her rather than someone they know. That's the piece that they're withholding.
We had such a great love for each other. She loved me, and I don't know why I've never had someone love me that much in my life.
All right, so he's talking about how Summer loved him. So he's talking about his daughter. Notice how he's saying how much she loves him. And as Criminal pointed out, he hasn't said yet that he loved her that way. Which might be a little bit of over-persuasion that if he was abusing her, that she liked it. And he's trying to convince us she loved me that much, she enjoyed every minute of it. And he's forgetting to tell us what is to be expected, which he tells us how much...
The Criminal employee, I'm not going back to sleep. Fuck it.
He loves her. So he's so focused on persuading us that she loved every minute of what he was doing to her, that he forgets to tell us how much he loved her back.
Could also be that monsters They're just monsters, man. Especially, they see you as possessions, right? And it matters whether or not, you know, you care while they don't. They see you as a possession. Monster for my life treatment. Boxed me, kept me, while and until, and still yet. They worry about how much you love them while they do whatever. They see you as a possession. You only hold value in, and no matter what they do, whatever. And I can't disagree with some of, all this. I've said the same. It is a lot. But he was like, oh, she loved me as much, but or to think exactly what he's saying. I mean, you go by that thought, so I won't really disagree there, but it's one of those. I don't know. One of the last things. Well, at least one of the last days, Monster was coming to go from the house without the knowledge of those around him and people he'd already claimed days earlier that blah 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 he was done to, etc. I didn't know. But he was coming and going. I still love you, just need time, blah blah, etc. Catch me out alone, saying the opposite of what he was saying to everybody else. It's about the chaos in the very last day. It was, but one of the last things at home was, you know, uh, telling me that I could not have, that I could stay at the house, etc., but that I could not have been there, and I better not have been at his house, or with me, or around me, blah blah. I'm like, bitch, if you're coming and going and obviously fuck around on one of your stunts again, I'll do whatever the hell I want, but, look here, dipshit, right now, these aren't these aren't men. These are people that have come in here to help me once again search and make sure everything's clear and that Summer is not anywhere here. Like law enforcement and them suggested there was a couple areas I wanted to be sure of, you know. And then he's like, oh, whatever, but he still did not want men around me, didn't want whatever. Meanwhile, he's fucking stall has been the whole time. Also, it's wild. You just have to know, right? And if I had not taken out the orders in the days after, I would have still been where, and I still am, you know. But it's weird how they keep you and how they can do, it's weird. And I don't know why this brings that to mind for me, other than they want you to love them no matter what they do, but they see you as possessions aspect. Anyway, it's also weird that last day, last times he actually came to the house and things, I could tell he was, oddly enough, much like breaking down these people. and odd tones from those like, him, Don, monsters in general. He was very calm and working very hard on staying calm. He was not himself, not speaking like himself, too acquiescing, too strange. I was like, this motherfucker's recording some shit. Fuck this dude. He's really up to some shit. But then at the bottom of the hill, he's parked behind my car. He comes back down the hill this area, and he's telling me, I don't know, but then he starts screaming, you've got me trapped in, you're blocking me. I'm like, what the fuck, bitch? You're behind me, I'm not behind you. The fuck are you talking about, dude? And then he just shut the fuck up. Like, I don't know where the hell that was supposed to fit in whatever recording he was at, but that's I don't know, maybe he expected me to just be like, what the fuck? And to let it go, and then that to be planning on recording like I was actually doing something to hold him there, keep him there. So. But that wasn't the case. I was like, the fuck is wrong with you, dude? You're the one parked behind me, you dipshit. Huh? And then he just shut the fuck up. It was the strangest shit. And then it shows he was clearly communicating with some man several of those days, taking photos as he was coming and going, probably to send to somebody that don't really care. Freak shit. Meanwhile, still catching me out in public, talking to me while he's at work, just fine through Messenger, talking to me just fine, we're alone. Dad seemed fine, love you, blah, blah, blah. But boy, catching him anywhere near others when that changed. Yeah. I don't know, monsters, their shows, their tones, weird shit they do, say, prizes, possessions, weird fuck shit. Whole damn lot of them. Strange bunch.
So just listen to this. Notice how he's very insistent on how much she loved him. And like the old Hamlet quote goes, methinks the lady doth protest too much. He's so insistent that she loves him and loves him so much, and no one ever loved him that way, that he's not even telling us that he loved his daughter.
Yeah, she had to be by me. She just.
Dawn knows love in the same way that Monster does. But I can tell you that wherever Dawn was, Summer was. But children are children, and they're gonna love you no matter what. You know what I mean? But wherever Dawn was, Summer indeed was. But you can clearly see through phone calls, recordings, one that's there. There are moments when she was scared and crying and things. And like when Dawn started telling you her favorite word was stop and all, it should give you a clear picture. Shouldn't it? But that still does not mean she wasn't a child and loved her parents, because she didn't have and didn't know any different of a lot, So, but she was indeed, wherever Dawn was, somewhere, for sure.
Had to be by me. That's her personality. Yeah. No. Yeah, she loves me to death.
We had such a great love for each other. She is above me, and I don't know why I've never had someone love me that much in my life. And so it's been awesome, between me and her. And so it's killed me.
Once again, it kills me. I'm seeing lots of references to death here. Now, this might just be the way the guy talks. At this point, I've got 3 poker chips telling me this might be leakage, that whenever he talks
Mention of poker chips again. Okay, buddy.
about his daughter, if death pops up, it means he's suppressing the memory of her being dead.
What?
Whether he did it, or his wife did it, or it happened by accident, that...
Now, if there's enough mention that he's suppressing the memory of her being dead. Oh, hell. Do I even have to break them? Now, I'm not an expert, nor do I proclaim to be, nor do I have poker chips or decks of cards or tarots or divining rods or any of that shit. And nor do I have a college degree in jack shit anything. But I don't think this is an example of suppressing a memory of, this would be more an example of, leaking what he clearly would know. Would it not? If you were gonna go with that route of, okay, this, him saying this many times means, then it would not be an example of suppressing a memory about Summer being dead. This would be a leaking of what he clearly knows, but isn't saying. And that would still take one fuck belief. That would take experts to discern. But, and it could just be language. base, all the things combined. Fitting on scales high enough and far enough to, left or right and all that, on what language one would use if they fit on and in certain criteria and background, lifestyle, all things compiled, on why they might use words X amount of times. But if you're just gonna go on that and say, well, it's then it would. I don't think it would be a suppression of a memory of Summer being that it would be a leakage of actual knowledge. Okay, that would be mine.
That's yet to be determined. The best case scenario is that this little girl ran away and she's going to turn up somewhere. But
best case scenario, this little girl ran away and she's going to turn up. Bro? She was 5 when she vanished. Where did she run away to on her own from the middle of nowhere? And then she's just gonna show back up from all on her. You think she called her besties from the high school to give her a ride to the train depot or something or wherever, and they got it out she's 5, man? Or do you think this is like a Mowgli situation, like fucking Jungle Book? She's in the woods living, I guess, Mowgli style with Fred Hill's fucking packs of meth monkeys that, wildly enough, are described to look like Planet of the Apes, do not climb trees, and come out seasonally and breed in August or September. I forget. So, and if that's the case, then why the big boy Fed level equipment used immediately? Why is it not picked her up in the first minutes, hours, days, weeks, subsequent returns? It's not picked her or Bigfoot or Fred's meth monkey Planet of the Apes shit up. I have questions. And all I can think of right now are those damn British birds that sound like the Beatles going, not this again. I'm pretty sure that might have actually been in the Jungle Book. And I know people are going to make a thing of this, but obviously they were both. Anyway. Which honestly you could swap out for tragedy.
but she's been gone for 2 years now. So I don't even think that's a realistic possibility at this point.
Then why'd you even mention it?
Because if someone, or a normal citizen, found her, they would obviously they would have called the police by now.
You'd fucking think so.
So I think she's either dead, or abducted by someone they know.
But wait, you told us earlier that she wasn't abducted because the sheriff said there's no evidence of abduction. He said that. Enhanced. He did earlier. That's what he said. Right before he forgot to read or parrot that second fucking sentence where he said all possibilities are on the table. He sure did. He said there's no evidence though. And why didn't he include in that statement earlier that first sentence also said no evidence of abduction or foul play? Just that Summer had walked up back on last time she was saying possibly explain wherever. Wouldn't most of what he's talked about here been some variety of foul play? Or didn't that fit his narrative? Because how do you go with all these varieties of foul fucking play? Murder, death, blah blah blah, soul, blah blah blah, negligent, accidental, intentional. All those things would probably fit under foul play or whatever, but no, earlier he just decided to include no evidence of abduction. Then he's fucking pretended he never read the second sentence, which is all possibilities on the table. Now he's telling, so he said earlier, no way abduction. Now he's telling us that it is. Holy shit, what is happening? We're 31 minutes into this. We're gonna listen to that again.
The best case scenario is that this little girl ran away and she's going to turn up somewhere. But she's been gone for 2 years now. So I don't even think that's a realistic possibility at this point. Because if someone...
Actually, sir, by the point that you did this video, which is December 6th, she was gone for almost 2 years and 6 months. Because we're at over 2 years and 8 months now.
A normal citizen found her, they would obviously they would have called the police by now. So I think she's either dead or abducted by someone they know.
Yep. Now she's been abducted. Okay. I guess abduction by someone they know is not the same as abduction that he said earlier was not on anything because they said there was no evidence of it. But I guess all the foul play he just mentioned was, though, that right behind the other words, no abduction, no foul play, it was there, but he listed all his foul play in varieties. all these things just gone. Now he's, you know what? I can't.
Her mother, she only wanted me. I just couldn't believe it. She only wanted me. I've never had anybody love me like that.
Says, but Daddy, I just want to be with you.
Number 6.
All right, all that is very bizarre. Just ask yourself, is that how you would talk about your daughter's love for you? I've never had someone love me like that. I only want to be with you. I don't think children even talk like
And
that.
I love how Criminal cut off that last piece. It stopped at, Daddy, I just want to be with you. She fucked around that piece. This guy, I don't know, he might skip entirely over it, but that goes to, him telling her when she came in, he tried to get her to sleep by herself. She's like, no, Daddy, I just want whatever, and then the big old crocodile tears and shit. That's a fairy tale up, fucked up version of shit that Prayer Garden came up with that Don parroted and said. See, this is how their shit makes it into and out of, and then into this realm where you won't, you know what, it's fine. But that shit was.
To me, this looks like too much persuasion. Maybe he's telling himself she liked. If he did abuse her, this is him convincing himself that she enjoyed it. Which to me is projection that he was probably abused himself as a kid.
That's. Yeah, no. No. That wouldn't be an example of projection either, but I wonder where he come upon the idea that Don himself was abused as a kid. Or that there was anything in his early life. Because this dude's clearly been intaking more than just one News Nation article and 10 odd statements of Don Wells' video. Let's be real here. This is you pretending you're new fucking here, and people are stupid enough to buy it. Different than others. Y'all don't know where I'm at with this.
Children who are abused often become abusers themselves when they get older.
No shit, welcome to layman common sense. The whole world fucking knows apples and trees theory. Dumbass. Oh my god, but the guy's name includes Deception. He has a deck of cards. Holy shit, it's his new thought. No, for fuck's sakes.
He always knew something would happen to her.
I just always had this feeling that something's going to happen to her. I've always knew that something was going to happen to someone. It's just something in my gut has always told me.
Number.
I was thinking about this the other day. Have you ever apologized? Ever in your lifetime?
It was not supposed to be.
I wish right now I could clip that. That is too fucking epic. And then it's being said Trump is just ooh, it's a freedomdefender.com poll or some shit. And you get gifts if you click the fucking button. Fuck out of here with this shit.
One of the questions. This one came out of none of this. No, it's actually none of this was we had a very nice little sequence of questions.
Yeah, no, I don't
so
use
far, I
anything.
think you said throw them.
Yeah. I'm like you now. I don't use teleprompters. I'm like you.
Much better.
Plug in the mirror.
Oh, that was the point where this I think he cut his finger on New Year's doing something. Or something to carpet. I remember it was years ago. It's a whole big deal. Media. I don't know, whatever.
I fully think.
Scroll. Oh shit. They're trying to give away coins or specialty things. Take a poll and claim gifts. Are these poker chips? I don't know. Think of it as dumbass Trump coins. Oh, I think that's what they still got those floating around. Wait, no, they're probably coming back since this is attempting to occur to us again as a nation. I'm gonna skip this. Excuse me.
All right, so when people go on about this, like these premonitions or mystical thoughts of how they knew something, to me, it indicates that they're pushing a narrative, and they don't have evidence to push their narrative, so they appeal to the gullible.
Hold the entire fuck up. What did he just say to us? I'm gonna rewind that. That one's too good.
Just always had this feeling that something's gonna happen to her. I've always knew that something was gonna happen to someone. It's something in my gut has always told me.
Numbers.
All right, so when people go on about this, like these premonitions or mystical thoughts of how they knew something, to me, it indicates that they're pushing a narrative, and they don't have evidence to push their narrative, so they appeal to the gullible. For example,
but you don't have enough evidence to push the narratives. And the things here in this video based on one article and 10 criminal things Dawn said. No research even, based whatever. So how are you any better than they? And then if you have such a disregard and dislike for those who proclaim extra abilities to discern whatever, and to push bullshit out, without some form of evidence, empirical otherwise, all these other things, peer-reviewed day, I just shit in Ziploc baggies, I don't know. Then why in the hell do you make your way downtown to Ziggy with her damn cards and divination rights and decks for sale? Inquiring minds. And no shit, fella, if you ever see this, that one's pretty notorious for manufacturing bullshit things. It's their whole claim to fame, too. Just pulling shit out of rats. Yeah. No evidence needed. Because gullible people will buy bullshit all day long with it. He just said that to us. He just said that. I want to rewind that again. Just because I can. Okay? Masses of the fucking gullible. You don't say.
To me, this looks like too much persuasion. Maybe he's telling himself she liked. If he did abuse her, this.
If I hear it come out of his fucking mouth one more time, she likes it. I just cannot stomach it.
Is him convincing himself that she enjoyed it. Which to me is projection that he was probably abused himself as a kid. Children who are abused often become abusers themselves when they get older.
He did not discern all that from this. If those on the behavior panel, which, let's be real, definitely have more expertise than whatever this is, even tell you they have to compile for long periods, have baselines, also, there's no way, and they are trained by the best, and do train some of the best, and forum with federal agencies. You telling me this guy's even better than they are? He could just take one News Nation article and 10 strange shit and things Don Wells has said video and can discern all this shit he's pumping out from that. Well then goddamn, he's got the entire behavior panel beat, don't he? And just bypasses all criteria, all standards, all everything for Jesus. I mean, damn. Y'all hire this guy quick. Yeah. If even those, like the behavior panel guys, tell you, even still after all they've seen, been through, broke apart, broke down, all these things, still doesn't mean shit, whatever, but they train and have trained with the best of the best, and they have to get certain stuff compiled, they have to go along and watch and compare and get, groupings of things and behavior and all these things together and then look at them as a whole. But this guy, one article, 110 on things, Jones said he discerned all this shit from it. Even though half of it's clearly not included and wouldn't be discernible in any realm. And even experts, pretty high caliber, say after much study and breakdowns and all this together as a group, that even they can't say, and it's up to law enforcement then. Well, damn. But this fella, it's weird, ain't it? I don't know. He just said he was into statement analysis. That's what he is. Statement analyst. He's trained in it. Somebody somewhere, some point. I don't think he's ever said who, at least that I've heard yet, but in all fairness, I've not watched really anything. And he's a lawyer. He is not by his own proclamation a psychologist or any of that. And he's not said he holds a degree in it, but yet he speaks a whole lot of that type of language and whatever. Everything he's saying and doing here is not just it's not just statement analyst realms. He is indeed crossing over into psychology, which he doesn't say he's qualified. But I mean, you'd have to have I don't know, statement analysts do sort of cross over into psychology because they have to know those things, so there is that aspect. It ain't like they're all just these words mean. They do have to have, Peter Hyatt even, says this much of this, and this many times saying this, and the breakdown here, and this statement does mean, so obviously those realms are part of one another, they have to be, but, and then again, you do have just those like the forenzologists that aren't. Right. Handwriting experts. They're a little different than statement analysts. Statement analysts do cross over and do have some psychology. Either way, I don't know. Whatever.
He always knew something would happen to her.
I just always had this feeling that something's going to happen to her. I've always knew that something was going to happen to Summer. Something in my gut has always told me.
Numbers.
All right, so
why didn't Criminal put up the pieces to compare? Where he said 6 months before, X amount of time before, blah blah. Angel told him, God told him, whatever. And then the statement he made where I've just always known something was going to happen to her, and I've always told Candace to keep an eye on her, and whatever. I don't know. Who knows?
when people go on about this, like these premonitions or mystical thoughts of how they knew something, to me, it indicates that they're pushing a narrative, and they don't have evidence to push their narrative, so they appeal to the gullible. For example, in Kate McCann at some point, I think maybe it was in her book or an interview, she said she had a dream that Madeline was in someone's house. The kidnappers had her in their house and they were taking care of her, something along those lines. Which, to me, was her trying to push the narrative of a stranger kidnapper, but because she didn't have any evidence of it, she was just appealing to gullible people by saying, well, I've had this vision of it, so there is some evidence she's out there and she was kidnapped.
She didn't say she had a vision. He just said she had a dream of her child. She didn't say it was a vision. That's his own words. Now, I don't know enough to know about that case and what was said precisely, but he just said she said she had a dream about her child. Then he makes it, oh, it's a vision. She didn't say she had a fucking vision. You just said she had a dream. But your lead-in was that people who have these visions and things, blah blah, they're whatever to the gullible. What the fuck?
Telling me about a dream you had means nothing to me. It's not evidence. It means precisely nothing. So the fact that you're telling me about your dream, a dream that supports your narrative means that you're trying to persuade me of a particular narrative. And here what Don is...
What if I told you those around, like parents, siblings, those traumatized by events, real crimes, all these things, might actually have dreams? How many of you all out there have had family, loved ones pass in entirely natural manners? And then you've dreamed about them. Still may have dreams. Does that mean you're then out here trying to sell visions to the gullible if you tell your coworkers, family, friends about them? No. Dreams can actually tell you a whole lot if people are really having them. Now, I've heard about Don and his many dreams, and then we've all heard about Don and his visions, of course, and being talked to by God and angels and whatever. Having feeling that something's gonna happen. We've all had these discussions. We've all known about this long before this fella apparently, allegedly, supposedly. But anyway, thing is, dreams can actually tell you a whole lot about yourself, your life. They can tell experts things, your psychiatrist things, if they're real, you know, and you can remember them. Now, are they mystical? Are they from some other fucking realm? Do they really hold the meaning we attribute to them or often try to as humans? No. What they are our brains processing different things that we live or experience or may not take note of in our daily lives, but our brains do pick up on around us that we may not, and then we experience all of those things as we switch off and our brains switch on and go through our days and lives. You know, and if you can remember them and can go through them, you can tell a lot about yourself, what you're thinking about, what you not picked up on your daily life that was in your, like, you know, peripheral vision type shit, but that your brain did, you know, and, you know, it's nothing more than a jumbled together thing, and our brain's making sense for everything, just doing what it does. And if there are traumas or pain or any of that, or, yeah, whatever, then it's gonna add those in, obviously. You know, and I think sometimes there are, I don't know, the world, the mind, strange places, and anyway.
He's doing is he's trying to tell us about this. I always had this premonition that something would happen to her. A premonition that, you know, something terrible, someone might kidnap her. If you're
Now, I am not going to be an entire contrarian here, because y'all know where I stand with some of these things. I've talked about it, especially where it concerns certain dates and times and these. I'll start having this feeling an X date, you know, and oh, God spoke to me and the angels and whatever of the Dawn Wells. And because of other things occurring and going on before summer vanished and certain shit circling. So obviously, have my own reasons for being like, I'm not going to stand here and pretend I do not. because we all know I do. But, so I'm not going to be an entire contrarian in that manner, but this shit here,
if you're gullible enough to believe in voodoo, then fine. He tricked you, right? He manipulated you. It's like, well, he had that feeling, so I guess someone kidnapped her. He always knew it was going to happen. In reality,
so if you're gullible enough to believe in like voodoo, I think it means voodoo, but it's fine. It's fine. Nice way to actually shit on what is a real religion. Man, he could have easily swapped out Catholicism or, you know, whatever for that same word. They're all practiced religions. But voodoo, right? Chicken bones and things, whatever, has this mystical thing to it, so. But that's not. Anyway, it's fine. I'm not gonna stand here and explain history of religion and religious-based practices to a place where people exist in it that think they're sacrificed babies and adrenochrome and QAnon and wafer bullshit. And that people really eat goddamn babies, okay? Because then tomorrow there'll be a clip of me going, look at her defending voodoo and practices and whatever. Fuck it. And then in order for these people to explain that, then you have to explain the Caribbean and slavery and down to sugarcane farms and fucking all kinds of shit. And ain't nobody got goddamn time for that, okay? And how Creole and all this, they change. It changes from Africa to the Caribbean islands and then here in Louisiana and you know what? Ain't nobody got time for this. Alright, y'all skipped all of fucking elementary, middle, and high school and college and whatever, then fuck it. I'm not here for that. Anyway, so whatever, fella.
it's just him trying to push a narrative. And whenever someone's trying to push a narrative on me, it's clear that nothing to me. It's not evidence. It means precisely nothing. So the fact that you're telling me about your dream, a dream that supports your narrative, means that you're trying to persuade me of a particular narrative. And here, what Don is doing.
But bro, you just fed me pieces of an article that fit what you prepped and all this shit, and left out others to fit yours. Though you had evidence to another to prove everything. And what, because you didn't use voodoo or religion or visions or tarot or divination rods to do it? It still wasn't done to the gullible masses. You took pieces out of an article while failing to mention the rest of words directly before, after, and an entire sentence. Then later actually doing so. I don't know. That would seem like that's also something so.
Doing is he's trying to tell us about this. I always had this premonition that something would happen to her. A premonition that something terrible, someone might kidnap her. If you're gullible enough to believe in voodoo, then fine. He tricked you, right? He manipulated you. It's like, well, he had that feeling, so I guess someone kidnapped her. He always knew it was going to happen. In reality, it's just.
If you're gullible enough to believe YouTube creators who tell you they have enough evidence or enough whatever, and they're They take articles and they just tell you what they want you to hear out of them. And you're that gullible and you believe it. And that's on you, my dude.
Him trying to push a narrative. And whenever someone's trying to push a narrative on me, it's clear that it's very possible they're trying to hoax you. Right? So,
I don't know. When they do that to me, I get pretty iffy about it. Start feeling some type of way and usually call it for what I see it as. Especially when there's evidence being done directly in front of your goddamn face. To a degree you can't ignore if you have any level of logic, common sense. No college degree needed. Just a working brain, that's it, really. Take exception to it.
so the McCanns constantly narrowed the focus of the investigation to a stranger kid.
I love how many times in half an hour he's mentioned the kids. You gotta remember, this is right after he's on the Pat Brown. Pay attention to me. She's back and forth with it, you know. He wants to go back and watch that series. It's a common thing around here, like, oh, go check out my whatever. You know, at this point, that's what's gotten most views because he was able to catch the attention of Pat Brown. Yeah, he's really heckin' proud of that.
Kidnapper, and to me that was a red flag that they knew what happened to her because they were pushing the stranger kidnapper narrative too hard. Whereas when we looked at the parents of children who actually...
And you know what he did? You know what, never mind. You'll just... It's...
went missing, who are confirmed to have gone missing, they allowed for all possibilities to be open. Because that's what normal people do. When you don't know what happened, you allow for every possibility.
It's because Pat Brown somehow made a misstep. Thought this guy was something and interacted with him. And ever since then, he's been on the behavior panel. Look at me, look at me. He is very much trying to climb something. And you know, in there in place somewhere is his refusal to communicate. He wants everybody to do back and forth videos to tag one another. Where it's out in the open and transparent, any communications. Where it's not done back. Which doesn't make sense. With creating, just whatever. You know, but the only way he'll communicate is if you tag him in a video and then he tags back and you have dialogue that way. Right. Can't imagine one. Exactly. I've discussed that before back in November. But for sure. And the reasons why that might be. Does not take a genius to figure out why. Anyway.
When you're trying to persuade people and misdirect them, then you get very, very...
Looks like the behavior panel's not taking the 9-10 video bait machine. Pat somehow took up maybe a missteps.
Desperate. You get very conclusive about what happened and try to point everyone in that direction. So Don telling us this premonition that he had, red flag, that they knew what happened to her because they were pushing the stranger kidnapper narrative too hard. Whereas when we looked at the parents of children who actually went missing, who are confirmed to have gone missing, they allowed for all possibilities to be open because that.
Okay, but they're doing that in Summer's case. All possibilities. It says so in the damn News Nation article, bro. And what do you mean really missing? The McCann's daughter is really missing as well. What? No matter under what circumstances, these children are really missing. What? Am I crazy here? No matter what transpired, these children are missing. What kind of horseshit is this?
That's what normal people do. When you don't know what happened, you allow for every possibility. When you're trying to persuade people and misdirect them, then you get very, very desperate. You get very conclusive about what happened and try to point everyone in that direction. So Don telling us this.
Or you try to point them in all directions. Fuck, it's hard telling with Chaos, Mud, and Jello. And Tragedy Pimps and Blade.
Premonition that he had that he always knew something would happen to her is a giant red flag of a hoaxer.
I just couldn't believe it. You know, she only wanted me. I've never had anybody love me. I just always had this feeling that something was going to happen to her. I've always knew that something was going to happen to Summer. It's just something in my gut has always told me.
Number 7.
So if someone tells you about something that they knew in their gut, just be aware that you're probably being manipulated. Or if they tell you about a dream or a vision they had, your skeptic antennas should be shooting up at that point. That someone's trying to persuade you of something that they do not have evidence for. So they're trying to appeal to your gullibility. See if you'll take the bait.
Blaming.
Well, you had evidence to the contrary of half of the shit you're saying. And yet, you said it anyway. And so what's that? Well, my estimation, that'd be you appealing and hoping for the gullible. You had evidence that what you were saying feed out versus and opinions and things you put out about things were based on what you picked and chose, cherry picked out of places, and you went with. For what reason? For who? And to sell to what? And why? Why? Was it to help Summer? In her case, people reach conclusions on their own with fact-based or evidence or all cumulative statements in one location where they could hear them all together. Were they breakdowns of all the legit interviews of anything? No. So, were all things included? Nope. Did you have enough evidence to come to half of the stuff you did without? Man. So why? Why? Why any of those? You had evidence for you that what you were going to say wasn't necessarily true. Your opinions were going to be based on things you cherry picked, things you wanted to lead people to, and persuade them and manipulate them to. You did it anyway, and then you contradicted yourself, you did whatever. I don't know. I mean, why? Was that to help Summer? Was it to help people? It couldn't have been to help people reach their own natural conclusions based on fact, research, things put all in one place, real truth, whole statements, any of that, and to let them come to their own conclusions and not be done this very same way they've been done for several years here in this same exact way. That's all ended up with the same mess. Chaos, false calls, inundation of law enforcement, terrorization of everyone and everything around Summer, tampering with, crimes committed against everyone here in this damn community because of nutters, nut jobs, danger being brought in, narratives being pushed by I don't know, man. How is this helpful to Summer? The truth, finding answers, letting opening people's minds, helping them become more aware. When all I can see here is the same thing that's being done. It's been done for several years to the same crowd of people. But I bet you know that.
Being the children.
They're all glued to that damn TV and their game.
Part of the Summer Wells story, I'll just bring everyone to the table here, is so the story is, and I think this story is probably scripted, and I'll do a video about that.
Kinetic, I probably do. I probably look like a lot of things, ranging from sad, tired, exhausted, name any emotion. It's been several years this. And probably the reason why is because it's real life for us. We really know we really know each other. We really live here. We see the effects of this realm here. We've seen it before we were public or knew what it was. We knew we were being hunted, screamed at, pet in zoos, all these things for all these years. Some of us have downright been intentionally targeted manners that these creators did knowingly that could get us murdered. It's not fun here. Now, I know your creators here, they can giggle, laugh, they can dress up, they can have their pearls, their cowbells, they can make jokes with one another. They can spend their days fighting and having great old times and get together and chit-chats while speculating all of us and our lives and leading y'all to whatever fucking conclusion or hate bait they want, no matter who and what it is on any given day. And they have a grand old time. They turn off, you all turn off, y'all turn back on, you live your lives in between. It's not the same. Those here in real life feel this in a different way. It's the difference between all of us here and these goddamn creators. We live it. We breathe it. We want to know why it's being done, how it's been done. We want the answers, the truth. These creators and everybody in between held accountable. We want Summer found. We want the person or persons responsible found. We have to deal with the chaos, the bullshit in our own lives. That you all can say is just because we're speaking publicly, but I'll tell you what, it was already happening. Long before any of us were public. Whether you want to believe that or not. And all the methods this place and randos around the world use to fuck with us. So these creators, they can cut up, have good times, they can do whatever they want. Y'all can do the same, y'all can turn it off and on. Y'all get to check out, but for some of us, it's a fucking Hotel California. This shit's heavy. It weighs. Watching it continue to be done to so many innocent people around the world and then fed shit. And tragedy pimps, manipulators, cons, junkies, all these things, doing this to those with hearts, those they know are more receptive and more likely to be gullible enough to eat this shit, and this and the other. It's not fair, okay, right? You know? And for me, I don't like seeing that done to you all. Even though, I'll tell you what, most of us will never meet a day in our lives on this planet, even though most of y'all are behind, obviously, made up names or monikers or whatever, and icons. I don't want it done to you all. You know? I don't want it done to some of her brothers, those around her, love her, community, neighbors. I don't want it ever done again in any case. Looking back and having to go through the other cases these same people have gone through, I feel very much for those families, communities, witnesses, neighbors, just as much as I do my own here, just as much as I do, the Candace Coolies and the, neighbors and babysitters and fry guys and elderly and cancer patients and the Anons and everybody else and all these other cases, and I don't want to ever see a world in which this continues an open and active investigation. For the sake of fucking humanity. For the sake of these families, communities, these real life human beings, including yourselves. It weighs on these creators, because y'all are used to around which they laugh, they cut up, they joke, they do whatever. It's because these things, they don't bear weight for them. They can tell you they do all day long. They can manufacture some deers. They can act like the saints of, or whatever, and fairy godmothers and whoever else the fuck they want to play and take turns at each case. Swap around roles and shows and circus bits, but the fact remains, they're all monsters one variety or another, and they don't give a shit in the least. They're just playing the roles for all the millions of millions they rake in on this shit. And they're happy, and they go to bed just fine and sleep just fine at night. Probably not one nightmare amongst them. And, for us, it's different. So that's probably why I often look a little, whatever I look, based on the day, minute, hour, whatever I'm going through over here in Tragedy Pitville. Break it down, break it apart, looking at, seeing, just depends. So that's probably why. It is heavy, depressing, sad. It is a great many things. It's infuriating. It's heavy.
The mother, Candace, says that they were in their, they live in some remote house in Tennessee or something. Let's see. So they live in Tennessee in,
He's brought up the article again. He's got it on the screen. Alright. News Nation, first lines are, they just say small town in Tennessee, but he says a remote house, etc. I don't recall that being in a News Nation piece. So far, that's not been said by criminals, weird Dawn's statements video either, but okay. Strange, huh?
Some very like remote property.
Oh, he swapped off of the article because he probably remembered nowhere in the article does it. Because he was going to go through it and point out where it might have said remote, house, etc. But it didn't. He's like, oh, fuck. And then, well, that would have shown everybody watching that he clearly came across that information elsewhere, wouldn't he? Man, whoops. Almost gave it away.
Just stocked up on a ton of Paleo Valley beef sticks. If you are a fan, this is the time to stock.
And the story goes that Summer was playing outside, or Summer was playing around, and she told her mom that she was going to go inside. Let's see. Okay, so here's the story. I'll just read it to you just so we're on the same page. And you can see how he's trying to blame the other children.
Oh, you got off of that other one real quick. Aren't you going to show them where you just said remote house? And then you shut the article and you're like, oh wait, the story goes, and let's see, flowers or something, yeah. And then he's, boy, did you just deflect and shit, gotta get off that and on to something else quick. Uh-oh. I see what you just did there. Bro!
All right, so on June 15, 2021, Summer's parents said she was helping her mother and grandmother plant flowers before going inside their Rogersville home to play with her toys. All right, so Summer told her mom, I'm going to go inside and play with my toys. Then, out of nowhere, Summer vanished. That was the last time her mother said she had seen her daughter. And apparently, their other children, the boys, were playing downstairs in the house. So if Summer actually...
Where in the News Nation article did it say the boys are playing downstairs now? In this one. I hope he highlights that.
They went down there.
It says that I know where Summer vanished. That was the last time her mother said she had seen her daughter. I yelled downstairs for her a couple times and I didn't get an answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. So I went down there to check and she was nowhere inside. She was just gone. Summerwell's mother Candace said her family believes Summer may have been abducted, etc. Yeah, nothing about the boys playing in the basement. Nothing like that. So where'd you hear that from? And that's not even really how the story goes, right? It said that at a certain point, the boys said last time I see her was going out the back door. I think that was what statement made Lawson. But the story goes by Candace as the boys were upstairs. She walked to the door, etc. She told the boys to keep an eye on her. And she walked back over to the camper. And then she come back in. Where's Summer? Boys like, oh, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys. She yelled for her. No answer. She goes down, looks for her. Here's this doll, though, going, oh, the boys are downstairs playing in the basement. Yeah, okay. and that is not in this article. And I'm gonna bet it ain't in the criminal video. Actually, look, I got another one. Actually, I've been live for like, I don't know, close to fucking 15 years now, dude, you know? I'm just on here, man. All the fucking time. I never sleep, I don't eat. Nope. Just here all day. Yeah, I'm just, yep. I'm probably smoking something or drinking something or steroids or Liver King or magical coins. We're not sure. I'm anti-Rip Van Winkling it or something, okay? And, yeah.
The other children should have seen her or watched her. And what Don is doing in this clip that we're about to listen to is blaming the boy. And the story goes that Summer was playing outside, or Summer was playing around, and she told her mom that she was going to go inside. Let's see. Okay.
And none of that he just says in this article. Fuck it.
So here's the story. I'll just read it to you just so we're on the same page. And you can see how he's trying to blame the other children. All right, so on June 15, 2021, Summer's parents said she was helping her mother and grandmother plant flowers before going inside their Rogersville home to play with her toys. All right, so Summer told her mom, "I'm going to go inside and play with my toys." Then, out of nowhere, Summer vanished. That was the last time her mother said she had seen her daughter. And apparently, their other children, the boys, were playing downstairs in the house. So if Summer actually went down there, the other children should have seen her or watched her. And what Don is doing in this clip that we're about to listen to is blaming the...
Even this dude just said it. Well, if there's other children, they should have been, you know, they should have seen her or been watching her.
Boys for not keeping an eye on her. And this is a hallmark of a negligent parent. It's the parent's job to watch their kids. It's not their siblings' job to watch them. And the mother said in the story, I'll just keep reading from this article. She said, "I yelled downstairs for her a couple times and I didn't get an answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. So I went down there to check and she was nowhere inside. She was just gone," Summer Wells' mother, Candace Wells, said. Her family believes Summer may have been abducted, taken down a steep hill behind the home, possibly to a waiting car along the road. All right, so the boys were inside playing downstairs where Summer said she was going.
He cut that the fuck off. He highlighted that bit. And then he said the boys playing downstairs. But he shut down the article. Because guess what? That's not it.
And now Dawn
did it again.
Is trying to pass the blame onto her siblings for not confirming that she went downstairs. In reality, this is a great indicator of a negligent parent. Someone who does not take respect. And apparently, their other children, the boys, were playing downstairs in the house.
Doesn't say
So
it in the
if
article.
Summer actually went down there, the other children should have seen her or watched her. And what Don is doing in this clip that we're about to listen to is blaming the boys for not keeping an eye on her. And this is a hallmark of a negligent parent. It's the parent's job to watch their kids. It's not their siblings' job to watch them. And the mother said in this story, I'll just keep reading from this article. She said, I yelled downstairs for her a couple times and I didn't get an answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. So I went down there to check and she was nowhere inside. She was just gone, Summerwell's mother, Candace Wells, said. Her family believes Summer may have been abducted, taken down a steep hill behind the home, possibly to a waiting car along the road. All right, so the boys were inside playing downstairs where Summer said she was going.
He cut the article off and realized it was going into something else. That was the end of the story. And it didn't include shit he just told y'all did. So how in the hell would he rescind there? But he just said the boys were downstairs playing.
And now Dawn is trying to pass the blame onto her siblings for not confirming that she went downstairs. In reality, this is...
Now he's trying to pass the blame off onto her siblings for not confirming she went downstairs. Excuse me? Can anybody remember that fucking being said? Look, I think all of us know they've wrongly, and there's been issues with them trying to, or feel like the boys, or making the boys feel responsible for not keeping our sisters. I think we all know that, right? But in what realm have y'all ever heard anything around here out of the likes of it? Just place this for me.
As well said. Her family believes Summer may have been abducted, taken down a steep hill behind the home, possibly to a waiting car along the road. All right, so the boys were inside playing downstairs where Summer said she was going. And now Dawn is trying to pass the blame onto her siblings for not confirming that she went downstairs.
So Dawn is now placing the blame on the boys for not confirming, excuse me, that she went downstairs. I'm confused. According to Candace, the boys did confirm that, hey Mom, Summer went downstairs to play with her toys. What the fuck? Where did he pull this out of his ass from? Now, it can be said or discerned or thought about or puzzled on why it said Lawson last time she was seen was by her brothers going out the back door. Guess that depends on what you consider front and back door. Right? Either way, that would maybe place them with and around her as she walked out. One of them for them to witness. At least one, you know, to witness. whichever door slit, depending on which is front and back at any given time. Now, I don't know, man. Then again, you put in there Candace's ever-changing statements of, if I just went out there with her and, well, went back outside and implying she was inside with her, But that right there is just something else, ain't it?
In reality, this is a great indicator of a negligent parent. Someone who does not take responsibility but tries to pass the buck on to others. They don't take responsibility for their own kid.
Something in my gut has always told me.
Number 7. Blaming the children.
They're all glued to their damn TV and their games on their phones. He just started crying. I don't even remember what I said to him or what. He says, "Dad, it's not my fault."
So imagine this, the daughter goes missing and he tried to blame the boys to their faces to make them feel like they were responsible.
Well, you're saying boys. All of them. But in this statement, he's actually talking about just one. Why are you saying all? When clearly the statement is just a singular. Carry on.
Is a sick person. Imagine if one of your kids goes missing and then the first thing you do is go tell their brother or their sister that it's their fault. I know that lots of my subscribers don't like the McCanns or don't like Amanda Knox or don't like the Ramseys. In reality, I don't think any of them are psychopaths. Or Burke Ramsey, even Amanda Knox, right? I don't think they're psychopaths. I do think that we might be seeing something very, very deranged in this case, though. And this case is ongoing. And I feel like a lot more.
Yeah, imagine, right? Imagine being below and hearing from the doc going, and people screaming all of them at once, going, "What did you do? What did you?" And the response of, "Nothing, Mama, nothing, Mama, I swear." You know? Some of us heard this shit in person, or seen one particular one be showed off like a fucking, I don't know, and everybody else laughing, have a great time getting out, showing them off in the back of the vehicle, and say that's when they like to beat the shit out of, and then knowing this is taking place, but I bet this is the fairy taled up version of it, not the original before, well, I don't know, PG and the rest got a hold of it, speech writing and such.
More is going to come out as this case goes on and as I analyze these statements. Because the McCanns, Ramseys have never said anything like we're seeing here, nor have they treated their remaining children as terribly as Don has treated his kids, the remaining children.
How would you know that without more information? Then one article, and Don said 10 odd things video. How do you draw that conclusion?
And I've even pointed out that in my McCann's video, the things the McCanns did, let's say that they did kill Madeline.
McCain's? Now it's the McCain's? But you studied him, so okay.
and they did hide her body somewhere, right? So they desecrated her body. They could still justify to themselves as doing it for the twins.
Okay. A lawyer should know the appropriate terms. But that would actually. In the legal realm, you know what? I can't. I'm not going to. Yep. That's not desecration. That's all I'm just going to say. And he should be referring to it in different terms. In legalese terms, not. You know what? Never mind. I don't. Whatever y'all want.
So even if they did horrible things to Madeline after an accidental death, they could still justify to themselves out of love for the remaining children. And I'm not saying anything they do is justified, but I'm saying they can just.
You know what? I can't. I don't. This dude makes my head.
Justify themselves as almost heroic, as we did all.
Actually, those are. The heroic thing comes into play with other realms of criminals who do things to children and what excuses they use to do it. Not. You know what?
This so that we don't go to a Portuguese prison and get stripped away from the twins, and twins go into foster care and their lives are ruined. So they can justify out of love for the remaining kids.
But that wouldn't give them a heroic sense of anything. That'd just be a want to be with our other children, la la la. That wouldn't be any sense of heroism or anything. Jesus Christ. What the? Man, he's got all kinds of different types of criminals and crimes and the ways they justify mix the entire shit fuck up over here, don't he?
The Ramseys, I think that Burke probably killed John Bonet, and the parents covered it up. And once again, they did it out of love. So even doing something as sick as tying the garrote around John Bonet's neck.
Garrote. Did he just pronounce the Bro? He did.
Garrot. Garrot.
It means, what this means is that somehow a lawyer and stuff, or whatever, has been in court settings, should have studied many cases. That's a word they should have heard said. Okay? To mispronounce it like that, he would have probably read it, but never actually heard it. Okay? But the word, is obviously derived from, and he probably thinks French, so he tries to do the garrote. But it's actually pronounced. Guess. Yeah. Garrote.
Garrote.
You should have heard this word in court settings or studying of other types of cases and crimes. Should not have been a word he only read and then thought, well, it must have a French lilt to it where, it's garrote. Like Target or something with fucking Target or garbage or I don't fucking know. Fuck it. Now I'm just being fucking petty. No, I'm not. He should have heard this word said and remembered it that one. This implies he's only read it and he assumes French and tries to pronounce it.
Neck to make the kidnapping and murder look more convincing was done out of love for Burke to make sure that, well, John Bonet's already dead, but we don't want the stigma of being a killer to follow Burke around for the rest of his life. So we will do all of this. We'll desecrate the body. We'll lie to the police. We'll
That's desecrating bodies twice. Like 32nd time.
sue anyone who says Burke did it to protect Burke because he's our remaining son and he's our focus now.
So what he's actually doing here is he's talking about Don wanting the kids that's wrong, etc. But he's talking about blaming him because they didn't have eyes on him. But then he goes into this idea of Burke being responsible parents protecting, right? Desecration. Second ago, he said the same thing about McCann's desecration, etc. Though that was woefully inaccurate. Whatever. Not legalese and least. I just can't with it. But the examples, and earlier it was the this has undertones to it, doesn't it? What narrative you really pushing?
No. That's not what we see here.
Because earlier in this, the whole thing is they know who did it, they're covering somebody. Maybe it's somebody they love, careful, law, drug dealer, whatever, etc., etc. Now we're down this far, and he's talking about McCann's hero, desecration, Burke, all this, covering Fort desecration, I feel like somebody's maybe trying to drive several narratives here, or make people come to what they think are their own conclusions, but isn't.
And this is the reason I don't think, for example, that any of Summer's brothers accidentally killed her. Because I don't see any.
And yet, one could say what I just looks like. You may be trying to say it now, but it looks like maybe this whole thing's to try to sort of make people come to that conclusion, though you're saying yes. Could be said. that's what's happening. I don't know. Or you're just all over the
Parental
damn place.
instinct for protection in Don Wells or Candace Wells. The first clip we saw of him in this video, he was congratulating his oldest daughter for not whining and crying about being sexually assaulted on her 18th birthday. That's not a father you want to be around. That's not a father.
You know what I never could make way out is that Don was proud of one for sucking it up in this area, not reporting, taking it like a champ, blah, 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 blah. But then he does show emotion where it concerns and anger, or at least forceful speech when he says things like somebody's got her and they've done X, Y, Z. He does show some emotion and different tone to that, whereas the other daughter, no, he's proud of her, sucked up, took like a champ. Well, why is one daughter when he should be also showing different tones and upset that happened to the eldest? If even thinking that about his youngest daughter is upsetting me, he should be upset the possibilities of the reality exists in either or with either. You'd think, but he's clearly not.
Who would do anything to protect his children. And now we see, after someone went missing, the first thing he did is try to pass the buck onto her siblings. That's not what you do if out of love for your children. So this is a totally different beast than we've seen in my other series.
This bobblehead is just ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Did you notice who it is? That's right,
Oh,
none
it
other
is.
than the man who will make this country great.
No, sir.
You know, when he was crying, I said, I know, son, I know it's not your fault. What was your other voice?
Oh, see, that's the fairy tale PG fucking whoever speechwriting version. The first is actually, you know, I said some shit I shouldn't have. I was harsh. That was in a Bobo interview. Was it not enhanced? Where it says that it maybe it might have been a Bobo interview, but he says, you know, he shouldn't. And it might have honestly been one of the McDonald's ones. But either way, he says at one point that he's a little harsh, whatever, their relationship's broken, and he doesn't know that it'll ever be the same. Then eventually you see this butterfly script written bullshit by one of these tragedy pimps or helpers somewhere, much like the crocodile tears say, honestly. All these things. Yeah, I figured with some of these suddenly inflated, packed in things that are happening weirdly enhanced, I figured. It's been that way for days now.
Told my wife wife, if he would have went downstairs with Summer like she wanted him to, she wouldn't be gone.
So even now, he's passively blaming the sons. Well, if he had gone down like Candace told him to, it's not his job to monitor his sister, it's the mother's job.
Hold up. Because sometimes even in shit.
Children. And now we see, after someone went missing, the first thing he did is try to pass the buck onto her siblings. That's not what you do if out of love for your children. So this is a totally different beast than we've seen in my other series.
You know, he was crying. I said, I know, son. I know it's not your fault. What was your other boy saying? Told my wife that if he would have went downstairs with Summer like she wanted him to, she wouldn't be gone.
So even now,
so mind you that at least one said that if they went downstairs with Summer like she'd wanted them to, then she wouldn't be gone. So then that begs the question of the first night the boys tell Lawson the last time they seen her was going out the back door. But Dawn, when talking to the boys, is saying they're like, well, if we went downstairs with her to play, at least one, she wouldn't be gone. So, is he saying the boys to him, were not downstairs or upstairs and Summer wasn't wherever they were to see her go out, whichever door? Right? Okay. Anyway. That's strange though. Anyway. This is still the fairy tale up fucking version.
that's not a father you want to be around. That's not a father who would do anything to protect his children. And now we see, after someone went missing, the first thing he did is try to pass the buck onto her siblings. That's not what you do if out of love for your children. So this is a totally different beast than we've seen in my other series.
You know, he was crying. I said, I know, son. I know it's not your fault. What was your other boy saying? Told my wife that if he would have went downstairs with Summer like she wanted him to, she wouldn't be gone.
So even now, he's passively blaming the sons. Well, if he had gone down like Candace told him to, it's not his job to monitor his sister's mother's job. And if she was drunk or high or a negligent, unfit mother, that's her fault. This was actually hard to watch, and this is almost as hard to watch as the Ruby Frankie video I did, which brought me back to YouTube.
Ruby Frank?
So this one's going to be hard to do.
He feels like he's kind of guilty.
A lot of times the boys would be inside and we'd be like, "Where's Summer? Why'd you leave her out there alone?"
Listen to this coward. But normally I try to stay unbiased in these videos, so I'm going to try to be cool here.
Oh god, this is the hard part. Not all the times he's put all this gross, disgusting stuff or silly things, but some are implied things being done to it. Not the death, the murder, the mayhem, no, he's gonna try to get it together. You know, I hate this shit. No. Oh, for fuck's sakes. What are you gearing up for now, pal?
As we can see here, he's passively passing the blame onto his other children, which to me indicates that the other children did not, let's say, accidentally killed their sister the way I think Burke did, because this hoax is not for their benefit. He's still trying to blame them, right? He's trying to hint that it's their fault, which to me indicates that the hoax is either for his benefit or his wife's benefit or some weird third party who they know, who they might have allowed to take her, or know they took her and just don't want to turn that person in yet because he might have something on them, or because he's paying them, or some other bizarre, weird thing that once it all comes out will shock us. But clearly the hoax is not for the benefit of the other siblings, so I'm eliminating them as suspects.
You know,
Who the fuck are you to eliminate suspects based on one News Nation article that doesn't hold the whole thing? And 10 weird statements by Don Wells video from Criminal. For you. But either way, whatever, dude. Whatever.
go get Summer now, you know, and that's happened over and over again.
And I'm not saying that because I'm implying siblings are, guilty. I'm just saying, who the hell is he? It's like Ryan over there, but it's like any of y'all doing whatever the fuck with the rest. I'm so tired of all y'all. It's not how any of this works.
I don't know why, but they're dealing with it okay more than me, and they're doing a lot better than me and Candace are. Mm-hmm. Not why that is, but I don't know. She loved to be outside all the time. That was her.
I think now he's trying to passively blame her now, that she loved to be outside. So he's trying to passively blame his children and Summer herself for whatever might have happened to her.
His children and Summer and his children. Damn, doesn't he sound like Dawn and Candace separate them? Like, no, man, they're all their children. What the fuck? Maybe he's aware of that and leaking.
So this cover up, he's either covering up for himself.
So now it's cover up, not hoax. My dude, those are two separate things. Which is it? Pick one, roll with it. You'd think a lawyer mistake. You know what? I can't.
Like a coward, or for his wife, or for both of them, because they're both negligent. And if one of them goes down, the other will take the other down. Sort of the same way that I feel like the McCanns are bound for life. They have to get their story straight and script their story, because if one goes down, the other will also go down. But at least the McCanns have the redeeming quality of, at least I imagine this, right? I don't even know if that's their thought process. Maybe I'm giving them more of a benefit of the doubt than they deserve. But it's easier for me to imagine that they justify everything they do to themselves as doing it for the twins. Whereas the Wells here are actually trying to pass the buck onto their children. There is no redeeming quality possible, because he's eliminated that possibility in my mind.
Than me and Candace are. Mm-hmm. Not why that is, but I don't know.
She loved to be outside all the time. That was her, unfortunately, her downfall.
She loved to be outside, and that was her downfall. So he's actually blaming Summer for what happened to her. If she didn't love to be outside so much, she'd still be alive.
Number 8. Sexualizing a 12-year-old.
That little girl right there, I seen her at the park. That poor little girl, she got a body from hell.
Alright. This guy is sick.
So, early on, he's already telling you how this cat's whatever, blah, 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 blah. He has two statements. It's ish. But you know what? It's fun. Nobody tell him about all the other quotes about all the others. And the weird shit said by Dawn about how Soros, that's located, I think, on Josh's in clip form. One of the easiest places I can think to actually listen to that one. How Summer was, it's, and let's not forget the one in, California, it's,
I think this series, we'll see what YouTube does to this series at this point.
see, he's not really worried about Summer here's statements or analyzing or that. He's worried about YouTube and how it might be put down algorithms or his channel not because of the subject matter, the wording on the screen, etc. He's worried about not being taken down algorithms and not being demonetized. So, shit. I guess. Whatever.
I'm sure YouTube's going to throttle all these videos just because of the subject matter and the things I'm going to have to say when I'm analyzing these statements. So please do make sure to like, subscribe, so at least I'm not...
I bet he does this often. Now, how many series has he said he has done on the other cases and things? What, those didn't hold much the same things as Summer's case? Right? You've talked about the Ramseys, the McCanns, all these others, whatever. Ruby Frank, yeah. And, they didn't hold much the same subject matter, maybe even worse. Same descriptors, all that. And since you did those prior to Summers, supposedly, you should have had a pretty good trial run to see what YouTube would do with algorithms and your videos and monetization and what bounds to stay in to keep that from happening. I'm gonna say this is the Pebble Drop creators are gonna usually use to go, man, just to make sure my video, because I'm giving you all this content and these answers and, you know, truth, facts, the American way and such, and justice, and we're really helping these children. Can y'all just make sure to click, like, support it that way? That way we can make sure YouTube doesn't downgrade me in the big, bad, evil, you know, fake news era of bullshit where they don't want the truth to get out and they downgrade all the things that are good for you. Yeah. I mean, please hit the thumbs up and like and the sub and the whatevers. No, you already had enough series and trial runs to know what YouTube would do with the same criteria and the same subject matter and all that. You did. This is just pandering for subs and clicks and likes and such. Don't tell me it ain't.
Making these videos for the ether, because this is tough to listen to. So here we have him talking about a 12-year-old girl. And you'll notice that he's talking about her body in a sexual way. She's got a body from hell. You'll also notice the word hell.
Oh, it's tough to listen to, but your own mouth was saying worse about Summer and others and what could be done to them and this thing. Earlier, just fine. Now you're gonna play like you're sick, hearing Dawn say, I am so fucking lost here.
Which is another afterlife-related word. Right? So he said, it killed her, it was the death of me, or something like that. So he said, kill, death, and now hell.
How in the hell does hell correlate with kill or death? What the fuck? I guess words trigger voodoo, hell. I don't know, you can feed them to a certain demographic and make them a thing, but I think what should apply in there is body from hell is a common statement. Now, not in regards to a child or anything, but it's just a statement, especially for his age group. Most modern males do not really necessarily use that. That's when used by older men of certain ages. It's common in there to use that, and they still say it. Most younger men do not. Okay? But it is still a thing everywhere, but it's a common thing. You can't just take the word hell from that, pretend like that was it. And then it somehow correlates with kill, death, or whatever. You just can't. No. No.
Alright, so that's projection. She will be pregnant. He's talking about a 12-year-old girl, and he's saying she will be pregnant. What is he revealing here? He's revealing that he thinks it's common. It's a given that people will be attracted to a 12-year-old. He's revealing that just like he said it was probable that someone was sexually assaulting Summer, he's saying it's probable that a 12-year-old girl will be pregnant. It tells us about him. And I think I've gone almost 50 minutes without describing what projection is, right? So, and it's the title of the video. So this is what projection is. Projection is when someone feels guilty or shame or has an opinion on something that they're ashamed of or embarrassed about, and they project it onto other people.
Or they have personality traits, so that they project and they do it, or, you know. But that's, you know what, I just, so many
Right, so an
different
insecurity,
ways to,
a shame, a guilt. And what they do is they accuse other people of that thing. Because in their mind, it's so big and so obvious that they simply assume it of other people. And the reason projection was on my mind when I saw this clip and I tied it together was from my last Ramsey's video. Or was it
this doesn't quite fit that either.
McCann's video? I got a comment from someone.
Oh, he's going back to the McCann thing again. You got a comment on his video, and look, he's bringing up his own damn page to show you. I don't know what. No, I don't care.
Saying in the comments, you know, how can you know what people will do in a certain circumstances? You know, DD, you, how can you know anything? How do you know how people will react? How do you know that what people's words mean what they say? And then she says, I am confident this podcaster will not address any of my comments. Well, what was this woman doing? She was projecting her inability to read people onto me.
Oh, hell, he done picked one of the people commenting that he didn't take a fucking liking to. And is, oh dear. Oh no. And using her as an example. He didn't use an example of other cases or projection in psychology or anything like that, or the show the Google definition of, or no. He's gonna take this random shit and do it though. And stand it up against real crimes. And instead of using an example of real criminals around crimes, he's going to use a comment that pissed him off to try to stand up and use as an example of projection for criminal, real crimes, real serious ones, and to try to show his audience what projection is. When really, it's just his opinion that this woman is projecting on. You know what? This is weird.
Just because she can't read people.
It says some shit about his fifis.
Doesn't mean that I can't read people. And that's what I told her, right? So here was my reply to her. I am confident this podcaster will not address any of my comments. Wrong.
Ooh, advice number 1. Don't project your poor people reading skills onto others. My training, the rules of the English language, and empirical studies on reactions to extreme situations allow me to accurately determine the truth of the situation. which has been proven multiple times on the channel. See Liver King, Nadia, Logan Paul, etc. Which I'm gonna bet he actually came into after there was enough out there by others. Just like this. Or he'd been around lurking long enough. Watch my videos before misrepresenting my views. When did I say the Ramseys or Amanda Knox were guilty? You know what? We're just gonna leave that. Much to learn, but you'll get there. That's why, I don't know, something. Why I made the channel to help people like you. Much to learn, but you'll get there. That's why I made the channel. To help people like you. Is it though, really? No, dear. And the rules of the English language, they include
Right. So already she couldn't read me. She was so confident in her opinion, it was wrong. Advice number 1, don't project your poor people reading skills onto
empirical studies on reactions to extreme situations. Allow me to accurately determine the truth of the situation, though other absolute experts in their fields would not say the same. And do not say or imply that. They say they can only compile and get a guess at, at best and, whatever. Those are the best of the best guys, man. They do not say accurately determine the truth of a situation. Because, believe it or not, statement analysis, behavior expert, they're just tools. Much like many, and they can't walk into a court of law and be like, yes, 100% accurate, like absolute certainty. I'm positive this person did this based on their body movements or how I read their statement or any of that. Even combined, they cannot go into a court of law and say 100% certainty, 100% accurate. They can't do that. Their opinion, even based on years worth of training, is their best of the best. They cannot walk into a courtroom and say that. Empirical studies are not. Holy shit. Oh. And don't even get me started. KFC, I've been on this live for 3.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes. Yeah, I'm pretty positive of it. Empirical studies say so. I'm 100% positive. 3.5 minutes. All right.
To others. My training, the rules of the English language, and empirical studies on reactions to extreme situations allow me to accurately determine the truth of a situation, which has been proven multiple times on the channel. For example, my liver cane.
Okay. I don't even know what the hell's happening here. I don't care. Wow.
Nadia, Logan Paul videos. All right, so that was an example.
This is like watching AB with his, look, this person says my magical potions do all the wonderful things. Reviews. It's the fucking weirdest shit, but the opposite.
Of projection, which I posted on X. If you don't follow me on X, I suggest following me there, as I do posts there and hot takes outside of what I do here on YouTube. So if you just want more content from me, that's a great place to get it.
Don't get me started.
My two Goldens will literally eat anything you give them. This one, on the other hand, is the pickiest eater in the world, and oftentimes just doesn't even.
So when Dawn talks about seeing a 12-year-old and being confident that she will be pregnant soon, he's projecting onto the world his view that children are sexual objects. And to me, that tells me he is attracted to children. Because when I look at a little kid, the last thing I think about is anything involving sexuality or pregnancy or parenting or anything like that. So he's projecting.
How old is she?
Second. He's projecting his inner monologue and more content from me. That's a great place to get it. So when Dawn talks about seeing a 12-year-old and being confident that she will be pregnant soon, he's projecting onto the world his view that children are sexual objects. And to me, that tells me he is attracted to children. Because when I look at a little kid, the last thing I think about is anything involving sexuality or pregnancy or parenting or anything like that. So he's projecting.
How old is she?
Second.
What?
About seeing a 12-year-old and being confident that she will be pregnant soon, he's projecting onto the world his view that children are sexual objects. And to me, that tells me he is attracted to children. Because when I look at a little kid, the last thing I think about is anything involving sexuality or pregnancy or parenting or anything like that.
Or parenting?
So he's projecting.
How old is she?
Second. He's projecting his inner monologue and thoughts about what he sees onto other people because to him it's so obvious.
Wait, is she having
12. Number 9.
And just regarding projection, how can you use it in your own life? Let's say someone is constantly, let's say you have a significant other, right? And they're constantly checking your phone to make sure you're not cheating. Or, they're trying to check your emails, or they want to know where you're going, or they're very domineering and paranoid about you cheating. what's likely happening is projection. The thought of cheating is so big.
Always using that old cliche. That shows a level of misogyny and also shit we're not even going to get into. And cliche as bullshit. It's generally females who, etc., right? And whatever, But then what if I told you there's a realm in which real people really fucking cheat and are real, like, wonder what the fuck they're up to. And that, they always say that if somebody's accusing you of cheating, then they must be the cheater. That's not true. It's not a goddamn cliche. It's garbage. At least for the most part. I have seen some very wild examples that do hold true with that. But, this is not expert opinion level shit. This is, sexism, weird shit, and world-known bullshits, and one-liners, and whatever.
In their mind, and takes up so much space in their brain that they project the thoughts of cheating onto you and onto the wider world. So they accuse you of cheating because to them it's such a big issue. It's such an obvious thing that people think about. So ironically, the more someone projects any sort of vice or insecurity onto you, the more likely they suffer from it. And that is how people expose themselves through projection.
Oh dear.
And Don Wells here, at least in my opinion.
Did y'all really need 55 minutes of this shit to then be fed something like that? As the prime example of projection. When it's not even a really good example. Okay.
Is projecting his attraction to children. And could he have possibly been abusing Summer Wells, his daughter, enough for her to run away? Yes. Or could he be abusing her to the point that he killed her? Yes. And then finally, could he be abusing her?
So sure, anyway, what happened next? Never mind your other horse shit and what you're putting on Summer, but if she ran away, what happened next? And why did she choose a time he's supposedly not even home to run away? But either way, what happened next? Where did she go? Because I'll tell you where she didn't go. She didn't wander off up into them freaking woods. So deep in that equipment, searchers, nothing else found. And didn't find her within minutes, hours, certainly, or days. There's no way in hell. Or that nobody in the area would have heard her calls out if she was hungry, cold, scared. No fucking way. No. So what happened to her next? She ran away. Alright.
To the point that he would rent her out to someone else in exchange for drugs or money.
And that's a hell belief. Where'd you get this idea from? From News Nation, one article, and this 10 odd things Donna said video. Where?
Or sell her off to someone? Yes, because he's projected a very distorted view of children, their sexuality, and their place in the world. Of all the parents we've analyzed on the channel so far, this couple here is the sickest. And I've only analyzed an article and a compilation video.
Oh, he doubles down. He's only analyzed the One News Nation article and a compilation. He just doubled down. He told Jill multiple times that's all he said and all he's analyzed. It's all he knows, but clearly it's obviously not. Now, is it?
Your time is limited. The time has come to wield your powers and seal your...
Remember, this is all my opinion. Will it crystallize more? Will I be able to figure out? Let's say he starts leaking more about death. Well, then I'll be more confident that she's dead. Let's say he starts talking about potential people who might have taken...
But wait, earlier you didn't call that leaking. You did not. Now you're gonna make me saying it was leaking. Okay.
in her. And continues his soft tone about what should happen. Well, then it might become more likely that he knows who took her and she was actually abducted, but she was abducted with consent or as part of an exchange.
Claiming he knows where Summer's at.
Damn, it's my daughter's probably on the fucking streets right now somewhere. Nobody's listening to me.
Donnie, we can't do anything.
I know where she's at.
So he's saying, I know where she's at. Where's the first place he says? On the streets, like a streetwalker. This is like a 5-year-old girl we're talking about. So when he's picturing where she's at now, he's picturing her like a prostitute.
I also believe that this one thing so far is where he's drawn all these conclusions. I still wants us to believe that he somehow come upon a 6-month-old article and this low sub, low count view channel. And as he's been doing all these other high profile, hot topic cases, you know, it's there. And all these creators and such, he hasn't, including Pat Brown, who's done pieces on Summer. He wants us to believe he's never heard a heckin' word. Although, let's revisit what I'm pretty sure happened in November, which is that at a certain point he said he had been in and around, watched the Summer thing for about a year and a half, but he had to leave, and then he came back, and all this. So it's just, it's...
And that's more projection. He's thinking of a 5-year-old girl like she could be a prostitute. So the possibility that she is like sold off or rented out to someone is not nil. When it came to the McCanns, that was always a 0 to me. You don't take your kid, your 2 successful daughters, and go rent her out to sexual abuse rings or sell her out. It's too. So the possibility that she is like sold off or rented out to someone is not nil. When it came to the McCanns, that was always a 0 to me. You don't take your kid, your 2 successful daughters, and go
you don't take your kid, your two successful daughters, and
go rent her out to
and go rent her out too. What does he mean the McCanns took their two successful daughters and he swaps it back to your daughter in singular? Does he even know shit fuck about that case really either? Or is he just here to curse for good enough to get attention and pretend to the goal? And you know what?
to sexual abuse rings or sell her out. It's too it's
And to describe that child as successful, I don't even know what the fuck. Like, sure, they have a college degree and a $1 million home or something. What the hell? What's he carrying on about? Never mind. Just fuck it.
probably one of the rarest things that could possibly happen in the Western world. Does it happen in other countries? Yes. Sell off their daughters all the time in other countries.
Bitch, it happens all across the world. Stop that. Trafficking of all varieties, all weird shit, awful shit, terrible shit happens all across the world. And it's definitely known to happen within, religious and this, that, the other, I mean, look, I can't with you, bro. Terrible shit happens everywhere. Especially to, female children, let's see here. All across the world every day. Children in general, women, POC, indigenous, especially indigenous women, sure. Women at high risk, LGBTQ plus youth out on the streets, runaways from homes, I mean, you name it. It happens, but y'all talk about all that stuff very little. Y'all do enjoy the blue-eyed, blonde-haired variety of things, and certain parents that bring attention for different reasons, those unlikable for one reason or the other that are very polarizing, easy to make tribalism, team sports happen around, Yeah.
But in the West?
Y'all know what you're working with, don't you? Yeah, that's right.
No.
In the West. No.
But in this case,
bullshit.
It's not a nil possibility. Strictly because of the way he talks about children being.
Now, he just said no. In the West, this has not happened. It's a nil. It's a nil possibility. Never happens here. Other countries, sure. Then he goes, no, in this case. Here, oh, it's a possibility. Then that would mean it's not nil. Huh. And if you think these are the worst people on earth, or that they're child risk and whatever, man, I hate to tell you, there are far worse humans out there, far more abusive, far more whatever with children who have been convicted of far fucking worse. And the same exact thing you were saying is nil and not possible in this country. You just said it was nil. You said that it should only happens wherever. And then you said, oh, but in this case. Well, that would mean the possibility is not. You know what? Fuck it. You just deal with your own words. I don't care.
Sexual objects pimped out. So just listen to this. He's talking about a 5-year-old as a streetwalker.
12.
Number 9. Claiming he knows where Summer's at.
Damn, it's my daughter's probably on the fucking streets right now somewhere. Nobody's listening to me.
Donnie, we can't do anything.
And I swear to God, the video from Criminal is titled Top 10 Most Disturbing Things Don Mills has said, but we are now at where?
I know where she's at. She's in a fucking motel room somewhere with some fucking weirdo.
Right, so he is projecting his view of children, and he's, in his mind, they're equivalent to.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong, and they just popped up the number 12 because of the age of
prostitutes. He sees them as sexual objects, and these are his words, not mine. This is very bizarre. Also, just remember, everything he's saying here is about his own daughter.
And here's the thing. I seen a piece yesterday, day before, and it's weird as hell. There's this child, I think she's 12, 13. She apparently vanished from home several months ago, but Soft White Underbelly happened to do an interview with her last. Okay, she's a runaway. Looks like she's been on the streets. Okay, Soft White Underbelly did an interview with her, and then I kid you not, the parents suddenly then reported her missing after she'd apparently been missing for several months. And I shit you not, the parents on her missing posts and things and info use the damn screenshot of her on Soft White Underbelly. So it looks like the parents knew she'd run away. They didn't report it, but then as soon as they knew Soft White Underbelly didn't interview, they're like, oh fuck. Probably want to get hit that curveball, but in the dumbest way possible. But yeah, anyway, but no shit, that child was on the streets. But granted, she's 12, 13 and runaway and whatever. But obviously there are lots of sick individuals out here. And you know, children same ages or on the streets, etc. These things do happen. They are known to happen even here in America. And for all kinds of monsters and abusers and this here to do all kinds of terrible things. And yeah, all across the world it happens. Okay. I just can't.
And statements like this right here, where he's talking about someone trying to sell her for a little bit of crack cocaine, is the reason I think the possibility that he sold her to someone or pimped her out to someone is not nil.
My favorite beef sticks are from Paleo Valley. They are 100% grass-fed.
I think it's an actual possibility in this case. And I can't believe I'm saying that. As you guys know, I tried to explain everything without having to resort to the totally bizarre.
But he already implied that in the way back.
Conspiracy theories. But in this case, it's a non-nil possibility. There is an actual possibility just based on the projection we're seeing here.
Now it's a non-nil. Again. You know what? I can't. Whatever.
I know where she's at.
I don't.
in a fucking motel room somewhere with some fucking weirdos. Fucking some motherfucker trying to sell them for some a little bit.
Also, notice how he says that she is effing someone. He says she's in a hotel room effing someone. That's a weird way to see an adult having relations with a kid. So they just based on the projection we're seeing.
I'm gonna rewind that.
I know where she's at. She's in a fucking motel room somewhere with some fucking weirdo. Fucking some motherfucker trying to sell them for some a little bit.
Also, notice how he says that she is effing someone.
No, I think what he's saying is that he's saying it a little backwards, but he's like, fucking some motherfucker trying to sell her for a little bit of crack. He's calling whoever is trying to sell her fucking motherfucker and saying that some fucking motherfucker is trying to sell her for a little bit. But, okay.
So she's in a hotel room effing someone. That's a weird way to see an adult having relations with a kid. The correct way to say something as disgusting as that would be she's getting abused by someone. Abused by some MFer. Not effing.
That's not what he's saying.
An MFer. That implies that she is actually consenting to it and participating in it. It's a distorted view of the world, of children.
And this is you most likely reading that statement entirely wrong. Because I don't care what.
And the fact that he can say this like it's obvious is him projecting his worldview onto the case, and it's a sick worldview. It's a scary worldview.
And do not take this to mean that I think any of these statements are okay, or that I too am not disturbed as fuck by any of them, or all of them together, because I am. I'm not trying to play contrarian either, but this fella here, whatever this is, and so, because we all know throughout this, I have problems with these things myself. We all should. And do. And I do. But I also have problems with this shit right here. So, not trying to be, all defensive of C&D, nor am I trying to be a contrarian or whatever, but, this, whatever this is not cool.
And I would love the opportunity to depose someone like him. Because he's leaking lots of weird stuff here.
Weird how suddenly leaking. But earlier, when things should have been called leaking, you called them something entirely different. It's fun.
I'd be very curious what he would say under oath.
Oh, you said they were suppressed memories. So that's right.
Okay. I know how it works.
Here, I know how it works. I wouldn't be surprised if he's done it himself. The fact that he's saying he knows how it works. I wonder what his history with these seedy hotel rooms with children is.
Now, bitch, don't act like you're fucking whatever. And I know you're not. You're well aware. Do we really have to play this game again? I know.
Tony, stop letting your fucking mind go there, okay?
I've already been there.
Stop it.
Listen to these admissions. I've been there, I've seen it. So the first thing with statement analysis is you take what.
Don't tell this guy what's behind these calls with his sisters or the people, the other tragedy pimps in the hive who are helping build him up, and their manipulations of shit behind the scenes and all the garbage. Don't tell him.
What people say at their
He may be well aware.
word. We don't go in there trying to interpret what people say. Right now, I'm just seeing these as clips out of context, so they do jump out to me, but I'd like to know the full context of them, which we'll look at in this series.
Man. Who is that one way back in the day that used to come into chats and rooms and whatever very, very early on? 21, very early in 22. I know damn good and well still got screenshots and recordings. I know damn good and well I do. I know it. Anyway.
But right now, if the context is him just straight up saying, I've been there, I've seen it, I'm going to take him at his word. And I'm going to take that as an admission that he's done this.
You're gonna take that as an admission that he did this. Then why all the other bullshit? You've already watched this video once through, you said. But you said no, you don't think he's done it. You think it's somebody he knows. They're protecting because their inability to be like, yeah, the motherfucker should fry. Blah, blah, they're protecting somebody, something, whatever. Now it's that you're gonna take this as an admission, and you know what? Wherever you want to land with it.
I'm telling you what I've seen with my own eyes. I believe that you have seen this.
Number 10. Again,
Okay.
more disturbing ideas on what might have happened. And remember, these statements were made just within a couple of weeks after Summer went missing.
I don't want to think she's
Weeks
dead.
hell.
That's a possibility.
All right, so here we have him allowing for the possibility that she's dead. This is another indicator that she might actually be dead. And compared to the alternative of what I think might have happened to her dying by an accident because her mom wasn't watching her, might be possibly the not worst outcome from her.
Now he blames it solely on Candace again, but earlier it was that both could have been responsible for murdering, killing Summer in a drug or alcohol-induced rage. Now it's back on to Candace, and that's the best thing that could have happened to Summer is that she died at Candace's hands. But a second ago, Dawn, he took what Dawn said as an admission that he did this. Is this dude just everywhere? Or is it fucking me? Yeah, I don't think this is a fucking me situation.
So, if you've seen my video on emergency calls in my McCann series.
Now about McCann's again, eh?
How to analyze an emergency, something along those lines. Right, the FBI has done studies, police have continued to do studies on what people do in emergency situations. And parents...
No shit. Thanks for telling us that people, including law enforcement and feds, still continue to conduct and do studies and also compile data and find new ways and new methods, or to compile things to show guilt. Yeah, I don't know, man. Just thanks for telling us that. We're all fucking unaware.
Of missing children empirically do not
empirically. All right, fuck it. Look, this is now we've reached levels. It's like Don B, A, B, and BK had a baby, and it went to town riding on a pony, and hashtagged itself right into whatever. Added Irvine is trying to get the attention of the behavior for at least 9 videos now deep.
Allow for the possibility that their children are dead, even 20, 30, 40 years later. Until that body is found, they do not accept it as a possibility. So could one set of parents accept it early? Yes. But empirically, they do not. Right, so the vast majority of them...
How many times is he going to use this word in written and verbal form? And
can expect do not accept the death of their kid unless they know their kid is dead. So the fact that he's allowing for the possibility that she's dead is an indicator that he might know that she is actually dead.
Look, I'll see you in the resurrection. As long as I keep the commandments and I do what I'm supposed to do, I'll see you in the commandments. If that's the case, you know.
And on the way back, he'll see somewhere in the commandments. It's almost like Don had a lack of understanding about religion, at work, and what the fucking commandments were. And not just verses and there's I'll see you in the commandments.
My biggest fear is, you know, being tormented or locked in a dungeon or basement or something.
Yeah, that's my biggest fear too.
You know, criminal here is not counting all these different statements as different statements. Because these are separate ones from the resurrection one and all that. How criminal can't count or discern one statement from another in separate times they were said. She can't count her number correctly, and I don't even know what the hell this fella's doing, but ain't none of this shit right.
Or the motel room he described, or the streets he described.
Statistically speaking, I mean, there's a good chance she's already.
Don does like his statistics. They usually land somewhere at 75% for everything. No matter what statistic. Or trolls. Him and Mullen have that common. And whatnot. Anyway, you know.
Once again, statistically speaking, there's a good chance she's already dead. Parents of actual missing children do not. They think that their circumstance is the 1 in a million. They don't care about the statistics. And if you saw my video about how real...
Also, tonal glee / stupors delight and a hint wink. I hope you know it's been me targeting you with 75% trolls. Like somebody with messages from Mullen's count said, parroted and whatnot. But I want you to know it was me. You're gonna meet the trolls. 75%. I know what was said to someone around you. Hee hee. Yeah. See, that's a shit you can sort of pick up on. If you know people well enough and their tones and monsters and living so certain folks for lengths of time or near them, or you hold pieces and evidence and real compiling of whatnot, right? As opposed to one article and compiled video where not all things are numbered and whatever else.
Parents of Missing Children talk in my McCain series. The mother of Gannon Stouch was a great demonstration of that. She said, Gannon Stouch was a preemie. He was born early. The doctors told her.
So you just all up in the fucking true crime realm. What, for all this other, all these other cases, and you just became suddenly aware of something. I bet. My bet.
It was a 1 in 100.
Is this Mozelle's son? I have questions.
Chance that he would come out and grow up and live a normal life, and he did it. And then she used that to say, he's out there. Statistics might say that he won't be found because 48 hours have passed, but Gannon is that 1 in 100. He's that 1 in a million.
Also, I do want to make it clear, though, to a certain degree, law enforcement, feds, others, victims, advocates, family advocates, they do indeed prepare families and parents and siblings and loved ones of actual statistics, and they do try to let them know in ways, I think early on. So what reality may hold, even if they, but generally at some point you do see parents, loved ones, husbands, whatever, up at press conferences side by side with law enforcement, and before hours can tick away, asking for returns of and this and the other, and maybe those tones of requests changing, throughout, longer periods because of, law enforcement being by their side, real advocates and stuff that work with the state and with law enforcement, real professionals coming in and surrounding these families instead of YouTubers and such, who pretend to be, so that.
And he's still out there. And that is how parents of missing children think about their child. They do not accept the statistics. The reality is statistically, yes, she's dead, so okay, she's dead. That's not how parents of actual missing children talk. So once again, the fact that he's allowing for that possibility is a good indicator that he knows she's dead. And now the question is,
and I can't discredit, like I said earlier. I mean, every reacts different. But if not for those first few hours and the bland tone and that, meh, she's dead, she's gone, whatever, man, give her a chance. Hold up, there's still a chance, meh. And being alone in the dark, feeling like the last person on earth as everything was quieting and command post prints, all this. I don't know. Yeah. don't know. Maybe it'll be different. If not for maybe that one moment too. But there were so many moments that day and all the days after. But that one moment itself. I didn't know, nor did I have any, and no, I'm a big believer in hope or faith, but know what the fuck to do with something like that. I still hold it, and I firmly believe that Summer will be found, and so will the person or persons responsible. And though, I mean, I know that possibilities that she may be here alive or what next and ill, there's still hope and it's still a possibility. And, it's been years. And if she's out here alive, whatever is happening is probably not good every day. And, that terrorizes the shit out of me every day. But I hold hope and faith that, I guess in all things, that every day the word will come that she's found, rescued, that she's found no matter what, and brought home to her community and her brothers, law enforcement. And also, that sounds a lot. I don't know what I'll do. I'd say like many of neighbors and community and those who know her. I don't know what the fuck the reaction's gonna be from any of us when news comes, and I'm certain at some point it will. No matter which way it goes. You rejoice the fact she's alive, or and then crumble at the thought of what, you know, it's probably not a good story to be told with that. Or what if she is gone? And that's the word that comes. But she's at least been. Both are all things at once. And And you just wait every day for news, for the word. And you have faith and hope it will come. But no matter what, there's going to be pain involved in that. And then chances are, all of us will then, see tragedy pimps go into full tilt mode again, and then do what they do in every case. Even after people are arrested and in court settings and proceedings are all along the way. Look at Delphine Olymp. Look at all these other cases. They pick right back up. They do all these things. They sling shit. They taint. They go right back to reset. Blame everybody but, again, they pick new suspect. They wait outside courtrooms waiting on new witnesses to latch on to. They terrorize the same communities. They revisit. It's like a freaking steroid injection again. So then on top of all that, this community, like all the other cases, will then face an absolute inundation again of peak tragedy, Pip. And I think we know it. And then we'll know that millions out here will view it again and watch all of it be done over and over again as entertainment. Speculation, trauma. I don't know. How do you deal with all that? And you know that this place, these people, no matter what, when Summer's found, they'll hunt her too. Just like they have her brothers, Hunter, Marlena's other children, I, you know, their whereabouts, trying to get access to them. They'll try to get people near. They'll try to insert the systems around wherever she is. All this just to first picks, first this, first that. And then for the rest of her life, they will do that. And that's fucking awful. It'll be the only way in which this place has ever truly searched for Summer. For sure. They would put their curiosity and entitlement and tragedy pimping far above her well-being and need to be safe and, protected with the right people who care for her and help her and It's the only way in which this place would ever actually truly search for content. And somehow those viewing it here would be just fine with that too and justify it somehow.
Of the evidence of child abuse being found when the body was examined. So they, rather than calling the police and having them, determined as an accidental death, they decided to hide it and create the hoax because they did not want evidence of child abuse being discovered and them going to prison for it.
I think I missed a piece there.
In cases where the kid is dead and a reason for the hoax, scared of people of the body, killed her in like a fit of rage, and they did not want him having the stigma of being the little boy who killed his sister for the rest of his life, so they staged the hoax.
Oh, so you're back to that again. Odd, eh? The very tail end of this
hoax. In this case, why the hoax? If she died on the property because the mom wasn't paying attention to her, why the hoax? Why not just call it and say she ran out, she ran into the river and drowned?
Now suddenly Summers ran into a river and pretty sure I and other neighbors searching and the search crews would have figured it out. See, prints, tracks along the banks. The dogs would have had there would have been scent left behind for the cadaver dogs, whether or not there would have been scent. Somebody at some point would have to find her in a creek, and there would have been scent, and that could not have been hidden from cadaver dogs or search dogs. Yeah, I don't think this guy has ever been in a courtroom with evidence. I swear, I don't know. And then what? Like, you're looking at then many tracks on these muddy creek banks and throughout, and then definite scent and evidence otherwise, and it had to be a vehicle, right? You'd think somewhere that could not be passed up or not detected by dogs and other things, and these units that came in, I just, holy shit, man. Pull out of your ass, bro.
There's must be a reason for the hoax. Either they were scared of people of the body being examined and the cause of death determined, maybe because one of them killed her. In a drunken rage, or they were scared of the evidence of child abuse being found when the body was examined. So they, rather than calling the police and having them, determined as an accidental death, they decided to hide it and create the hoax because they did not want evidence of child abuse being discovered and them going to prison for it. In cases where the kid is dead and then there's a hoax to cover it up, first we need to determine the death in the language and the evidence. And then we need to
There's piece I'd like to say in there, a thing, but I'm not.
Determine the reason for the cover-up and the hoax in the language and the context and any other evidence that's available to us.
Already dead, if you look at it statistically.
These were the most disturbing things said by this man, which came to my mind. But sadly, this list could go on for.
Okay, but she did not number any or all of the statements she used in there. So she can't count, and I don't know what the hell this dude's up to, but it ain't nothing. This was number 1. I can't wait to make it through the other 8. Because, see, I watched bits. My intention here tonight was just to put those little bits together and just show different things, but I don't know. This one's taken long enough, as you can clearly see, because the trolls are inquiring about how long I've been here. And I guess pissed that I didn't make better use of my Saturday night. You know, I mean, God, I'm so sorry. I'm old to get off my lawn. I should have been out doing whatever the hell else. I don't know what people do, but they're so damn judgy. It's my time, not yours. And those who choose to watch this for that long or break it up in pieces or do whatever, it's up to them. Anyway, so now there's a
Forever. We don't know if he had anything to do with his daughter's disappearance, but he sure doesn't look innocent in my opinion. What do you think?
All right, so this is a great compilation by Criminal. I think it's a good way to kick off the series because it shows us lots of bizarre statements all in one go.
This was the best example I used to kick off the series. Fuck. Well, one of the best over there, y'all. I just don't care. And then to get stuck on thumbnails all being Dr. Phil behavior panel. Looks like all the videos mention it. That's what he's going over. Though he doesn't like those fellows much. And as a statement analyst, you'd think he'd reach back for the cleanest and earliest interviews and things. And that's clearly not Dr. Phil or the behavior panel and such. Or even, really, those that you first see with C&D and things. Well, sure he knows that, though, honestly, already. But for some reason, he wants to stick on the big name stuff. And I don't know. Criminal, Bones, got the attention of Pat Brown once, and keeps trying to get, looks like the behavior panel to notice him. It's like, really, how many Shreks in the back of or donkeys in the back of the Shrek mobile can we get around here? Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised he's not atting Chris McDonough. That's where most aim for, but no, he's going in a different direction. He's going for behavior panel. Because guess why? It'll give more credence to his name of his channel if he can get all the experts to associate with it. Like Pat Brown, Peter Hyatt, the behavior panel. Because then he can tout those videos as, look, these people have talked to me. This is who I circle in. It will lend to people believing, or, you know, how legitimate he looks or seems. It will lend to his credibility if he manages the circuit he's on, and if he can collect them all like Pokemon, well, then he's really gonna probably go places. Sky's the limit, right, guys? Well, an AI-derived sky on YouTube, suppose.
Oh, and now
it's where the fake cats and shit exist, along with the fake emails, the fake feds, fake bobos, the fake whatever the fuck's around here. Fake AI skies of YouTube. True crime, tragedy, Pitville.
I think the rest of the series, what we should do is peel back the layers of the onion, examine the interviews, examine what other analysts have said about this, just so I can get it caught up to speed. I don't know.
Why do you need to examine what other analysts say to get caught up to speed? You should honestly, as an analyst yourself, just be able to go find the interviews, analyze it yourself, and then get caught up to speed that way. Right. You'd think that'd be how that worked. Nope. He's gonna have to gear up to go for the other analysts. That way, he can get caught up to speed. Okay, buddy. Alright.
Know much about this case. I learn through the statements I analyze. And if you haven't seen my McCann's and Ramsey's videos, go check out those playlists. Let me know if you want me to continue this series. The more views it gets, the more I'll prioritize it in the ongoing series. And just as a boilerplate, these are my opinions. This is all I know about the case.
What's our point? That this really is like Don B, BK, and AB had a baby.
Until next time, stay true.
So what? Bullshit? Tragedy pimping? Gullibility? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so just whatever. So that's the end of that. Whatever that is. The alleged first one. Anyway, I am actually tired after my last wasted Saturday night on here. Took a little longer than I thought or anticipated, but I often do that around here, so it's not new news. It happens, man. So, I am kind of blah and tired, but, I do have shit to do this morning, so, though I'm craving a Sunday, nap currently, no shit, I'm gonna not do that. Yeah. Oh well. Anyway. Yeah, but I am at least gonna go up here and, wait till time for the things and such and whatnot that I have to do. And then we'll see where the rest of the day goes and shit. We'll see if I can't anti-Rip Van Winkle it for a day or two, just piss these people off over and make trolls come in asking stupid questions. Oh, all right. Um. All right, y'all. I am out of here, and I'm gonna save y'all the entire spills around my usual. If you're running off stuff, you know, I generally end my vids and live, whatnot, but, well, the lives, I guess, but please do share the DV/Universal Hand Signal for Help It Can and does save lives, not just abductions, kidnappings, rapes, DVs here in public, but many emergencies, situations at home and in public, the lives it can save, those with disabilities, strokes, heart attacks, you know, special needs, those who are maybe in the middle of crimes and can't be heard making a call out, but could tap a screen, tap a messenger, do the hand signal, someone who recognizes it, they call, right? Anyway, and as tech meets call center one day, the overwhelming number of lives that could save, man, I think it's very important. And maybe in our world one day will end up being as important, or maybe more so in ways than even 911. So do keep that in mind. If you don't mind, please share DV/Universal Signal for Help. And as always, please do share Summer's picture information, call her by her name, and it's a very tangible way to help find her and the person or persons responsible. But oddly enough, that can and does happen because for others who are missing, it just a simple sharing of those missing or feared harm, their posters, their information, sharing that can indeed shake loose or drop little keys or pieces needed to find the person or persons responsible as well. It's no different in Summer's case. Please keep that in mind. By information, y'all know I do not mean tragedy pimps, social media, JLRs, bullhorns, etc. I mean local, surrounding law enforcement, state, police, TBI, FBI, Bubos, Ansley's, local investigative journalists, and real investigative journalists. Some of the best interviews you'll find are some of Bobo's, etc. From our list, you'll find those Rogers Review, Kingsport Times News, over here on Hawkins News, over here on YouTube. You'll find those scattered about all those realms. Also, please do go read the summer Q&A on the TV Unfed website. It will help keep you all a little safer and less able to be narrative driven or be considered gullible or taken advantage of by these tragedy pimps. They're bullshit. And it'll keep them within certain bounds and such too. Anyway, and if you can't find it easy, please do remember that Bobo often, and so do others, but Bobo's just one that comes to mind for me. He often embeds the link in his articles, so you could type in the Rogers Review, Jeff Bobo, Summer Wells. In those, you will find links straight to Summer's Q&A over at the Fed's websites. Also, he copies and pastes portions and stuff here and there, as I recall. But yeah, definitely keep up local and investigative journalists, real ones. Share those things. Law enforcement, state, Fed, etc. Bobo Ansley's, local investigative, and other real investigative reporters. Things as the information. Alright, for Summer. Not social media, not YouTube, not any of our dumbasses around anything speaking or talking or anything, because guess what? We ain't shit. All we can ever do is speak from our perspectives, our experiences, our lives around one another, what we witnessed or what, we're comfortable giving out for what we witnessed or know, and this and the other. And get this, no shit, not everything everybody's seen, heard, witnessed, days before, the day of, days after, etc. will be a thing. Not all things from all of us will be a thing. A lot will be wrong. A lot of shit won't count. It won't fit into. So therefore, only law enforcement and feds can say, right? Exactly. So, despite y'all trying to make all of everything a thing, it's not all going to be a thing. It can't all be a thing. Alright? Even those like myself know better and be like, everything I see and heard this hour is a thing. It's not. Could be. We don't know. So, this is why we are not even the information in ways that you seek. Nor the information that should be shared with someone's picture and name. Okay? Alright. Now, y'all, don't forget good sparks, good pebbles, and one voice. The little things do in fact count and matter and can change the world. We're not perfect, not any of us. We can toss out good little pebbles that start ripples that end up in tsunamis somewhere. We can all cast out sparks that can start infernos, light up the darkness. We can all be one voice. Can change the world for one, many. It can be joined and a symphony come out of. You never know, really. When and where you can, just remember. Little pebbles, sparks, one voice. And remember, we all are indeed on a little speck of blue hanging out in the middle of the vast cosmos. And we only get one life here amongst each other. Enjoy it. Enjoy the ride. Be good humans, whatever. I hope y'all find yourselves safe, happy, healthy, warm, loved, appreciated, thought of today and every day. I hope you love yourselves, comfortable in your own skin. I hope you make each day count, win and week. And I hope all your Tuesdays forever remain mundane, quite frankly. Right? Anyway, y'all enjoy today on this tiny little speck in this big, huge universe. Much love, happiness, and peace to all of you. Later, peeps. And thanks for hanging with me for this long. Later, y'all.